At Twilight by Susan Glaspell. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Shona Brogdon-Sturble. At Twilight by Susan Glaspell. A breeze from the May whirl without blew through the classroom, and as it lifted his papers, he had a curious sense of freshness and mustiness meeting. He looked at the group of students before him, half smiling at the way the breath of spring was teasing the hair of the girls sitting by the window. Anna Lawrence was trying to pin hers back again, but May would have none of such decorum, and only waited long enough for her to finish her work before joyously undoing it. She caught the laughing, admiring eyes of a boy sitting across from her, and sought to conceal her pleasure in her unmanageable wealth of hair by a wry little face, and then the eyes of both strayed out to the trees that had scented that breeze for them, looking with frank longing at the campus, which stretched before them in all its May glory that sunny afternoon. He remembered having met this boy and girl strolling in the twilight the evening before, and as a buoyant breeze that instant swept his own face, he had a sudden, irrelevant consciousness of being 23 years old. Other eyes were straying to the trees and birds and lilacs of that world from which the classroom was for the hour shutting them out. He was used to it, that straying of young eyes in the spring. For more than 40 years he'd sat at that desk and talked to young men and women about philosophy, and in those 40 years there had always been straying eyes in May. The children of some of those boys and girls had in time come to him, and now there were other children who, before many years went by, might be sitting upon those benches, listening to lectures upon what men had thought about life, while their eyes strayed out where life called. So it went on. May, perhaps, the philosopher triumphant. As, with a considerable effort, for the languor of spring, or some other languor was upon him too, he brought himself back to the papers they had handed in, he found himself thinking of those first boys and girls, now men and women, and parents of other boys and girls. He hoped that philosophy had, after all, done something more than shut them out from May. He had always tried, not so much to instruct them in what men had thought, as to teach them to think, and perhaps now, when May had become a time for them to watch the straying of other eyes, they were the less desolate because of the habits he had helped them to form. He wanted to think that he had done something more than hold them prisoners. There was a sadness today and a sympathy. He was tired. It was hard to go back to what he had been saying about the different things the world's philosophers had believed about the immortality of the soul. So, as often when his feeling for his thought dragged, he turned to Greta Loring. She seldom failed to bring a revival of interest, a freshening. She was his favorite student. He did not believe that in all the years there had been any student who had not only pleased but helped him as she did. He had taught her father and mother, and now there was Greta, clear-eyed and steady of gaze, asking more of life than either of them had asked, asking not only May, but what May meant. For Greta, there need be no duality. She was one of those rare ones for whom the meaning of life opened new springs to the joy of life, for whom life intensified with the understanding of it. He never said a thing that gratified him as reaching toward the things not easy to say, but that he would find Greta's face illumined, and always that eager little leaning ahead for more. She had that look of waiting now, but today. It seemed less an expectant than a troubled look. She wanted him to go on with what he had been saying about the immortality of the soul. But it was not so much a demand upon him. He had come to rely upon those demands, as it was, he had an odd, altogether absurd sense of its being a fear for him. She looked uncomfortable, fretted, and suddenly he was startled to see her searching eyes blurred by something that must be tears. She turned away, and for just a moment it seemed to leave him alone and helpless. He rubbed his forehead with his hand. It felt hot. It got that way sometimes lately when he was tired, and the close of that hour often found him tired. He believed he knew what she wanted. She would have him declare his own belief. In the youthful flush of her modernism, she was impatient with that fumbling around with what other men had thought. Despising the muddled thinking of some of her classmates, she would have him put it right to them as for yourself. He tried to formulate what he would care to say, but perhaps just because he was too tired to say it right, the life, the robin in the next tree was that moment, celebrating in song, seemed more important than anything he had to say about his own feeling toward the things men had thought about the human soul. It was 10 minutes before closing time, but suddenly he turned to his class with, "Go out of doors and think about it. This is no day to sit within and talk of philosophy. What men have thought about life in the past is less important than what you feel about it today." He paused, then added, he could not have said why, "And don't let the shadow of either belief or unbelief fall across the days that are here for you now." Again he stopped, then surprised himself by ending, "Philosophy should quicken life, not deaden it." They were not slow in going. Their astonishment in his wanting them to go quickly engulfed in their pleasure in doing so. It was only Greta who lingered a moment, seeming too held by his manner in sending her out into the sunshine to care about going there. He thought she was going to come to the desk and speak to him. He was sure she wanted to, but at the last she went hastily, and he thought, just before she turned her face away, that it was a tear he saw on her lashes. Strange. Was she unhappy? She, through whom life surged so richly? And yet was it not true that where it gave much, it exacted much? Feeling much and understanding what she felt, and feeling for what she understood, must she also suffer much? Must one always pay? He sighed and began gathering together his papers. Thoughts about life tired him today. On the steps he paused, unreasonably enough, a little saddened as he watched some of them beginning a tennis game. Certainly they were losing no time, eager to let go thoughts about life or its pleasures, very few of them awake to that rich life he had tried to make them ready for. He drooped still more wearily at the thought that perhaps the most real gift he had for them was that unexpected 10 minutes. Remembering a book he must have from the library, he turned back. He went to the alcove where the works on philosophy were to be found, and was reaching up for the volume he wanted, when a sentence from a lowly murmured conversation in the next aisle came to him across the stack of books. "That's all very well, we know, of course, that he doesn't believe, but what will he do when it comes to himself?" It arrested him, coming as it did from one of the girls who just left his classroom. He stood there motionless, his hand still reaching up for the book. Do? Why, face it, of course. Face it as squarely as he's faced every other fact of life. That was Greta, and though mindful of the library mandate for silence, her tone was low. It was vibrant with a fine scorn. "Well," said the first speaker, "I guess he'll have to face it before very long." That was not answered. There was a movement on the other side of the barricade of books. It might have been that Greta had turned away. His hand dropped down from the high shelf. He was leaning against the books. "Haven't you noticed, Greta, how he's losing his grip?" At that, his head went up sharply. He stood altogether tense as he waited for Greta to set the other girl right. Greta, so sure-seeing, so much wiser and truer than the rest of them. Greta would laugh. But she did not laugh. And what his strained ear caught at last was not her scornful denial, but a little gasp of breath, suggesting a sob. "Noticed it? Why, it breaks my heart." He stared at the books through which her low, passionate voice had carried. Then he sank to the chair that fortunately was beside him. Power for standing had gone from him. "Father says, Father's on the board, you know," it was the first girl who spoke, "that they don't know what to do about it. It's not justice to the school to let him begin another year. These things are arranged with less embarrassment in the big schools, where a man begins emeritus at a certain time. Though, of course, they'll pension him. He's done a lot for the school." He thanked Greta for her little laugh of disdain. The memory of it was more comforting, more satisfying than any attempt to put it into words could have been. He heard them move away, their skirts brushing the book stacks in passing. A little later he saw them out in the sunshine on the campus. Greta joined one of the boys for a game of tennis. Motionless, he sat looking out at her. She looked so very young as she played. For an hour he remained at the table in the alcove, where he had overheard what his students had to say of him. And when the hour had gone by, he took up the pen, which was there upon the study table, and wrote his resignation to the secretary of the Board of Trustees. It was very brief, simply that he felt the time had come when a younger man could do more for the school than he, and that he should like his resignation to take effect at the close of the present school year. He had an envelope and sealed and stamped the letter, ready to drop in the box in front of the building as he left. He had always served the school as best he could. He lost no time now, once convinced, in rendering to it the last service he could offer it, that of making way for the younger man. Looking things squarely in the face, and it was the habit of a lifetime to look things squarely in the face, he had not been long in seeing that they were right. Things tired him now as they had not once tired him. He had less zest at the beginning of the hour, more relief at the close of it. He seemed stupid in not having seen it for himself, but possibly many people were a little stupid in seeing that their own time was over. Of course he had thought, in a vague way, that his working time couldn't be much longer, but it seemed part of the way human beings managed with themselves that things in even the very near future kept the remoteness of future things. Now he understood Greta's troubled look and her tears. He knew how those fine nerves of hers must have suffered, how her own mind had wanted to leap to the aid of his, how her own strength must have tormented her in not being able to reach his flagging powers. It seemed part of the whole hardness of life that she, who would care the most, would be the one to see it most understandingly. What he was trying to do was to see it all very simply, in matter-of-fact fashion, that there might be no bitterness in the least of tragedy. It was nothing unique in human history he was facing. One did one's work, then, when through, one stopped. He tried to feel that it was as simple as it sounded, but he wondered if back of many of those brief letters of resignation that came at quitting time, there was the hurt, the desolation, that there was no use denying to himself was back of his. He hoped that most men had more to turn to. Most men of 73 had grandchildren. That would help, surrounding one with a feeling of the naturalness of it all. But that school had been his only child, and he loved it with the tenderness one gives a child. That in him which would have gone to the child had gone to the school. The woman whom he loved had not loved him. He had never married. His life had been called lonely, but lonely though it undeniably had been, the life he won from books and work and thinking had kept the chill from his heart. He had the gift of drawing life from all contact with life. Working with youth, he kept that feeling for youth that does for the life within what sunshine and fresh air do for the room in which one dwells. It was now that the loneliness that blights seemed waiting for him. Life used one, and that in the ugly, not the noble sense of being used. Stripped of the fine fancies men wove around it, what was it beyond just a matter of being sucked dry and then thrown aside? Why not admit that and then face it? And the abundance with which one might have given, the joy in the giving, had no bearing upon the fact that it came at last to that question of getting one out of the way. It was no one's unkindness. It was just that life was like that. Indeed, the bitterness festered around the thought that it was life itself, the way of life, not the brutality of any particular people. They'll pension him. He's done a lot for the school. Even the grateful memory of Greta's tremulous, scoffing little laugh for the way it fell short could not follow to the deep place that had been hurt. Getting himself in hand again and trying to face this as simply and honestly as he had sought to face the other, he knew that it was true. He had done a great deal for the school. He did not believe it too much to say he had done more for it than any other man. Certainly more than any other man he had given it what place it had with men who thought. He had come to it in his early manhood, and at a time when the school was in its infancy, just a crude, struggling little Western college. Greta Loring's grandfather had been one of its founders, founding it in revolt against the cramping sectarianism of another college. He had gloried in the spirit which gave it birth, and it was he who, through the encroachings of problems of administration and the ensnarements and entanglements of practicality, had fought to keep unattached and unfettered that spirit of freedom in the service of truth. His own voice had been heard and recognized, and a number of times during the years calls had come from more important institutions, but he had not cared to go. For year by year there deepened that personal love for the little college to which he had given the youthful ardor of his own intellectual passion. All his life's habits were one with it. His gaze seemed beaten into the path that cut across the campus. The vines that season after season went a little higher on the wall out there indicated his strivings by their own, and the generation that had worn down even the stones of those front steps had furrowed his forehead and stooped his shoulders. He had grown old along with it. His days were twined around it. It was the place of his efforts and satisfactions. Joys, perhaps he should not call them, of his falterings and his hopes. He loved it because he had given himself to it, loved it because he had helped to bring it up. On the shelves all around him were books which it had been his pleasure, because during some of those hard years they were to be had in no other way, to order himself and pay for from his own almost ludicrously meager salary. He remembered the excitement there always was in getting them fresh from the publisher and bringing them over there in his arms, the satisfaction coming in next day and finding them on the shelves. Such had been his dissipations, his indulgences of self. Many things came back to him as he sat there going back over busy years, the works on philosophy looking down upon him, the shadows that spring afternoon gathering around him. He looked like a very old man indeed as he, at last, reached out for the letter he had written to the trustees, relieving them of their embarrassment. Twilight had come on. On the front steps he paused and looked around the campus. It was growing dark in that lingering way it has in the spring, daylight creeping away under protest, night coming gently, as if it knew that the world, having been so pleasant, day would be loath to go. The boys and girls were going back and forth upon the campus and the streets. They could not bear to go within. For more than 40 years it had been like that. It would be like that for many times, 40 years, indeed, until the end of the world, for it would be the end of the world when it was not like that. He was glad that they were out in the twilight, not indoors trying to gain from books something of the meaning of life. That course had its satisfactions along the way, but it was surely no port of peace to which it bore one at the last. He shrunk from going home. There were so many readjustments he must make once home, so, lingering, he saw that off among the trees a girl was sitting alone. She threw back her head in a certain way just then, and he knew by the gesture that it was Greta Loring. He wondered what she was thinking about. What did one who thought think about over there on the other side of life? Youth and age looked at life from opposite sides. Then they could not see it alike, for what one saw in life seemed to depend so entirely upon how the light was falling from where one stood. He could not have said just what it was made him cross the campus toward her. Part of it was the desire for human sympathy, one thing at least which age did not deaden. But that was not the whole of it, nor the deepest thing in it. It was an urge of the spirit to find and keep for itself a place where the light was falling backward upon life. She was quiet in her greeting and gentle. Her cheeks were still flushed, her hair tumbled from her game, but her eyes were thoughtful, and he thought sad. He felt that the sadness was because of him, and the things of which he made her think. He knew of her affection for him. The warmth there was in her admiration of the things for which he had fought. He had discovered that it hurt her now that others should be seeing and not he, pained her to watch so sorry a thing as his falling below himself, wounded both pride and heart, that men whom she would doubtless say had never appreciated him were whispering among themselves about how to get rid of him. Why, the poor child might even be tormenting herself with the idea she ought to tell him. That was why he told her. He pointed to the address on the envelope, saying, "That carries my resignation, Greta." Her start and the tears which rushed to her eyes told him he was right about her feeling. She did not seem able to say anything. Her chin was trembling. "I see that the time has come," he said, "when a younger man can do more for the school than I can hope to do for it." Still she said nothing at all, but her eyes were deepening, and she had that very steadfast, almost inspired look that had so many times quickened him in the classroom. She was not going to deny it. She was not going to pretend. After the first feeling of not having got something needed, he rose to her high ground she had taken it for granted he would take. "And will you believe it, Greta," he said, rising to that ground, and there asking, not for the sympathy that bends down, but for a hand in passing, "there comes a hard hour when first one feels the time has come to step aside and be replaced by that younger man?" She nodded. "It must be," she said simply. "It must be very much harder than any of us can know till we come to it." She brought him a sense of his advantage and experience, his riches. To be sure, there was that. And he was oddly comforted by the honesty in her which could not stoop to dishonest comforting. In what superficially might seem her failure, there was a very real victory for them both, and there was nothing of coldness in her reserve. There was the fullness of understanding and of valuing the moments too highly for anything there was to be said about it. There was a great spiritual dignity, a nobility, in the way she was looking at him. It called upon the whole of his own spiritual dignity. It was her old demand upon him, but this time the tears through which her eyes shone were tears of pride and fulfillment, not of sorrowing for failure. Suddenly he felt that his life had not been spent in vain, that the lives of all those men of his day who had fought the good fight for intellectual honesty, spiritual dignity, had not been spent in vain if they were leaving upon the earth even a few who were like the girl beside them. It turned him from himself to her. She was what counted, for she was what remained. And he remained in just the measure that he remained through her, counted in so far as he counted for her. It was as if he had been facing in the wrong direction, and now a kindly hand had turned him around. It was not in looking back there he would find himself. He was not back there to be found. Only so much of him lived as had been able to wing itself ahead, on in the direction she was moving. It did not particularly surprise him that when she at last spoke it was to voice a shade of that same feeling. "I was thinking," she began, "of that younger man, of what he must mean to the man who gives way to him." She was feeling her way as she went, groping among the many dim things that were there. He had always liked to watch her face when she was thinking her way, step by step. "I think you used a word wrongly a minute ago," she said with a smile. "You spoke of being replaced, but that isn't it. A man like you isn't replaced. He's—" She got it after a minute and came forth with it triumphantly. "Fulfilled." Her face was shining as she turned to him after that. "Don't you see? He's there waiting to take your place because you got him ready. Why, you made that younger man. Your whole life has been getting ready for him. He can do his work because you first did yours. Of course, he can go farther than you can. Wouldn't it be a sorry commentary on you if he couldn't?" Her voice throbbed warmly upon that last, and during the pause the light it had brought still played upon her face. We were talking in class about immortality, she went on more slowly. There's one form of immortality I like to think about. It's that all those who from the very first have given anything to the world are living in the world today. There was a rush of tears to her eyes and of affection to her voice as she finished, very low. You'll never die. You've deepened the consciousness of life. Too much for that. They sat there as twilight drew near to night. The old man and the young girl, silent. The laughter of boys and girls and the good-night calls of the birds were all around them. The fragrance of life was around them. It was one of those silences to which come impressions, fates, longings, not yet born as thoughts. Something in the quality of that silence brought the rescuing sense of its having been good to have lived and done one's part, that sense which, from places of desolation and over ways rough and steep and dark, can find its way to the meadows of serenity. End of At Twilight by Susan Glaspell. This recording is in the public domain.
Baroness, de Maupassant Original Short Stories. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information and to find out how you can volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. De Maupassant Original Short Stories. It has been translated into English by Albert M.C. McMaster, A.E. Henderson, and Madame Quesada and others. The Baroness. Come with me, said my friend Bois René. You will see some very interesting bric-a-brac and works of art there. He conducted me to the first floor of an elegant house in one of the big streets of Paris. We were welcomed by a very pleasing man, with excellent manners, who led us from room to room, showing us rare things, the price of which he mentioned carelessly, large sums, 10, 20, 30, 50,000 francs, dropped from his lips with such grace and ease that one could not doubt that this gentleman merchant had millions shut up in his safe. I had known him by reputation for a long time, very bright, clever, intelligent. He acted as intermediary in all sorts of transactions. He kept in touch with all the richest art amateurs in Paris, and even of Europe and America, knowing their tastes and preferences. He apprised them by letter, or by wire if they lived in a distant city, as soon as he knew of some work of art which might suit them. Men of the best society had had recourse to him in times of difficulty, either to find money for gambling, or to pay off a debt, or to sell a picture, a family jewel, or a tapestry. It is said that he never refused his services when he saw a chance of gain. Bois René seemed very intimate with this strange merchant. They must have worked together in many a deal. I observed the man with great interest. He was tall, thin, bald, very elegant. His soft, insinuating voice had a peculiar tempting charm which seemed to give the objects a special value. When he held anything in his hands, he turned it round and round, looking at it with such skill, refinement, and sympathy that the object seemed immediately to be beautiful and transformed by his look and touch. And its value increased in one's estimation after the object had passed from the showcase to his hands. "And your crucifix?" Bois René said. "That beautiful Renaissance crucifix which you showed me last year?" The man smiled and answered, "It has been sold, and in a very peculiar manner. There is a real Parisian story for you. Would you like to hear it?" "With pleasure." Do you know the Baroness Saint-Maurice? Yes and no. I have seen her once, but I know what she is. You know everything? Yes. Would you mind telling me, so that I can see whether you are not mistaken? Certainly. Madame Saint-Maurice is a woman of the world who has a daughter, without anybody having known her husband. At any rate, she is received in a certain tolerant or blind society. She goes to church and devoutly partakes of communion, so that everyone may know it, and she never compromises herself. She expects her daughter to marry well. Is that correct? Yes, but I will complete your information. She is a woman who makes herself respected by her admirers in spite of everything. That is a rare quality, for in this manner she can get what she wishes from a man. The man whom she has chosen without his suspecting it courts her for a long time, longs for her timidly, wins her with astonishment, and possesses her with consideration. He does not notice that he is paying. She is so tactful. And she maintains her relations on such a footing of reserve and dignity that he would slap the first man who dared doubt her in the least. And all this in the best of faith. Several times I have been able to render little services to this woman. She has no secrets from me. Toward the beginning of January she came to me in order to borrow 30,000 francs. Naturally I did not lend them to her, but, as I wished to oblige her, I told her to explain her situation to me completely, so that I might see whether there was not something that I could do for her. She told me her troubles in such cautious language that she could not have spoken more delicately of her child's first communion. I finally managed to understand that times were hard and that she was penniless. The commercial crisis, political unrest, rumors of war had made money scarce even in the hands of her clients, and then, of course, she was very particular. She would associate only with a man in the best of society, who could strengthen her reputation as well as help her financially. A reveler, no matter how rich, would have compromised her forever and would have made the marriage of her daughter quite doubtful. She had to maintain household expenses and continue to entertain in order not to lose the opportunity of finding, among her numerous visitors, the discreet and distinguished friend for whom she was waiting and whom she would choose. I showed her that my 30,000 francs would have had but little likelihood of returning to me, for, after spending them all, she would have had to find at least 60,000 more in a lump to pay me back. She seemed very disheartened when she heard this. I did not know just what to do, when an idea, a really fine idea, struck me. I had just bought this Renaissance crucifix, which I showed you, an admirable piece of workmanship, one of the finest of its land that I have ever seen. "My dear friend," I said to her, "I am going to send you that piece of ivory. You will invent some ingenious, touching, poetic story, anything you wish, to explain your desire for parting with it. It is, of course, a family heirloom left to you by your father. I myself will send you amateurs, or will bring them to you. The rest concerns you. Before they come, I will drop you a line about their position, both social and financial. This crucifix is worth 50,000 francs, but I will let it go for 30,000. The difference will belong to you." She considered the matter seriously for several minutes, and then answered, "Yes, it is perhaps a good idea. I thank you very much." The next day I sent her my crucifix, and the same evening the Baron Saint-Hôpital. For 3 months I sent her my best clients, from a business point of view, but I heard nothing more from her. One day I received a visit from a foreigner who spoke very little French. I decided to introduce him personally to the Baroness in order to see how she was getting along. A footman in black livery received us and ushered us into a quiet little parlor, furnished with taste, where we waited for several minutes. She appeared, charming as usual, extended her hand to me, and invited us to be seated. and when I had explained the reason for my visit, she rang. The footman appeared. "See if Mademoiselle Isabelle can let us go into her oratory." The young girl herself brought the answer. She was about 15 years of age, modest, and good to look upon in the sweet freshness of her youth. She wished to conduct us herself to her chapel. It was a kind of religious boudoir, where a silver lamp was burning before the crucifix, my crucifix, on a background of black velvet. The setting was charming and very clever. The child crossed herself and then said, "Look, gentlemen, isn't it beautiful?" I took the object, examined it, declared it to be remarkable. The foreigner also examined it, but he seemed much more interested in the two women than the crucifix. A delicate odor of incense, flowers, and perfume pervaded the whole house. One felt at home there. This really was a comfortable home, where one could have liked to linger. We had returned to the parlor, and I delicately broached the subject of the price. Madame de Saint-Maurice lowered her eyes, asked 50,000 francs. Then she added, "If you wish to see it again, monsieur, I very seldom go out before 3 o'clock, and I can be found at home every day." In the street, the stranger asked me for some details about the Baroness, whom he had found charming, but I did not hear anything more from either of them. 3 months passed by. One morning, hardly 2 weeks ago, she came here at about lunch-time, and, placing a roll of bills in my hand, said, "My dear, you are an angel. Here are 50,000 francs. I am buying your crucifix, and I am paying 20,000 francs more for it than the price agreed upon, on condition that you always send your clients to me, for it is still for sale." Read by Roy Schreiber.
Schopenhauer's Corpse by Guy de Maupassant. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kalynda. Beside Schopenhauer's Corpse by Guy de Maupassant. He was slowly dying, as consumptives die. I saw him each day, about 2 o'clock, sitting beneath the hotel windows on a bench in the promenade, looking out on the calm sea. He remained for some time without moving, in the heat of the sun, gazing mournfully at the Mediterranean. Every now and then he cast a glance at the lofty mountains with beclouded summits that shut in Mentone. Then, with a very slow movement, he would cross his long legs, so thin that they seemed like two bones, around which fluttered the cloth of his trousers, and he would open a book, always the same book. And then he did not stir any more, but read on with his eye and his mind. All his wasting body seemed to read. All his soul plunged, lost, disappeared in this book, up to the hour when the cool air made him cough a little. Then he got up and re-entered the hotel. He was a tall German, with fair beard, who breakfasted and dined in his own room, and spoke to nobody. A vague curiosity attracted me to him. One day I sat down by his side, having taken up a book, too, to keep up appearances, a volume of Musset's poems, and I began to look through Rolla. Suddenly my neighbor said to me in good French, "Do you know German, monsieur?" "Not at all, monsieur." "I am sorry for that. Since chance has thrown us side by side, I could have shown you an inestimable thing, this book which I hold in my hand." "What is it, pray?" "It is a copy of my master, Schopenhauer, annotated with his own hand. All the margins, as you may see, are covered with his own handwriting. I took the book from him reverently, and I gazed at these forms, incomprehensible to me, but which revealed the immortal thoughts of the greatest shatterer of dreams who had ever dwelt on earth. And Musset's verses arose in my memory: "Hast thou found out, Voltaire, that it is bliss to die, And does thy hideous smile over thy bleached bones fly?" And involuntarily I compared the childish sarcasm, the religious sarcasm of Voltaire, with the irresistible irony of the German philosopher, whose influence is henceforth ineffaceable. Let us protest and let us be angry, let us be indignant or let us be enthusiastic, Schopenhauer has marked humanity with the seal of his disdain and of his disenchantment. A disabused pleasure-seeker, he overthrew beliefs, hopes, poetic ideals and chimeras, destroyed the aspirations, ravaged the confidence of souls, killed love, dragged down the chivalrous worship of women, crushed the illusions of hearts, and accomplished the most gigantic task ever attempted by scepticism. He spared nothing with his mocking spirit, and exhausted everything. And even to-day those who execrate him seem to carry in their own souls particles of his thought. "So, then, you were intimately acquainted with Schopenhauer?" I said to the German. He smiled sadly. "Up to the time of his death, monsieur." And he spoke to me about the philosopher, and told me about the almost supernatural impression which this strange being made on all who came near him. He gave me an account of the interview of the old iconoclast with a French politician, a doctrinaire Republican, who wanted to get a glimpse of this man, and found him in a noisy tavern, seated in the midst of his disciples, dry, wrinkled, laughing with an unforgettable laugh, attacking and tearing to pieces ideas and beliefs with a single word, as a dog tears, with one bite of his teeth, the tissues with which he plays. He repeated for me the comment of this Frenchman as he went away, astonished and terrified: "I thought I had spent an hour with the devil." Then he added: "He had indeed, monsieur, a frightful smile, which terrified us even after his death. I can tell you an anecdote about it that is not generally known, if it would interest you." And he began in a languid voice, interrupted by frequent fits of coughing. Schopenhauer had just died, and it was arranged that we should watch in turn, 2 by 2, till morning. He was lying in a large apartment, very simple, vast, and gloomy. 2 wax candles were burning on the stand by the bedside. It was midnight when I went on watch, together with one of our comrades. The 2 friends whom we replaced had left the apartment, and we came and sat down at the foot of the bed. The face was not changed, it was laughing. That pucker which we knew so well lingered still around the corners of the lips, and it seemed to us that he was about to open his eyes, to move and to speak. His thought, or rather his thoughts, enveloped us. We felt ourselves more than ever in the atmosphere of his genius, absorbed, possessed by him. His domination seemed to be even more sovereign now that he was dead. A feeling of mystery was blended with the power of this incomparable spirit. The bodies of these men disappear, but they themselves remain. And in the night which follows the cessation of their heart's pulsation, I assure you, monsieur, they are terrifying. And in hushed tones we talked about him, recalling to mind certain sayings, certain formulas of his, those startling maxims which are like jets of flame flung in a few words into the darkness of the unknown life. "It seems to me that he is going to speak," said my comrade, and we stared with uneasiness bordering on fear at the motionless face with its eternal laugh. Gradually we began to feel ill at ease, oppressed, on the point of fainting. I faltered: "I don't know what is the matter with me, but I assure you I am not well." And at that moment we noticed that there was an unpleasant odor from the corpse. Then my comrade suggested that we should go into the adjoining room and leave the door open, and I assented to his proposal. I took one of the wax candles which burned on the stand, and I left the second behind. Then we went and sat down at the other end of the adjoining apartment, in such a position that we could see the bed and the corpse, clearly revealed by the light. But he still held possession of us. One would have said that his immaterial essence, liberated, free, all-powerful and dominating, was flitting around us. And sometimes, too, the dreadful odor of the decomposed body came toward us and penetrated us, sickening and indefinable. Suddenly a shiver passed through our bones. A sound, a slight sound, came from the death-chamber. Immediately we fixed our glances on him, and we saw, yes, monsieur, we saw distinctly, both of us, something white pass across the bed, fall on the carpet, and vanish under an armchair. We were on our feet before we had time to think of anything, distracted by stupefying terror, ready to run away. Then we stared at each other. We were horribly pale. Our hearts throbbed fiercely enough to have raised the clothing on our chests. I was the first to speak. "Did you see?" "Yes, I saw." "Can it be that he is not dead?" "Why, when the body is putrefying? What are we to do?" My companion said in a hesitating tone, "We must go and look." I took our wax candle and entered first, glancing into all the dark corners in the large apartment. Nothing was moving now, and I approached the bed. But I stood transfixed with stupor and fright. Schopenhauer was no longer laughing. He was grinning in a horrible fashion, with his lips pressed together and deep hollows in his cheeks. I stammered out, "He is not dead!" But the terrible odor ascended to my nose and stifled me, and I no longer moved, but kept staring fixedly at him, terrified as if in the presence of an apparition. Then my companion, having seized the other wax candle, bent forward. Next he touched my arm without uttering a word. I followed his glance, and saw on the ground, under the armchair by the side of the bed, standing out white on the dark carpet, and open as if to bite, Schopenhauer's set of artificial teeth. The work of decomposition, loosening the jaws, had made it jump out of the mouth. I was really frightened that day, monsieur. And as the sun was sinking toward the glittering sea, the consumptive German rose from his seat, gave me a parting bow, and retired into the hotel. End of Beside Schopenhauer's Corpse. Recording by Kalynda in Lüneburg, Germany, on March 10th, 2009.
Robbers by L. Frank Baum. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bethany Baldwin. The Box of Robbers by L. Frank Baum. No one intended to leave Martha alone that afternoon, but it happened that everyone was called away, for one reason or another. Mrs. McFarland was attending the weekly card party held by the Women's Anti-Gambling League. Sister Nell's young man had called quite unexpectedly to take her for a long drive. Papa was at the office as usual. It was Mary Ann's day out. As for Emmeline, she certainly should have stayed in the house and looked after the little girl. But Emmeline had a restless nature. "Would you mind, miss, if I just crossed the alley to speak a word to Mrs. Carleton's girl?" she asked Martha. "Course not," replied the child. "You'd better lock the back door, though, and take the key, for I shall be upstairs." "Oh, I'll do that, of course, miss," said the delighted maid, and ran away to spend the afternoon with her friend, leaving Martha quite alone in the big house, and locked in, into the bargain. The little girl read a few pages in her new book, sewed a few stitches in her embroidery, and started to play visiting with her 4 favorite dolls. Then she remembered that in the attic was a doll's playhouse that hadn't been used for months, so she decided she would dust it and put it in order. Filled with this idea, the girl climbed the winding stairs to the big room under the roof. It was well lighted by 3 dormer windows, and was warm and pleasant. Around the walls were rows of boxes and trunks, piles of old carpeting, pieces of damaged furniture, bundles of discarded clothing, and other odds and ends of more or less value. Every well-regulated house has an attic of this sort, so I need not describe it. The doll's house had been moved, but after a search Martha found it away over in a corner near the big chimney. She drew it out and noticed that behind it was a black wooden chest, which Uncle Walter had sent over from Italy years and years ago, before Martha was born, in fact. Mamma had told her about it one day, how there was no key to it, because Uncle Walter wished it to remain unopened until he returned home, and how this wandering uncle, who was a mighty hunter, had gone into Africa to hunt elephants, and had never been heard from afterwards. The little girl looked at the chest curiously, now that it had by accident attracted her attention. It was quite big, bigger even than Mamma's traveling trunk, and was studded all over with tarnished brass-headed nails. It was heavy, too, for when Martha tried to lift one end of it, she found she could not stir it a bit, but there was a place in the side of the cover for a key. She stooped to examine the lock, and saw that it would take a rather big key to open it. Then, as you may suspect, the little girl longed to open Uncle Walter's big box and see what was in it, for we are all curious, and little girls are just as curious as the rest of us. "I don't believe Uncle Walter will ever come back," she thought. "Papa said once that some elephant must have killed him. If I only had a key." She stopped and clapped her little hands together gaily as she remembered a big basket of keys on the shelf in the linen closet. They were of all sorts and sizes. Perhaps one of them would unlock the mysterious chest. She flew down the stairs, found the basket, and returned with it to the attic. Then she sat down before the brass-studded box and began trying one key after another in the curious old lock. Some were too large, but most were too small. One would go into the lock, but would not turn. Another stuck so fast that she feared for a time that she would never get it out again. But at last, when the basket was almost empty, an oddly shaped, ancient brass key slid easily into the lock. With a cry of joy, Martha turned the key with both hands. Then she heard a sharp click, and the next moment the heavy lid flew up of its own accord. The little girl leaned over the edge of the chest an instant, and the sight that met her eyes caused her to start back in amazement. Slowly and carefully a man unpacked himself from the chest, stepped out upon the floor, stretched his limbs, and then took off his hat and bowed politely to the astonished child. He was tall and thin, and his face seemed badly tanned or sunburnt. Then another man emerged from the chest, yawning and rubbing his eyes like a sleepy schoolboy. He was of middle size, and his skin seemed as badly tanned as that of the first. While Martha stared open-mouthed at the remarkable sight, a third man crawled from the chest. He had the same complexion as his fellows, but was short and fat. All three were dressed in a curious manner. They wore short jackets of red velvet braided with gold, and knee breeches of sky-blue satin with silver buttons. Over their stockings were laced wide ribbons of red and yellow and blue, while their hats had broad brims with high-peaked crowns, from which fluttered yards of bright-colored ribbons. They had big gold rings in their ears, and rows of knives and pistols in their belts. Their eyes were black and glittering, and they wore long fierce mustaches, curling at the ends like a pig's tail. "My, but you were heavy!" exclaimed the fat one, when he had pulled down his velvet jacket and brushed the dust from his sky-blue breeches, "and you squeezed me all out of shape." "It was unavoidable, Luigi," responded the thin man lightly. "The lid of the chest pressed me down upon you, yet I tender you my regrets." "As for me," said the middle-sized man, carelessly rolling a cigarette and lighting it, "you must acknowledge I have been your nearest friend for years, so do not be disagreeable." "You mustn't smoke in the attic," said Martha, recovering herself at sight of the cigarette. "You might set the house on fire." The middle-sized man, who had not noticed her before, at this speech turned to the girl and bowed. "Since the lady requests it," said he, "I shall abandon my cigarette," and he threw it on the floor and extinguished it with his foot. "Who are you?" asked Martha, who until now had been too astonished to be frightened. "Permit us to introduce ourselves," said the thin man, flourishing his hat gracefully. "This is Lugui," the fat man nodded, "and this is Benny," the middle-sized man bowed, "and I am Victor. We are 3 bandits, Italian bandits." "Bandits!" cried Martha, with a look of horror. "Exactly. Perhaps in all the world there are not 3 other bandits so terrible and fierce as ourselves," said Victor proudly. "'Tis so," said the fat man, nodding gravely. "But it's wicked!" exclaimed Martha. "Yes, indeed," replied Victor. "We are extremely and tremendously wicked. Perhaps in all the world you could not find 3 men more wicked than those who now stand before you." "'Tis so," said the fat man approvingly. "But you shouldn't be so wicked," said the girl. It's naughty." Victor cast down his eyes and blushed. "Naughty!" gasped Benny with a horrified look. "'Tis a hard word," said Lugui sadly, and buried his face in his hands. "I little thought," murmured Victor, in a voice broken by emotion, "ever to be so reviled. And by a lady! Yet perhaps you spoke thoughtlessly. You must consider, miss, that our wickedness has an excuse. For how are we to be bandits, let me ask, unless we are wicked?" Martha was puzzled, and shook her head thoughtfully. Then she remembered something. "You can't remain bandits any longer," said she, "because you are now in America." "America!" cried the three together. "Certainly. You are on Prairie Avenue in Chicago. Uncle Walter sent you here from Italy in this chest." The bandits seemed greatly bewildered by this announcement. Lugui sat down on an old chair with a broken rocker and wiped his forehead with a yellow silk handkerchief. Benny and Victor fell back upon the chest and looked at her with pale faces and staring eyes. When he had somewhat recovered himself, Victor spoke. "Your Uncle Walter has greatly wronged us," he said reproachfully. "He has taken us from our beloved Italy, where bandits are highly respected, and brought us to a strange country where we shall not know whom to rob or how much to ask for a ransom." "'Tis so," said the fat man, slapping his leg sharply. "And we had won such fine reputations in Italy," said Benny regretfully. "Perhaps Uncle Walter wanted to reform you," suggested Martha. "Are there then no bandits in Chicago?" asked Victor. "Well," replied the girl, blushing in her turn, "we do not call them bandits." "Then what shall we do for a living?" inquired Benny despairingly. "A great deal can be done in a big American city," said the child. "My father is a lawyer," the bandits shuddered, "and my mother's cousin is a police inspector." "Ah," said Victor, "that is a good employment. The police need to be inspected, especially in Italy." "Everywhere," added Benny. "Then you could do other things," continued Martha encouragingly. "You could be motormen on trolley cars, or clerks in a department store. Some people even become aldermen to earn a living." The bandits shook their heads sadly. "We are not fitted for such work," said Victor. "Our business is to rob." Martha tried to think. "It is rather hard to get positions in the gas office," she said, "but you might become politicians." "No!" cried Benny with sudden fierceness. "We must not abandon our high calling. Bandits we have always been, and bandits we must remain." "'Tis so," agreed the fat man. "Even in Chicago there must be people to rob," remarked Victor with cheerfulness. Martha was distressed. "I think they have all been robbed," she objected. "Then we can rob the robbers, for we have experience and talent beyond the ordinary," said Benny. Oh dear," moaned the girl. "Why did Uncle Walter ever send you here in this chest?" The bandits became interested. "That is what we should like to know," declared Victor eagerly. "But no one will ever know, for Uncle Walter was lost while hunting elephants in Africa," she continued with conviction. "Then we must accept our fate, and rob to the best of our ability," said Victor. "So long as we are faithful to our beloved profession, we need not be ashamed." "'Tis so!" cried the fat man. "Brothers, we will begin now. Let us rob the house we are in." "Good!" shouted the others, and sprang to their feet. Benny turned threateningly upon the child. "Remain here," he commanded. "If you stir one step, your blood will be on your own head." Then he added in a gentler voice, "Don't be afraid. That's the way all bandits talk to their captives. But of course we wouldn't hurt a young lady under any circumstances." "Of course not," said Victor. The fat man drew a big knife from his belt and flourished it about his head. "Sablood!" he ejaculated fiercely. "Sabananas!" cried Benny in a terrible voice. "Confusion to our foes!" hissed Victor. And then the three bent themselves nearly double and crept stealthily down the stairway, with cocked pistols in their hands and glittering knives between their teeth, leaving Martha trembling with fear and too horrified to even cry for help. How long she remained alone in the attic she never knew, but finally she heard the cat-like tread of the returning bandits and saw them coming up the stairs in single file. All bore heavy loads of plunder in their arms, and Lugui was balancing a mince pie on the top of a pile of her mother's best evening dresses. Victor came next with an armful of bric-a-brac, a brass candelabra, and the parlor clock. Benny had the family Bible, the basket of silverware from the sideboard, a copper kettle, and Papa's fur overcoat. "Oh, joy!" said Victor, putting down his load. "It is pleasant to rob once more." "Oh, ecstasy!" said Benny, but he let the kettle drop on his toe, and immediately began dancing around in anguish, while he muttered queer words in the Italian language. "We have much wealth," continued Victor, holding the mince pie, while Lugui added his spoils to the heap, "and all from one house. This America must be a rich place." With a dagger he then cut himself a piece of the pie and handed the remainder to his comrades, whereupon all three sat upon the floor and consumed the pie, while Martha looked on sadly. "We should have a cave," remarked Benny, "for we must store our plunder in a safe place." "Can you tell us of a secret cave?" he asked Martha. "There's a Mammoth Cave," she answered, "but it's in Kentucky. You would be obliged to ride on the cars a long way to get there." The three bandits looked thoughtful and munched their pie silently, but the next moment they were startled by the ringing of the electric doorbell, which was heard plainly even in the remote attic. "What's that?" demanded Victor in a hoarse voice, as the three scrambled to their feet with drawn daggers. Martha ran to the window and saw it was only the postman, who had dropped a letter in the box and gone away again. But the incident gave her an idea of how to get rid of her troublesome bandits, so she began wringing her hands as if in great distress, and cried out, "It's the police!" The robbers looked at one another with genuine alarm, and Lugui asked tremblingly, "Are there many of them?" "112!" exclaimed Martha, after pretending to count them. "Then we are lost," declared Benny, "for we could never fight so many and live." "Are they armed?" inquired Victor, who was shivering as if cold. "Oh, yes," said she. "They have guns and swords and pistols and axes and "And what?" demanded Lugui. "And cannons!" The three wicked ones groaned aloud, and Benny said in a hollow voice, "I hope they will kill us quickly, and not put us to the torture. I have been told these Americans are painted Indians, who are bloodthirsty and terrible." "'Tis so!" gasped the fat man with a shudder. Suddenly Martha turned from the window. "You are my friends, are you not?" she asked. "We are devoted," answered Victor. "We adore you!" cried Benny. "We would die for you!" added Lugui, thinking he was about to die anyway. "Then I will save you," said the girl. "How?" asked the three with one voice. "Get back into the chest," she said. "I will then close the lid so they will be unable to find you." They looked around the room in a dazed and irresolute way, but she exclaimed, "You must be quick! They will soon be here to arrest you." Then Lugui sprang into the chest and lay flat upon the bottom. Benny tumbled in next, and packed himself into the back side. Victor followed, after pausing to kiss her hand in a graceful manner. Then Martha ran up to press down the lid, but could not make it catch. "You must squeeze down," she said to them. Lugui groaned. "I'm doing my best, miss," said Victor, who was nearest the top. "But although we fitted in very nicely before, the chest now seems rather small for us." "'Tis so," came the muffled voice of the fat man from the bottom. "I know what takes up the room," said Benny. "What?" inquired Victor anxiously. "The pie," returned Benny. "'Tis so," came from the bottom in faint accents. Then Martha set upon the lid and pressed it down with all her weight. To her great delight the lock caught, and springing down she exerted all her strength and turned the key. This story should teach us not to interfere in matters that do not concern us, for had Martha refrained from opening Uncle Walter's mysterious chest, she would not have been obliged to carry downstairs all the plunder the robbers had brought into the attic. End of The Box of Robbers by L. Frank Baum. Recording by Bethany Baldwin.
Brothers by Sherwood Anderson. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alana Jordan. Brothers by Sherwood Anderson from the Bookman. I am at my house in the country, and it is late October. It rains. Back of my house is a forest, and in front there is a road, and beyond that open fields. The country is one of low hills, flattening suddenly into plains. Some 20 miles away, across the flat country, lies the huge city, Chicago. On this rainy day, the leaves of the trees that line the road before my window are falling like rain. The yellow, red, and golden leaves fall straight down heavily. The rain beats them brutally down. They are denied a last golden flash across the sky. In October, leaves should be carried away, out over the plains in a wind. They should go dancing away. Yesterday morning I arose at daybreak and went for a walk. There was a heavy fog, and I lost myself in it. I went down into the plains and returned to the hills, and everywhere the fog was a wall before me. Out of it trees sprang suddenly, grotesquely, as in a city street late at night people come suddenly out of the darkness into the circle of light under a street lamp. Above there was the light of day forcing itself slowly into the fog. The fog moved slowly. The tops of trees moved slowly. Under the trees the fog was dense, purple. It was like smoke lying in the streets of a factory town. An old man came up to me in the fog. I know him well. The people here call him insane. He's a little cracked, they say. He lives alone in a little house buried deep in the forest and has a small dog he carries always in his arms. On many mornings I have met him walking on the road, and he has told me of men and women who were his brothers and sisters, his cousins, aunts, uncles, brothers-in-law. The notion has possession of him. He cannot draw close to people near at hand, so he gets hold of a name out of a newspaper, and his mind plays with it. One morning he told me he was a cousin to the man named Cox, who at the time when I write is a candidate for the presidency. On another morning he told me that Caruso the singer had married a woman who was his sister-in-law. She is my wife's sister, he said, holding the little dog closely. His gray watery eyes looked appealingly up to me. He wanted me to believe. My wife was a sweet, slim girl, he declared. We lived together in a big house, and in the morning walked about arm in arm. Now her sister has married Caruso the singer. He is of my family now. As someone had told me the old man had never been married, I went away wondering. One morning in early September I came upon him sitting under a tree beside a path near his house. The dog barked at me and then ran and crept into his arms. At that time the Chicago newspapers were filled with the story of a millionaire who had gotten into trouble with his wife because of an intimacy with an actress. The old man told me the actress was his sister. He is 60 years old, and the actress whose story appeared in the newspapers is 20, but he spoke of their childhood together. You would not realize it to see us now, but we were poor then, he said. It's true. We lived in a little house on the side of a hill. Once there was a storm, and the wind nearly swept our house away. How the wind blew! Our father was a carpenter, and he built strong houses for other people, but our own house he did not build very strongly. He shook his head sorrowfully. My sister, the actress, has got into trouble. Our house is not built very strongly, he said as I went away along the path. For a month, 2 months, the Chicago newspapers that are delivered every morning in our village have been filled with the story of a murder. A man there has murdered his wife, and there seems no reason for the deed. The tale runs something like this. The man, who is now on trial in the courts and will no doubt be hanged, worked in a bicycle factory where he was a foreman, and he lived with his wife and his wife's mother in an apartment in 32nd Street. He loved a girl who worked in the office of the factory where he was employed. She came from a town in Iowa, and when she first came to the city, lived with her aunt who has since died. To the foreman, a heavy, stolid-looking man with gray eyes, she seemed the most beautiful woman in the world. Her desk was by a window at an angle of the factory, a sort of wing of the building, and the foreman, down in the shop, had a desk by another window. He sat at his desk, making out sheets containing the record of the work done by each man in his department. When he looked up, he could see the girl sitting at work at her desk. The notion got into his head that she was peculiarly lovely. He did not think of trying to draw close to her or of winning her love. He looked at her as one might look at a star or across a country of low hills in October when the leaves of the trees are all red and yellow gold. She is a pure, virginal thing, he thought vaguely. What can she be thinking about as she sits there by the window at work? In fancy, the foreman took the girl from Iowa home with him to his apartment in 32nd Street and into the presence of his wife and his mother-in-law. All day in the shop and during the evening at home, he carried her figure about with him in his mind. As he stood by a window in his apartment and looked out toward the Illinois Central Railroad tracks and beyond the tracks to the lake, the girl was there beside him. Down below, women walked in the street, and in every woman he saw there was something of the Iowa girl. One woman walked as she did, another made a gesture with her hand that reminded of her. All the women he saw, except only his wife and his mother-in-law, were like the girl he had taken inside himself. The two women in his own house puzzled and confused him. They became suddenly unlovely and commonplace. His wife in particular was like some strange unlovely growth that had attached itself to his body. In the evening, after the day at the factory, he went home to his own place and had dinner. He had always been a silent man, and when he did not talk, no one minded. After dinner, he, with his wife, went to a picture show. When they came home, his wife's mother sat under an electric light reading. There were 2 children, and his wife expected another. They came into the apartment and sat down. The climb up 2 flights of stairs had wearied his wife. She sat in a chair beside her mother, groaning with weariness. The mother-in-law was the soul of goodness. She took the place of a servant in the home and got no pay. When her daughter wanted to go to a picture show, she waved her hand and smiled. "Go on," she said. "I don't want to go. I'd rather sit here." She got a book and sat reading. The little boy of 9 awoke and cried. He wanted to sit on the popo. The mother-in-law attended to that. After the man and his wife came home, the 3 people sat in silence for an hour or 2 before bedtime. The man pretended to read a newspaper. He looked at his hands. Although he had washed them carefully, grease from the bicycle frames left dark stains under the nails. He thought of the Iowa girl and of her white, quick hands playing over the keys of a typewriter. He felt dirty and uncomfortable. The girl at the factory knew that the foreman had fallen in love with her, and the thought excited her a little. Since her aunt's death, she had gone to live in a rooming house and had nothing to do in the evening. Although the foreman meant nothing to her, she could in a way use him. To her he became a symbol. Sometimes he came into the office and stood for a moment by the door. His large hands were covered with black grease. She looked at him without seeing. In his place in her imagination stood a tall, slender young man. Of the foreman she saw only the gray eyes that began to burn with a strange fire. The eyes expressed eagerness, a humble and devout eagerness. In the presence of a man with such eyes, she felt she need not be afraid. She wanted a lover who would come to her with such a look in his eyes. Occasionally, perhaps once in 2 weeks, she stayed a little late at the office, pretending to have work that must be finished. Through the window she could see the foreman waiting. When everyone had gone, she closed her desk and went into the street. At the same moment the foreman came out the factory door. They walked together along the street, a half-dozen blocks, to where she got aboard her car. The factory was in a place called South Chicago, and as they went along, evening was coming on. The streets were lined with small, unpainted frame houses, and dirty-faced children ran screaming in the dusty roadway. They crossed over a bridge. 2 abandoned coal barges lay rotting in the stream. He went along by her side, walking heavily, striving to conceal his hands. He had scrubbed them carefully before leaving the factory, but they seemed to him like heavy, dirty pieces of waste matter hanging at his side. Their walking together happened but a few times and during one summer. "It's hot," he said. He never spoke to her of anything but the weather. "It's hot," he said. "I think it may rain." She dreamed of the lover who would sometime come, a tall, fair young man, a rich man, owning houses and lands. The working man who walked beside her had nothing to do with her conception of love. She walked with him, stayed at the office until the others had gone, to walk unobserved with him because of his eyes, because of the eager thing in his eyes that was at the same time humble, that bowed down to her. In his presence there was no danger, could be no danger. He would never attempt to approach too closely, to touch her with his hands. She was safe with him. In his apartment in the evening the man sat under the electric light with his wife and his mother-in-law. In the next room his 2 children were asleep. In a short time his wife would have another child. He had been with her to a picture show, and presently they would get into bed together. He would lie awake thinking, would hear the creaking of the springs of a bed from where, in another room, his mother-in-law was crawling under the sheets. Life was too intimate. He would lie awake, eager, expectant. Expecting what? Nothing. Presently one of the children would cry. It wanted to get out of bed and sit on the po-po. Nothing strange or unusual or lovely would or could happen. Life was too close, intimate. Nothing that could happen in the apartment could in any way stir him. The things his wife might say, her occasional half-hearted outbursts of passion, the goodness of his stout mother-in-law who did the work of a servant without pay. He sat in the apartment under the electric light, pretending to read a newspaper, thinking. He looked at his hands. They were large, shapeless, a working man's hands. The figure of the girl from Iowa walked about the room. With her he went out of the apartment and walked in silence through miles of streets. It was not necessary to say words. He walked with her by a sea, along the crest of a mountain. The night was clear and silent, and the stars shone. She was also a star. It was not necessary to say words. Her eyes were like stars, and her lips were like the soft hills rising out of dim starlit plains. She is unattainable. She is far off like the stars, he thought. She is unattainable like the stars, but unlike the stars, she breathes, she lives, like myself she has being. One evening, some 6 weeks ago, the man who worked as foreman in the bicycle factory killed his wife, and he is now in the courts being tried for murder. Every day the newspapers are filled with the story. On the evening of the murder, he had taken his wife, as usual, to a picture show, and they started home at 9. In 32nd Street, at a corner near their apartment building, the figure of a man darted suddenly out of an alleyway and then darted back again. That incident may have put the idea of killing his wife into the man's head. They got to the entrance to the apartment building and stepped into a dark hallway. Then, quite suddenly and apparently, without thought, the man took a knife out of his pocket. Suppose that man who darted into the alleyway had intended to kill us, he thought. Opening the knife, he whirled about and struck his wife. He struck twice, a dozen times, madly. There was a scream and his wife's body fell. The janitor had neglected to light the gas in the lower hallway. Afterward, the foreman decided that was the reason he did it, that and the fact that the dark, slinking figure of a man darted out of an alleyway and then darted back again. Surely, he told himself, I could never have done it had the gas been lighted. He stood in the hallway thinking. His wife was dead, and with her had died her unborn child. There was a sound of doors opening in the apartments above. For several minutes nothing happened. His wife and her unborn child were dead. That was all. He ran upstairs, thinking quickly. In the darkness on the lower stairway, he had put the knife back into his pocket and as it turned out later, there was no blood on his hands or on his clothes. The knife he later washed carefully in the bathroom. When the excitement had died down a little, he told everyone the same story. "There has been a hold-up," he explained. "A man came slinking out of an alleyway and followed me and my wife home. He followed us into the hallway of the building, and there was no light. The janitor had neglected to light the gas. Well, there had been a struggle, and in the darkness his wife had been killed. He could not tell how it had happened. There was no light. The janitor had neglected to light the gas," he kept saying. For a day or two they did not question him specially, and he had time to get rid of the knife. He took a long walk and threw it away into the river in South Chicago, where the 2 abandoned coal barges lay rotting under the bridge he had crossed when on the summer evenings he walked to the streetcar with the girl who was virginal and pure, who was far off and unattainable, like a star and yet not like a star. And then he was arrested, and right away he confessed, told everything. He said he did not know why he had killed his wife and was careful to say nothing of the girl at the office. The newspapers tried to discover the motive for the crime. They are still trying. Someone had seen him on the few evenings when he walked with the girl, and she was dragged into the affair and had her picture printed in the paper. That has been annoying for her, as of course she has been able to prove she had nothing to do with the man. Yesterday morning a heavy fog lay over our village here at the edge of the city, and I went for a long walk in the early morning. As I returned out of the lowlands into our hill country, I met the old man whose family has so many and such strange ramifications. For a time he walked beside me, holding the little dog in his arms. It was cold, and the dog whined and shivered. In the fog, the old man's face was indistinct. It moved slowly back and forth with the fog banks of the upper air and with the tops of trees. He spoke of the man who has killed his wife, and whose name is being shouted in the pages of the city newspapers that come to our village each morning. As he walked beside me, he launched into a long tale concerning a life he and his brother, who had now become a murderer, had once lived together. "He is my brother," he said over and over, shaking his head. He seemed afraid I would not believe. There was a fact that must be established. "We were boys together, that man and I," he began again. "You see, we played together in a barn back of our father's house. Our father went away to sea in a ship. That is the way our names became confused. You understand that. We have different names, but we are brothers. We had the same father. We played together in a barn back of our father's house. All day we lay together in the hay in the barn, and it was warm there. In the fog, the slender body of the old man became like a gnarled tree. Then it became a thing suspended in air. It swung back and forth like a body hanging on the gallows. The face beseeched me to believe the story the lips were trying to tell. In my mind, everything concerning the relationship of men and women became confused, a muddle. The spirit of the man who had killed his wife came into the body of the little old man there by the roadside. It was striving to tell me the story it would never be able to tell in the courtroom in the city, in the presence of the judge. The whole story of mankind's loneliness, of the effort to reach out to unattainable beauty, tried to get itself expressed from the lips of a mumbling old man, crazed with loneliness, who stood by the side of a country road on a foggy morning, holding a little dog in his arms. The arms of the old man held the dog so closely that it began to whine with pain. A sort of convulsion shook his body. The soul seemed striving to wrench itself out of the body, to fly away through the fog down across the plain to the city, to the singer, the politician, the millionaire, the murderer, to its brothers, cousins, sisters down in the city. The intensity of the old man's desire was terrible, and in sympathy my body began to tremble. His arms tightened about the body of the little dog, so that it screamed with pain. I stepped forward and tore the arms away, and the dog fell to the ground and lay whining. No doubt it had been injured. Perhaps ribs had been crushed. The old man stared at the dog lying at his feet, as in the hallway of the apartment building the worker from the bicycle factory had stared at his dead wife. "We are brothers," he said again. "We have different names, but we are brothers. Our father, you understand, went off to sea." I am sitting in my house in the country, and it rains. Before my eyes the hills fall suddenly away, and there are flat plains, and beyond the plains the city. An hour ago the old man of the house in the forest went past my door, and the little dog was not with him. It may be that as we talked in the fog he crushed the life out of his companion. It may be that the dog, like the workman's wife and her unborn child, is now dead. The leaves of the trees that line the road before my window are falling like rain. The yellow, red, and golden leaves fall straight down heavily. The rain beats them brutally down. They are denied a last golden flash across the sky. In October, leaves should be carried away, out over the plains in a wind. They should go dancing away. End of Brothers by Sherwood Anderson. Recording by Alana Jordan.
How the Prince Saw America by Susan Glaspell. Recording by Shona Brogdon-Sturble. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. How the Prince Saw America by Susan Glaspell. They began work at 7:30, and at 10 minutes past 8, every hammer stopped. In the Senate chamber and in the House, on the stairways and in the corridors. In every office, from the governors to the custodians, they laid down their implements and rose to their feet. A long whistle had sounded through the building. There was magic in its note. "What's the matter with you fellows?" asked the Attorney General, swinging around in his chair. "Strike," declared one of the men, with becoming brevity. "Strike of what?" "Carpet Tackers Union Number 1, replied the man, kindly gathering up a few tacks. "Never heard of it." "Organized last night," said the carpet tacker, putting on his coat. "Well, he paused expressively, then inquired, "What's your game?" "Well, you see, boss, this executive council that runs the Senate House has refused our demands." "What are your demands?" "Double pay." "Double pay? Now, how do you figure it out that you ought to have double pay?" "Rush work. You see, we were under oath, or pretty near that, to get every carpet in the State House down by 4 o'clock this afternoon. Now, you know yourself that rush work is hard on the nerves. Did you ever get rush work done at a laundry and not pay more for it? We was anxious as anybody to get the Capitol in shape for the big show this afternoon, but there's reason in all things." "Yes," agreed his auditor, "there is." The man looked at him a little doubtfully. "Our president. We elected Johnny McGuire president last night, went to the governor this morning with our demands." The governor's fellow official smiled. He knew the governor pretty well. "And he turned you down?" The striker nodded. "But there's an election next fall. Maybe the turning down will be turned around." "Maybe so. You never can tell. I don't know just what power Carpet Tackers Union Number 1 will wield, but the governor's pretty solid, you know, with labor as a whole." That was true, and went home. The striker rubbed his foot uncertainly across the floor and took courage from its splinters. "Well, there's one thing sure. When Prince Ludwig and his trainload of big guns show up at 4 o'clock this afternoon, they'll find bare floors, and pretty burned bare floors, on deck at this place." The Attorney General rubbed his own foot across the splintered, miserable boards. "They are pretty burned," he reflected. "I wonder," he added, as the man was halfway out of the door, "what Prince Ludwig will think of the American working man when he arrives this afternoon." "Just about as much," retorted the not-to-be-damned carpet-tacker, "as he does about American generosity. And he may think a few things," he added weightily, "about American independence." "Oh, he's sure to do that," agreed the Attorney General. He joined the crowd in the corridor. They were swarming out from all the offices, all talking of the one thing. "It was a straight case of hold-up," declared the governor's secretary. "They supposed they had us on the hip. They were getting extra money as it was, but, you see, they just figured it out we'd pay anything rather than have these wretched floors for the reception this afternoon. They thought the governor would argue the question and then give in, or, at any rate, compromise. They never intended for 1 minute that the prince should find bare floors here, and I rather think," he concluded, "that they feel a little done up about it themselves." "What's the situation?" asked a stranger within the gates. "It's like this," the newspaper reporter told him. "About a month ago there was a fire here, and the walls and carpets were pretty well knocked out with smoke and water. The carpets were mean old things anyway, so they voted new ones. And I want to tell you," he swelled with pride, "that the new ones are beauties. The place'll look great when we get 'em down. Well, you know Prince Ludwig and his crowd across the state on their way to the coast, and of course they were invited to stop. Last week Billy Patton, he's running the whole show, declined the invitation on account of lack of time, and then yesterday comes telegram saying the prince himself insisted on stopping. You know he's keen about Italian dope, and we've got Indian traditions to burn. So Mr. Bill Patton had to make over his schedule to please the prince, and of course we were all pretty tickled about it, for more reasons than one. The telegram didn't come until 5 o'clock yesterday afternoon, but you know what a hummer the governor is when he gets a start. He made up his mind this building should be put in shape within 24 hours. They engaged a whole lot of fellows to work on the carpets today. And what did they do but get together last night? Well, you know the rest. Pretty burned-looking old shack just now, isn't it?" And the reporter looked around ruefully. It was approaching the hour for the legislature to convene. The members who were beginning to saunter in swelled the crowd and the indignation in the rotunda. The governor, meanwhile, had been trying to get other men, but Carpet-Tackers' Union No. 1 had looked well to that. The biggest furniture dealer in the city was afraid of the plumbers. "Pipes burst last night," he said, "and they may not do a thing for us if we get mixed up in this. Sorry, but I can't let my customers get pneumonia." Another furniture man was afraid of the teamsters. For one reason or another, no one was disposed to respond to the Macedonian cry. When the governor at last gave it up and walked out into the rotunda, he was about as disturbed as he permitted himself to get. "It's the idea of lying down," he said. "I'd do anything, if I could only think what to do." A popular young member of the House overheard the remark. "By George, Governor," he burst forth, after a minute's deep study. "Say, by Jove, I say, let's do it ourselves." They all laughed, but the governor's laugh stopped suddenly, and he looked hard at the young man. "Why not?" the young legislator went on. "It's a big job, but There are a lot of us. We've all put down carpets at home. What are we afraid to tackle it here for?" Again the others laughed, but the governor did not. "Say, Weston," he said, I tell you, I'd give a lot if we just could." "Leave it to me," and he was lost in the crowd. The governor's eyes followed him. He'd always liked Harry Weston. He was the very sort to inspire people to do things. The governor smiled knowingly as he noted the men Weston was approaching, and his different manner with the various ones. And then he had mounted a few steps the stairway and was standing there facing the crowd. "Now look here," he began, after silence had been obtained. "This isn't a very formal meeting, but it's a mighty important one. It's a clear case of Carpet Tackers' Union against the state. What I want to know is the state going to lie down?" There were loud cries of "No!" "Well, I should say not." "Well, then, see here. The governor's tried for other men and can't get them. Now, the next thing I want to know is, what's the matter with us?" They didn't get it for a minute, and then everybody laughed. "It's no joke. You've all put down carpets at home. What's the use of pretending you don't know how to do it? Oh, yes, I know, bigger building and all that, but there are more of us, and the principle of carpet tacking is the same, big building or little one. Now, my scheme is this: every fellow his own carpet tacker. The governor's office puts down the governor's carpet. The secretary's office puts down the secretary's carpet. The Senate puts down the Senate carpet, and we'll look after our little patch in the House." "But you got more fellows than anybody else," cried a member of the Senate. "Right you are. We'll have an overflowing meeting in the corridors and stairways. The House, as usual, stands ready to do her part." That brought a laugh for the senators, and from them. "Now get it out of your heads this is a joke. The carpets are here. The building is full of able-bodied men. The prince is coming at 4, by his own request. And the proposition is just this: are we going to receive him in a barn or in a palace? Let's hear what Senator Arnold thinks about it." Well, that was a good way of getting away from the idea of its being a joke. Senator Arnold was past 70. Slowly he extended his right arm and tested his muscle. "Not very much," he said, "but enough to drive a tack or two." That brought applause, and they drew closer together, and the atmosphere warmed perceptibly. "I've fought for the state more ways than one." Senator Arnold was a distinguished veteran of the Civil War. "And if I can serve her now by tacking down carpets, then it's tacking down carpets I'm ready to go at. Just count on me for what little I'm worth." Someone started the cry for the governor. "Prince Ludwig is being entertained all over the country in the most lavish manner," he began with his characteristic directness in stating a situation. "By his own request, he is to visit our capital this afternoon. I must say that I, for one, want to be in shape for him. I don't like to tell him that we had a labor complication and couldn't get the carpets down. Speaking for myself, it is a great pleasure to inform you that the carpet in the governor's office will be in proper shape by 4 o'clock this afternoon." That settled it. Finally, Harry Weston made himself heard sufficiently to suggest that when the House and Senate met at 9 o'clock, motions to adjourn be entertained. "And as to the rest of you fellows," he cried, "I don't see what's to hinder your getting busy right now." There were Republicans and there were Democrats. There were friends and there were enemies. There were good, bad, and there were no indifferent. An unprecedented harmony of thought, a millennium-like unity of action, was born out of that sturdy cry, "Every man his own carpet-tacker." The Secretary of State always claimed that he drove the first tack, but during the remainder of his life the Superintendent of Public Instruction also contended hotly for that honor. The rivalry as to who would do the best job and get it done most quickly became intense. Early in the day, Harry Weston made the rounds of the building and announced a fine of $100 for every wrinkle. There were pounded fingers and there were broken backs, but slowly, steadily, and good-naturedly, the State House carpet was going down. It was a good deal bigger job than they had anticipated, but that only added zest to the undertaking. The news of how the state officials were employing themselves had spread throughout the city, and guards were stationed at every door to keep out people whose presence would work more harm than good. All assistance from women was courteously refused. "This is solemn business," said the governor, in response to a telephone from some of the fair sex, "and the introduction of the feminine element might throw about it a social atmosphere which would result in loss of time, and then some of the boys might feel called upon to put on their collars and coats." Stretch, 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 and tack, tack, tack. All morning long it went on, for the State House was large, oh, very large. There should have been a Boswell there to get the good things, for the novelty of the situation inspired wit, even in minds where wit had never glowed before. Choice bits, which at other times would fairly have gone on official record, were now passed almost unnoticed, so great was the surfeit. Instead of men going out to lunch, lunch came in to them. Bridget Haggerty, who by reason of her long connection with the boarding-house across the street was a sort of unofficial official of the state, came over and made the coffee and sandwiches, all the while calling down blessings on the head of every mother's son of them, and announcing in loud, firm tones that while all 5 of her boys belonged to the Union, she'd be after telling them what she thought of this day's work. It was a United States senator who did the awful trick, and to be fair, the senator did not think of it as an awful trick at all. He came over there in the middle of the morning to see the governor, and in a few hurried words, it was no day for conversation, was told what was going on. It was while standing out in the corridor watching the perspiring dignitaries that the idea of his duty came to him, and one reason he was sure he was right was the way in which it came to him in the light of a duty. Here was America in undress uniform. Here was not a thing arranged for show, but absolutely the thing itself. Prince Ludwig had come with a sincere desire to see America. Everyone knew that he was not seeing it at all. He would go back with memories of bands and flags and people all dressed up, standing before him, making polite speeches. But would he carry back one small whiff of the spirit of the country? Again, Senator Brunner looked about him. The Speaker of the House was just beginning laying the stair carpet. A judge of the Supreme Court was contending hotly for a better hammer. "It's an insult to expect any decent man to drive tacks with a hammer like this," he was saying. Here were men, real, live men, men with individuality, spirit. When the prince had come so far, wasn't it too bad that he should not see anything but uniforms and cut glass and dress suits and other externals and non-essentials? Senator Brunner was a kind man. He was a good fellow. He was hospitable, patriotic. He decided now in favor of the prince. He had to hurry about it, for it was almost 12 then. One of the vice presidents of the road lived there, and he was taken into confidence and proved an able and eager ally. They located the special train bearing the prince and ordered it stopped at the next station. The stop was made that Senator Patton might receive a long telegram from Senator Brunner. "I figure it like this," the senator told the vice president. "They get to Bowden at 1:15, and we're going to stop there an hour. Then they were going to stop a little while at Cravel. I've told Patton the situation, and that if he wants to do the right thing by the prince, he'll cut out those steps and rush right through here. That will bring him in. Well, they could make it at 1/4 of 2. I've told him I'd square it with Bowden and Cravel. Oh, he'll do it all right." And even as he said so came the reply from Patton. "Too good to miss. We'll rush through. Arrive before 2. Have carriage at Water Street." "That's great," cried the senator. "Trust Billy Patton for falling in with a good thing. And he's right about missing the station crowd. Patton can always go you one better," he admitted grinningly. They had luncheon together, and they were a good deal more like sophomores in college than like a United States senator and a big railroad man. "You don't think there's any danger of their getting through too soon?" McVeigh kept asking anxiously. "Not a bit," the senator assured him. "They can't possibly make it before 3. We'll come in just in time for the final skirmish. It's going to be a jolly rush at the last." They laid their plans with skill worthy of their training. The State Library building was across from the Capitol, and they were connected by tunnel. "I never saw before," said the senator, "what that tunnel was for, but I see now what a great thing it is. We'll get him in at the west door of the library. We can drive right up to it, you know, and then we walk him through the tunnel. That's a stone floor." The senator was chuckling with every sentence. "So I guess they won't be carpeting it. There's a little stairway running up from the tunnel. And say, we must telephone over and arrange about those keys. There'll be a good deal of climbing, but the prince is a good fellow and won't mind. Wouldn't be safe to try the elevator, for Harry Weston would be in it taking somebody a bundle of tacks. The 3rd floor is nothing but storerooms. We'll not be disturbed up there, and we can look right down the rotunda and see the whole show. Of course we'll be discovered in time. Someone is sure to look up and see us, but we'll fix it so they won't see us before we've had our fun. And it strikes me, McVeigh, that for 2 old fellows like you and me, we put the thing through in pretty neat shape." It was a very small and unpretentious party which set from the special at Water Street a little before 2. The prince was wearing a long coat and an automobile cap, did not suggest anything at all formidable or unusual. "You've saved the country," Senator Patton whispered in an aside. He was getting bored. "Never saw a fellow jolly up so in my life. Guess he was just spoiling for some fun. Said it would be really worthwhile to see somebody who wasn't looking for him." Senator Brunner beamed. "Well, that's just the point. He's caught my idea exactly." It went without a hitch. "I feel," said the prince, as they were hurrying him through the tunnel, "that I am a little boy who's run away from school. Only I have a terrible fear that at any minute some band may begin to play, and somebody may think of making a speech." They gave the son of a royal house a seat on a dry goods box, so placed that he could command a good view and yet be fairly secure. The final skirmish was on in earnest. 2 state senators, coatless, tieless, collarless, their faces dirty, their hair rumpled, were finishing the stair carpet. The chairman of the Appropriations Committee in the House was doing the stretching in a still uncarpeted bit of the corridor, and a member who had recently denounced the Appropriations Committee as a disgrace to the state was presiding at the hammer. They were doing most exquisitely harmonious teamwork. A railroad and anti-railroad member who fought every time they came within speaking distance of one another were now in an earnest and very chummy conference relative to a large wrinkle which had just been discovered on the first landing. Many men were standing round holding their backs, and many others were deeply absorbed in nursing their fingers. The doors of the offices were all open, and there was a general hauling in of furniture and hanging of pictures. Clumsy but well-meaning fingers were doing their best with finishing touches. The prince grew so excited about it all that they had to keep urging him not to take too many chances of being seen. "And I'll tell you," Senator Brunner was saying, "it isn't only because I knew it would be funny that I wanted you to see it, but, well, you see, America isn't the real America when she has on her best clothes and is trying to show off. You haven't seen anybody who hasn't prepared for your coming, and that means you haven't seen them as they are at all. Now, here we are. This is us. You see that fellow hanging a picture down there? He's president of the First National Bank. Came over a little while ago, got next to the situation, and stayed to help. And say, this is good. Notice that red-headed fellow just getting up from his knees? Well, he's president of the Teamsters Union. Figured so big in a strike here last year. I call that pretty rich. He's the fellow they are all so afraid of, but I guess he liked the idea of the boys doing it themselves and just sneaked in and helped. There's the governor. He's a fine fellow. He wouldn't be held up by anybody, not even to get ready for a prince, but he's worked like a Trojan all day to make things come his way. Yes, sir, this is the sure enough thing. Here you have the boys off dress parade. Not that we run away from our dignity every day, but see what I mean? I see, replied the prince, and he looked as though he really did. You know, say, dodge there. Move back. No, too late. The governor's caught us. Look at him. The governor's eyes had turned upward, and he had seen. He put his hands on his back. He couldn't look up without doing that, and gave a long, steady stare. First, Senator Brunner waved. Then Senator Patton waved. Then Mr. McVeigh waved. And then the prince waved. Other people were beginning to look up. "They're all on," laughed Patton. "Let's go down." At first they were disposed to think it pretty shabby treatment. "We worked all day to get in shape," grumbled Harry Weston, "and then you go ring the curtain up on us before it's time for our show to begin." But the prince made them feel right about it. He had such a good time that they were forced to concede the move had been a success. And he said to the governor as he was leaving, "I see that the only way to see America is to see it when America is not seeing you." End of How the Prince Saw America by Susan Glaspell. This recording is in the public domain.
Vox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Lamplighter by Charles Dickens. "If you talk of Murphy and Francis Moore, gentlemen," said the Lamplighter who was in the chair, "I mean to say that neither of them ever had any more to do with the stars than Tom Grigg had." "And what had he to do with them?" asked the Lamplighter who officiated as vice. "Nothing at all," replied the other. "Just exactly nothing at all." "Do you mean to say you don't believe in Murphy, then?" demanded the Lamplighter who had opened the discussion. "I mean to say I believe in Tom Grigg," replied the chairman. "Whether I believe in Murphy or not is a matter between me and my conscience, and whether Murphy believes in himself or not is a matter between him and his conscience. Gentlemen, I drink your healths."
The Lamplighter, who did the company this honour, was seated in the chimney corner of a certain tavern, which has been, time out of mind, the Lamplighter's house of call. He sat in the midst of a circle of Lampliters, and was the cacique, or chief, of the tribe. If any of our readers have had the good fortune to behold a Lamplighter's funeral, they will not be surprised to learn that Lampliters are a strange and primitive people, that they rigidly adhere to old ceremonies and customs which have been handed down among them from father to son since the first public lamp was lighted out of doors, that they intermarry, and betroth their children in infancy, that they enter into no plots or conspiracies, for who ever heard of a traitorous Lamplighter, that they commit no crimes against the laws of their country, there being no instance of a murderous or burglarious Lamplighter, that they are, in short, notwithstanding their apparently volatile and restless character, a highly moral and reflective people, having among themselves as many traditional observances as the Jews, and being, as a body, if not as old as the hills, at least as old as the streets. It is an article of their creed that the first faint glimmering of true civilization shone in the first street-light maintained at the public expense. They trace their existence and high position in the public esteem in a direct line to the heathen mythology, and hold that the history of Prometheus himself is but a pleasant fable, whereof the true hero is a lamplighter. "Gentlemen," said the Lamplighter in the chair, I drink your healths. And perhaps, sir, said the Vice, holding up his glass, and rising a little way off his seat and sitting down again, in token that he recognized and returned the compliment, perhaps you will add to that condescension by telling us who Tom Grigg was, and how he came to be connected in your mind with Francis Moore, physician.
Hear, hear! Cried the Lamplighters generally. Tom Grigg, gentlemen, said the chairman, was one of us, and it happened to him, as it don't happen often to a public character in our line, that he had what you may call it, cast. His head? Said the Vice. No, replied the chairman, not his head. His face, perhaps, said the Vice. No, not his face. His legs? No, not his legs. Nor his arms, nor his hands, nor his feet, nor his chest, all of which were severally suggested. His nativity, perhaps? That's it, said the chairman, awakening from his thoughtful attitude at the suggestion. His nativity. That's what Tom had cast, gentlemen. In plaster? Asked the Vice. I don't rightly know how it was done, returned the chairman, but I suppose it was. And there he stopped, as if that were all he had to say, whereupon there arose a murmur among the company, which at length resolved itself into a request conveyed through the Vice that he would go on, this being exactly what the chairman wanted. He mused for a little time, performed that agreeable ceremony, which is popularly termed wetting one's whistle, and went on thus. Tom Grigg, gentlemen, was, as I have said, one of us, and I may go further and say he was an ornament to us, and such a one as only the good old times of oil and cotton could have produced. Tom's family, gentlemen, were all lamplighters. Not the ladies, I hope, asked the Vice. They had a talent enough for it, sir, rejoined the chairman, and would have been but for the prejudices of society. Let women have their rights, sir, and the females of Tom's family would have been every one of 'em in office. But that emancipation hasn't come yet, and hadn't then, and consequently they confined themselves to the bosoms of their families, cooked the dinners, mended the clothes, minded the children, comforted their husbands, and attended to the housekeeping generally. It's a hard thing upon the women, gentlemen, that they are limited to such a sphere of action as this, very hard. I happen to know all about Tom, gentlemen, from the circumstance of his uncle, and by his mother's side, having been my particular friend. That's Tom's uncle's, fate was a melancholy one. Gas was the death of him. When it was first talked of, he laughed. He wasn't angry. He laughed at the credulity of human nature. They might as well talk, he says, of laying on an everlasting succession of glowworms. And then he laughed again, partly at his joke, and partly at poor humanity. In course of time, however, the thing got ground. The experiment was made, and they lighted up Pall Mall. Tom's uncle went to see it. I've heard that he fell off his ladder 14 times that night from weakness, and that he would certainly have gone on falling till he killed himself if his last tumble hadn't been into a wheelbarrow which was going his way, and humanely took him home.
I foresee in this, says Tom's uncle faintly, and taking to his bed as he spoke, I foresee in this, he says, the breaking up of our profession. There's no more going the rounds to trim by daylight, no more dribbling down of the oil on the hats and bonnets of ladies and gentlemen when one feels in spirits. Any low fellow can light a gas lamp, and it's all up. In this state of mind he petitioned the government for, I want a word again, gentlemen, what do you call that which they give to people when it's been found out at last that they've never been of any use, and have been paid too much for doing nothing? Compensation, suggested the Vice. That's it, said the chairman, compensation. They didn't give it him, though, and then he got very fond of his country all at once, and went about saying that gas was a death blow to his native land, and it was a plot of the radicals to ruin the country, and destroy the oil and cotton trade for ever, and that the whales would go and kill themselves privately out of sheer spite and vexation at not being caught. At last he got right down cracked, called his tobacco pipe a gas pipe, thought his tears were lamp oil, and went on with all manner of nonsense of that sort, till one night he hung himself on a lamp iron in St. Martin's Lane, and there was an end of him. Tom loved him, gentlemen, but he survived it. He shed a tear over his grave, got very drunk, spoke a funeral oration that night in the watch-house, and was fined 5 shillings for it in the morning. Some men are none the worse for this sort of thing. Tom was one of them. He went that very afternoon on a new beat, as clear in his head and as free from fever as Father Matthew himself. Tom's new beat, gentlemen, was, I can't say exactly where, for that he'd never tell, but I know it was in a quiet part of town, where there were some queer old houses. I have always had it in my head that it must have been somewhere near Canonbury Tower in Islington, but that's a matter of opinion. Wherever it was, he went upon it, with a brand new ladder, a white hat, a brown holland jacket and trousers, a blue neckerchief, and a sprig of full-blown double wallflower in his buttonhole. Tom was always genteel in his appearance, and I've heard from the best judges that if he left his ladder at home that afternoon, you might have took him for a lord.
He was always merry, was Tom, and such a singer, that if there was any encouragement for native talent, he'd have been at the opera. He was on his ladder, lighting his first lamp and singing to himself, in a manner more easily to be conceived than described, when he hears the clock strike 5, and suddenly sees an old gentleman with a telescope in his hand throw up a window and look at him very hard. Tom didn't know what could be passing in this old gentleman's mind. He thought it likely enough that he might be saying within himself, "Here's a new lamplighter, a good-looking young fellow. Shall I stand something to drink?" Thinking this possible, he keeps quite still, pretending to be very particular about the wick, and looks at the old gentleman sideways, seeming to take no notice of him. Gentlemen, he was one of the strangest and most mysterious-looking files that ever Tom clapped his eyes on. He was dressed all slovenly and untidy, and in a great gown of a kind of bed-furniture pattern, with a cap of the same on his head, and a long old flapped waistcoat, with no braces, no strings, very few buttons, in short, very hardly any of those artificial contrivances that hold society together. Tom knew by these signs, and by his not being shaved, and by his not being over-clean, and by a sort of wisdom not quite awake in his face, that he was a scientific old gentleman. He often told me that if he could have conceived the possibility of the whole Royal Society being boiled down into one man, he should have said the old gentleman's body was that body.
The old gentleman claps the telescope to his eye, looks all round, sees nobody else in sight, stares at Tom again, and cries out very loud, "Hallo!" "Hallo, sir," says Tom from the ladder, "and hallo again, if you come to that." "Here's an extraordinary fulfilment," says the old gentleman, "of a prediction of the planets." "Is there?" says Tom. "I'm very glad to hear it." "Young man," says the old gentleman, "you don't know me?" "Sir," says Tom, "I have not that honour, but I shall be happy to drink your health notwithstanding." "I read," cries the old gentleman, without taking any notice of this politeness on Tom's part, "I read what's going to happen in the stars." Tom thanked him for the information, and begged to know if anything particular was going to happen in the stars in the course of a week or so. But the old gentleman, correcting him, explained that he read in the stars what was going to happen on dry land, and that he was acquainted with all the celestial bodies. "I hope they're all well, sir," says Tom. "Everybody."
"Hush!" cries the old gentleman. "I have consulted the Book of Fate with rare and wonderful success. I am versed in the great sciences of astrology and astronomy. In my house here I have every description of apparatus for observing the course and motion of the planets. 6 months ago I derived from this source the knowledge that precisely as the clock struck 5 this afternoon, a stranger would present himself, the destined husband of my young and lovely niece, in reality of illustrious and high descent, but whose birth would be enveloped in uncertainty and mystery. Don't tell me yours isn't," says the old gentleman, who was in such a hurry to speak that he couldn't get the words out fast enough, "for I know better." Gentleman Tom was so astonished when he heard him say this that he could hardly keep his footing on the ladder, and found it necessary to hold on by the lamp-post. There was a mystery about his birth. His mother had always admitted it. Tom had never known who was his father, and some people had gone so far as to say that even she was in doubt. While he was in this state of amazement, the old gentleman leaves the window, bursts out of the house door, shakes the ladder, and Tom, like a ripe pumpkin, comes sliding down into his arms. "Let me embrace you," he says, folding his arms about him, and nearly lighting up his old bed-furniture gown at Tom's link. "You're a man of noble aspect. Everything combines to prove the accuracy of my observations. You have had mysterious promptings within you," he says. "I know you have had whisperings of greatness, eh?" he says.
"I think I have," says Tom. Tom was one of those who can persuade themselves to anything they like. "I've often thought I wasn't the small beer I was taken for." "You were right," cries the old gentleman, hugging him again. "Come in. My niece awaits us." "Is the young lady tolerable good-looking, sir?" says Tom, hanging fire rather as he thought of her playing the piano and knowing French and being up to all manner of accomplishments. "She's beautiful," cries the old gentleman, who was in such a terrible bustle that he was all in a perspiration. "She has a graceful carriage, an exquisite shape, a sweet voice, a countenance beaming with animation and expression, and the eye," he says, rubbing his hands, "of a startled fawn." Tom supposed that this might mean what was called among his circle of acquaintance a game eye, and with a view to this defect inquired whether the young lady had any cash. "She has £5,000, cries the old gentleman. "But what of that? What of that? A word in your ear. I'm in search of the philosopher's stone. I have very nearly found it. Not quite. It turns everything to gold. That's its property." Tom naturally thought it must have a deal of property, and said that when the old gentleman did get it, he hoped he'd be careful to keep it in the family. "Certainly," he says, "of course. £5,000. What's £5,000 to us? What's 5,000,000? He says. "What's 5,000,000,000? Money will be nothing to us. We shall never be able to spend it fast enough." "We'll try what we can do, sir," says Tom. "We will," says the old gentleman. "Your name?" "Grigg," says Tom. The old gentleman embraced him again very tight, and without speaking another word, dragged him into the house in such an excited manner that it was as much as Tom could do to take his Lincoln ladder with him and put them down in the passage. Gentlemen, if Tom hadn't been always remarkable for his love of truth, I think you would still have believed him when he said that all this was like a dream. There is no better way for a man to find out whether he is really asleep or awake than calling for something to eat. If he's in a dream, gentlemen, he'll find something wanting in flavour, depend upon it. Tom explained his doubts to the old gentleman, and said that if there were any cold meat in the house, it would ease his mind very much to test himself at once. The old gentleman ordered up a venison pie, a small ham, and a bottle of very old Madeira. At the first mouthful of pie and the first glass of wine, Tom smacks his lips and cries out, "I'm awake! Wide awake!" And to prove that he was so, gentlemen, he made an end of 'em both. When Tom had finished his meal, which he never spoke of afterwards without tears in his eyes, the old gentleman hugs him again and says, "Noble stranger, let us visit my young and lovely niece." Tom, who was a little elevated with the wine, replies, "The noble stranger is agreeable," at which words the old gentleman took him by the hand and led him to the parlour, crying, as he opened the door, "Here is Mr. Grigg, the favourite of the planets." I will not attempt a description of female beauty, gentlemen, for every one of us has a model of his own that suits his own taste best. In this parlour that I am speaking of there were 2 young ladies, and if every gentleman present will imagine 2 models of his own in their places, and will be kind enough to polish him up to the very highest pitch of perfection, he will then have a faint conception of their uncommon radiance. Besides these 2 young ladies, there was their waiting-woman, that under any circumstances Tom would have looked upon as a Venus, and beside her there was a tall, thin, dismal-faced young gentleman, half man and half boy, dressed in a childish suit of clothes very much too short in the legs and arms, and looking, according to Tom's comparisons, like one of the wax juveniles from a tailor's door, grown up and run to seed. Now, this youngster stamped his foot upon the ground and looked very fierce at Tom, and Tom looked fierce at him, for to tell the truth, gentlemen, Tom more than half suspected that when they entered the room he was kissing one of the young ladies, and for anything Tom knew, you observe, we might be his young lady, which was not pleasant.
"Sir," says Tom, "before we proceed any further, will you have the goodness to inform me who this young salamander," Tom called him for aggravation, you perceive, gentlemen, "who this young salamander may be?" "That, Mr. Grigg," says the old gentleman, "is my little boy. He was christened Galileo Isaac Newton Flamstead. Don't mind him, he's a mere child." "And a very fine child, too," says Tom. "Still aggravating, you'll observe, of his age, and as good as fine, I have no doubt. How do you do, my man?" With which kind and patronizing expressions Tom reached up to pat him on the head, and quoted 2 lines about little boys from Dr. Watts' hymns, which he had learnt at Sunday school. It was very easy to see, gentlemen, by this youngster's frowning, and by the waiting-maid's tossing her head and turning up her nose, and by the young ladies turning their backs and talking together at the other end of the room, that nobody but the old gentleman took very kindly to the noble stranger. Indeed, Tom plainly heard the waiting woman say to her master that so far as being able to read the stars as he pretended, she didn't believe he knew his letters in him, or, at best, that he had to go further than words in one syllable. But Tom, not minding this, for he was in spirits after the Madeira, looked with an agreeable air towards the young ladies, and, kissing his hand to both, says to the old gentleman, "Which is which?" "This," says the old gentleman, leading out the handsomest, if one of them could possibly said to be handsomer than the other, "this is my niece, Miss Fanny Barker." "If you'll permit me, miss," says Tom, "being a noble stranger and a favourite of the planets, I will conduct myself as such." With these words he kisses the young lady in a very affable way, turns to the old gentleman, slaps him on the back, and says, "When's it to come off, my buck?" The young lady coloured so deep, and her lip trembled so much, gentlemen, that Tom really thought she was going to cry. But she kept her feelings down, and turning to the old gentleman, says, "Dear uncle, though you will have the absolute disposal of by hand and fortune, and though you mean well in disposing of them thus, I ask you whether you don't think this is a mistake. Don't you think, dear uncle," she says, "that the stars must be in error? Is it not possible that the comet may have put him out?" "The stars," says the old gentleman, "couldn't make a mistake if they tried. Emma," he says to the other young lady. "Yes, papa," says she. "The same day that makes your cousin, Mrs. Grigg, will unite you to the gifted Mooney. No remonstrance, no tears. Now, Mr. Grigg, let me conduct you to the hallowed ground, that philosophical retreat where my friend and partner, the gifted Mooney, of whom I have just now spoken, is even now pursuing those discoveries which shall enrich us with the precious metal and make us masters of the world. Come, Mr. Grigg," he says.
"With all my heart, sir," replies Tom, "and luck to the gifted Mooney, say I, not so much on his account as for our worthy selves." With this sentiment Tom kissed his hand to the ladies again, and followed him out, having the gratification to perceive, as he looked back, that they were all hanging on by the arms and legs of Galileo Isaac Newton Flamstead, to prevent him from following the noble stranger and tearing him to pieces. Gentlemen, Tom's father-in-law that was to be took him by the hand, and having lighted a little lamp, led him across a paved courtyard at the back of the house, into a very large, dark, gloomy room, filled with all manner of bottles, globes, books, telescopes, crocodiles, alligators, and other scientific instruments of every kind. In the centre of this room was a stove, or furnace, with what Tom called a pot, but which, in my opinion, was a crucible, in full boil. In one corner was a sort of a ladder leading through the roof, and up this ladder the old gentleman pointed, as he said in a whisper, "The observatory. Mr. Mooney is even now watching for the precise time at which we are to come into all the riches of the earth. It will be necessary for he and I, alone in that silent place, to cast your nativity before the hour arrives. Put the day and minute of your birth on this piece of paper, and leave the rest to me." "You don't mean to say," says Tom, doing as he was told, and giving him back the paper, "that I'm to wait here long, do you? It's a precious dismal place." "Hush," says the old gentleman, "it's hallowed ground. Farewell." "Stop a minute," says Tom. "What a hurry you're all in. What's in that large bottle yonder?" "It's a child with 3 heads," says the old gentleman, "and everything else in proportion." "Why don't you throw him away?" says Tom. "What do you keep such unpleasant things here for?" "Throw him away?" cries the old gentleman. "We use him constantly in astrology. He's a charm." "I shouldn't have thought it," says Tom, "from his appearance. Must you go, I say?" The old gentleman makes him no answer, but climbs up the ladder in a greater bustle than ever. Tom looked after his legs till there was nothing of him left, and then sat down to wait, feeling, so he used to say, as comfortable as if he were going to be made a Freemason and they were heating the pokers.
Tom waited so long, gentlemen, that he began to think it must be getting on for midnight at least, and felt more dismal and lonely than ever he had done in all his life. He tried every means of whiling away the time, but it never had seemed to move so slow. First he took a nearer view of the child with 3 heads, and thought what a comfort it must have been to his parents. Then he looked up a long telescope which was pointed out of the window, but saw nothing particular, in consequence of the stopper being on at the other end. Then he came to a skeleton in a glass case, labelled "Skeleton of a Gentleman, prepared by Mr. Mooney," which made him hope that Mr. Mooney might not be in the habit of preparing gentlemen that way without their own consent. 100 times at least he looked into the pot where they were boiling the philosopher's stone down to the proper consistency, and wondered whether it was nearly done. When it is, thinks Tom, I'll send out for the 6 penn'orth of sprats and turn 'em into gold fish for a first experiment. Besides which he made up his mind, gentlemen, to have a country house and a park, and to plant a bit of it with a double row of gas lamps a mile long, and go out every night with a French-polished mahogany ladder, and 2 servants in livery behind him, to light 'em for his own pleasure. At length and at last the old gentleman's legs appeared upon the steps leading through the roof, and he came slowly down, bringing along with him the gifted Mooney. This Mooney, gentlemen, was even more scientific in appearance than his friend, and had, as Tom often declared upon his word and honour, the dirtiest face we can possibly know of in this imperfect state of existence. Gentlemen, you are all aware that if a scientific man isn't absent in his mind, he's of no good at all. Mr. Mooney was so absent that when the old gentleman said to him, "Shake hands with Mr. Grigg," he put out his leg. "Here's a mind, Mr. Grigg," cries the old gentleman in a rapture. "Here's philosophy, here's rumination. Don't disturb him," he says, "for this is amazing." Tom had no wish to disturb him, having nothing particular to say, but he was so uncommonly amazing that the old gentleman got impatient, and determined to give him an electric shock to bring him to, "for you must know, Mr. Grigg," he says, "that we always keep a strongly charged battery ready for that purpose." These means being resorted to, gentlemen, the gifted Mooney revived with a loud roar, and he no sooner came to himself than both he and the old gentleman looked at Tom with compassion, and shed tears abundantly. "My dear friend," says the old gentleman to the gifted, "prepare him." "I say," cries Tom, falling back, "none of that, you know. No preparing by Mr. Mooney, if you please." "Alas," replies the old gentleman, "you don't understand us. My friend, inform him of his fate. I can't."
The gifted mustered up his voice after many efforts, and informed Tom that his nativity had been carefully cast, and he would expire at exactly 35 minutes, 27 seconds, and 5/6 of a second past 9 o'clock a.m. on that day 2 months. Gentlemen, I leave you to judge what were Tom's feelings at this announcement, on the eve of matrimony and endless riches. "I think," he says in a trembling voice, "there must be a mistake in the working of that sum. Will you do me the favour to cast it up again?" "There is no mistake," replies the old gentleman. "It is confirmed by Francis Moore, physician. Here is the prediction for tomorrow 2 months." And he showed him the page, where sure enough were these words, "The decease of a great person may be looked for about this time." "Which," says the old gentleman, "is clearly you, Mr. Grigg." "Too clearly," cries Tom, sinking into a chair, and giving one hand to the old gentleman and one to the gifted. "The orb of day has set on Thomas Grigg forever." At this affecting remark, the gifted shed tears again, and the other 2 mingled their tears with his in a kind, if I may use the expression, of Mooney and Co.'s entire. But the old gentleman recovered first, observed that this was only a reason for hastening the marriage, in order that Tom's distinguished race might be transmitted to posterity, and requested the gifted to console Mr. Grigg during his temporary absence. He withdrew to settle the preliminaries with his niece immediately. And now, gentlemen, a very extraordinary and remarkable occurrence took place. For as Tom sat in a melancholy way in one chair, and the gifted sat in a melancholy way in another, a couple of doors were thrown violently open, the 2 young ladies rushed in, and one knelt down in a loving attitude at Tom's feet, and the other at the gifted's. So far, perhaps, as Tom was concerned, as he used to say, you will say there was nothing strange in this. But you will be of a different opinion when you understand that Tom's young lady was kneeling to the gifted, and the gifted's young lady was kneeling to Tom.
Halloa! Stop a minute, cries Tom. Here's a mistake. I need condoling by sympathizing woman under my afflicting circumstances. But we're out in the figure. Change partners, Mooney. Monster! Cries Tom's young lady, clinging to the gifted. Miss, says Tom, is that your manners? I abjure thee, cries Tom's young lady. I renounce thee. I will never be thine. Thou, she says to the gifted, art the object of my first and all-engrossing passion. Wrapped in thy sublime visions, thou hast not perceived my love, but, driven to despair, I now shake off the woman and avow it. O cruel, cruel man! With which reproach she laid her head upon the gifted's breast, and put her arms about him in the tenderest manner possible, gentlemen. And I, says the other young lady, in a sort of ecstasy that made Tom start, I hereby abjure my chosen husband too. Hear me, goblin! This was to the gifted. Hear me, I hold thee in the deepest detestation. The maddening interview of this one night has filled my soul with love, but not for thee. It is for thee, young man, she cries to Tom. As Monk Lewis finally observes, Thomas, Thomas, I am thine, Thomas, Thomas, thou art mine, thine forever, mine forever. With which words she became very tender likewise. Tom and the gifted gentleman, as you may believe, looked at each other in a very awkward manner, and with thoughts not at all complimentary to the two young ladies. As to the gifted, I have heard Tom say often that he was certain he was in a fit, and had it inwardly. Speak to me, oh, speak to me, cries Tom's young lady to the gifted. I don't want to speak to anybody, he says, finding his voice at last and trying to push her away. I think I had better go. I'm frightened, he says, looking about as if he had lost something. Not one look of love, she cries. Hear me while I declare. I don't know how to look a look of love, he says, all in a maze. Don't declare anything. I don't want to hear anybody.
That's right, cries the old gentleman, who it seems had been listening. That's right. Don't hear her. Emma shall marry you tomorrow, my friend, whether she likes it or not, and she shall marry Mr. Grigg. Gentlemen, these words were no sooner out of his mouth than Galileo Isaac Newton Flamstead, who it seems had been listening too, darts in, and spinning round and round like a young giant's top, cries, Let her! Let her! I'm fierce! I'm furious! I give her leave! I'll never marry anybody after this! Never! It isn't safe! She is the falsest of the false, he cries, tearing his hair and gnashing his teeth, and I'll live and die a bachelor. The little boy, observed the gifted gravely, albeit of tender years, has spoken wisdom. I have been led to the contemplation of womankind, and will not adventure on the troubled waters of matrimony. What? Says the old gentleman. Not marry my daughter? Won't you, Mooney? Not if I make her? Won't you? Won't you? No, says Mooney, I won't. And if anybody asks me any more, I'll run away and never come back again. Mr. Grigg, says the old gentleman, the stars must be obeyed. You have not changed your mind because of a little girlish folly, eh, Mr. Grigg? Tom, gentlemen, had his eyes about him, and was pretty sure that all this was a device and trick of the waiting-maid to put him off his inclination. He'd seen her hiding and skipping about the two doors, and had observed that a very little whispering from her pacified the salamander directly. So, thinks Tom, this is a plot, but it won't fit. Eh, Mr. Grigg? Says the old gentleman. Why, sir, says Tom, pointing to the crucible, if the soup's nearly ready. Another hour beholds the consummation of our labours, returned the old gentleman. Very good, says Tom, with a mournful air. It's only for 2 months, but I may as well be the richest man in the world, even for that time. I'm not particular. I'll take her, sir, I'll take her. The old gentleman was in a rapture to find Tom still in the same mind, and drawing the young lady towards him, little by little, was joining their hands by main force, when all of a sudden, gentlemen, the crucible blows up with a great crash. Everybody screams, the room is filled with smoke, and Tom, not knowing what may happen next, throws himself into a fancy attitude and says, Come on if you're a man, without addressing himself to anybody in particular. The labours of 15 years, says the old gentleman, clasping his hands and looking down upon the gifted, who was saving the pieces, are destroyed in an instant. And I am told, gentlemen, by the by, that this same philosopher's stone would have been discovered 100 times at least, to speak within bounds, if it wasn't for the one unfortunate circumstance that the apparatus always blows up when it's on the very point of succeeding. Tom turns pale when he hears the old gentleman expressing himself in this unpleasant effect, and stammers out that if it's quite agreeable to all parties, he'd like to know exactly what has happened and what change has really taken place in the prospects of that company. "We have failed for the present, Mr. Grigg," says the old gentleman, wiping his forehead, "and I regret it the more because I have in fact invested my niece's £15,000 in this glorious speculation. But don't be cast down," he says anxiously. "In another 15 years, Mr. Grigg—" "Oh," cries Tom, letting the young lady's hand fall. "Were the stars very positive about this union, sir?" "They were," says the old gentleman. "I'm sorry to hear it," Tom makes answer, "for it's no go, sir." "No what?" cries the old gentleman. "Go, sir," says Tom fiercely. "I forbid the banns." And with these words, which were the very words he used, he sat himself down in a chair, and laying his head upon the table, thought with a secret grief of what was to come to pass on that day 2 months.
Tom always said, gentlemen, that waiting-maid was the artfullest minx he had ever seen, and he left it in writing in this country, when he went to colonize abroad, that he was certain in his own mind that she and the salamander had blown up the philosopher's stone on purpose, and to cut him out of his property. I believe Tom was in the right, gentlemen, but whether or no, she comes forward at this point, and says, "May I speak, sir?" And the old gentleman answering, "Yes, you may," she goes on to say that the stars are no doubt quite right in every respect, but Tom is not the man. And she says, "Don't you remember, sir, that when the clock struck 5 this afternoon, you gave Master Galileo a rap on the head with your telescope, and told him to get out of the way?" "Yes, I do," said the old gentleman. "Then," says the waiting-maid, "I say he's the man, and the prophecy is fulfilled." The old gentleman staggers at this, as if somebody had hit him a blow on the chest, and cries, "He? Why, he's a boy!" Upon that, gentleman, the salamander cries out that he'll be 21 next Lady Day, and complains that his father has always been so busy with the sun round which the earth revolves, that he has never taken any notice of the sun that revolves around him, and that he hasn't had a new suit of clothes since he was 14, and that he wasn't even taken out of nankeen frocks and trousers till he was quite unpleasant in 'em, and touches on a good many more family matters to the same purpose. To make short of a long story, gentlemen, they all talk together and cry together, and remind the old gentleman that as to the noble family, his own grandfather would have been Lord Mayor if he hadn't died at dinner the year before, and they show him by all kinds of arguments that if the cousins are married, the prediction comes true in every way. At last, the old gentleman, being quite convinced, gives in, and joins their hands, and leaves his daughter to marry anybody she likes. And they were all well pleased. And the gifted was as well as any of them. In the middle of this little family party, gentlemen, sits Tom all the while as miserable as you like, but when everything else is arranged, the old gentleman's daughter says that their strange conduct was a little device of the waiting-maid's to disgust the lovers he had chosen for him, and will he forgive her? And if he will, perhaps he might even find her a husband. And when she says that, she looks uncommon hard at Tom. Then the waiting-maid says that, oh dear, she couldn't a-bear Mr. Grigg should think she wanted him to marry her, and that she had even gone so far as to refuse the Lamplighter, who was now a literary character, having set up as a bill-sticker, and that she hoped Mr. Grigg would not suppose she was on her last legs by any means, for the baker was very strong in his attentions at the moment, and as to the butcher, he was frantic. And I don't know how much more she might have said, gentlemen, for, as you know, this kind of young women are rare ones to talk, if the old gentleman hadn't cut in suddenly and asked Tom if he'd have her, with £10 to recompense him for the loss of time and disappointment, and as a kind of bribe to keep the story secret. "It don't matter much, sir," says Tom. "I ain't long for this world. 8 weeks of marriage, especially with this young woman, might reconcile me to my fate. I think," he says, "I could go off easy after that." With which he embraces her with a very dismal face, and groans in a way that might move a heart of stone, even of a philosopher's stone.
"Egad," says the old gentleman, "that reminds me, this bustle put it out of my head. There was a figure wrong. He'll live to a green old age, 87 at least." "How much, sir?" cries Tom. 87, says the old gentleman. Without another word, Tom flings himself on the old gentleman's neck, throws up his hat, cuts a caper, defies the waiting maid, and refers her to the butcher.
"You won't marry her," says the old gentleman angrily. "And live after it," says Tom. "I'd sooner marry a mermaid with a small-toothed comb and looking-glass than take the consequences," says the other. With those words, I beg your kind attention here, gentlemen, for it's worth your notice, the old gentleman wetted his forefinger of his right hand in some of the liquor from the crucible that was spilt on the floor, and drew a small triangle on Tom's forehead. The room swam before his eyes, and he found himself in the watch-house.
"Found himself where?" cried the Vice, on behalf of the company generally. "In the watch-house," said the chairman. It was late at night, and he found himself in the very watch-house from which he had been let out that morning. "Did he go home?" asked the Vice. "The watch-house people rather objected to that," said the chairman. "So he stopped there that night, and went before the magistrate in the morning." "Why, you're here again, are you?" says the magistrate, adding insult to injury. "We'll trouble you for 5 shillings more, if you can conveniently spare the money." Tom told him he had been enchanted, but it was of no use. He told the contractors the same, but they wouldn't believe him. It was very hard upon him, gentlemen, as he often said, for was it likely he'd go and invent such a tale? They shook their heads, and told him he'd say anything but his prayers, as indeed he would, there's no doubt about that. It was the only imputation on his moral character that ever I heard of. End of The Lamplighter.
The Last 60 Minutes by Susan Glaspell. Recording by Shona Brogdon-Sturble. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Last 60 Minutes by Susan Glaspell. 9, 10. The old clock paused, as if in dramatic appreciation of the situation, and then slowly, weightily, it gave the final stroke. 11. The governor swung his chair halfway round, and looked the timepiece full in the face. Already the seconds had begun ticking off the last hour of his official life. On the stroke of 12, another man would be governor of the state. He sat there, watching the movement of the minute hand. The sound of voices, some jovial, some argumentative, was borne to him through the open transom. People were beginning to gather in the corridors, and he could hear the usual disputes about tickets of admission to the inaugural. His secretary came in just then with some letters. "Could you see Whitefield now?" he asked. "He's waiting out here for you." The old man looked up wearily. "Oh, put him off, Charlie. Tell him you can talk to him about whatever it is he wants to know." The secretary had his hand on the knob when the governor added, "And Charlie, keep everybody out if you can. I've got a few private matters to go over." The younger man nodded and opened the door. He half closed it behind him and then turned to say, "Except Francis. You'll want to see him if he comes in, won't you?" He frowned and moved impatiently as he answered curtly, "Oh, yes." Francis. Of course it never occurred to any of them that he could close the door on Francis. He drummed nervously on his desk, and suddenly reached down and, opening one of the drawers, tossed back a few things and drew out a newspaper. He unfolded this and spread it out on the desk. Running across the page was the big black line, "Real governors of some western states," and just below, the first of the series, and played up as the most glaring example of nominal and real in governorship, was a sketch of Harvey Francis. He sat there looking at it, knowing full well that it would not contribute to his peace of mind. It did not make for placidity of spirit to be told at the end of things that he had, as a matter of fact, never been anybody at all. And the bitterest part of it was that, looking back on it now, getting it from the viewpoint of one stepping from it, he could see just how true was the statement. Harvey Francis has been the real governor of the state. John Morrison, his mouthpiece and figurehead. He walked to the window and looked out over the January landscape. It may have been the snowy hills, as well as the thoughts weighing him down, that carried him back across the years to one snowy afternoon when he stood up in a little red schoolhouse and delivered an oration on the responsibilities of statesmanship. He smiled as the title came back to him, and yet what had become of the spirit of that 17-year-old boy? He had meant it all then. He could remember the thrill with which he stood there that afternoon long before, and poured out his sentiments regarding the sacredness of public trust. What was it had kept him, when his chance came, from working out in his life the things he had so fervently poured into his schoolboy oration? Someone was tapping at the door. It was an easy, confident tap, and there was a good deal of reflex action in the governor's "Come in." Indulging in a little meditation? The governor frowned at the way Francis said it, and the latter went on easily. "Just came from a row with Dorman. Everybody is holding him up for tickets, and he, poor young fool, looks as though he wanted to jump in the river. Takes things tremendously to heart, Dorman does." He lighted a cigar, smiling quietly over that youthful quality of Dorman's. "Well," he went on, leaning back in his chair and looking about the room, "I thought I'd look in on you for a minute. You see, I'll not have the entree to the governor's office by afternoon." He laughed, the easy, good-humored laugh of one too sophisticated to spend emotion uselessly. It was he who fell into meditation then, and the governor sat looking at him. A paragraph from the newspaper came back to him. "Harvey Francis is the most dangerous type of boss politician. His is not the crude and vulgar method that asks a man what his vote is worth. He deals gently and tenderly with consciences. He knows how to get a man without fatally injuring that man's self-respect." The governor's own experience bore out the summary. When elected to office as state senator, he had cherished old-fashioned ideas of serving his constituents and doing his duty. But the very first week, Francis had asked one of those little favors of him, and wishing to show his appreciation of support given him in his election, he had granted it. Then various courtesies were shown him. He was let in on a deal, and almost before he realized it, it seemed definitely understood that he was a Francis man. Francis roused himself and murmured, "Fools! Amateurs!" "Laymen?" ventured the governor. "Laymen and all," his crowd. And yet the governor could not resist. "In another hour this same fool will be governor of the state." "The fool seems to have won." Francis rose impatiently. "For the moment. It won't be lasting. In any profession, fools and amateurs may win single victories. They can't keep it up. They don't know how." "Oh, no," he insisted cheerfully. "Layman will never be re-elected. Fact is, I'm counting on this contract business we've saved up for him getting in good work." He was moving toward the door. "Well," he concluded with a curious little laugh, "see you upstairs." The governor looked at the clock. It pointed now to 25 minutes past 11. The last hour was going fast. In a very short time he must join the party in the anteroom of the house. But weariness had come over him. He leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. He was close upon 70, and today looked even older than his years. It was not a vicious face, but it was not a strong one. People who wanted to say nice things of the governor called him pleasant or genial or kindly. Even the men in the appointive offices did not venture to say he had much force. He felt it today as he never had before. He had left no mark. He had done nothing, stood for nothing. Never once had his personality made itself felt. He had signed the documents. Harvey Francis had always suggested. The term was that man's own, the course to be pursued, and the suggestions had ever dictated the policy that would throw the most of influence or money to that splendidly organized machine that Francis controlled. With an effort he shook himself free from his cheerless retrospect. There was a thing or two he wanted to get from his desk, and his time was growing very short. He found what he wanted, and then, just as he was about to close the drawer, his eye fell on a large yellow envelope. He closed the drawer, but only to reopen it, take out the envelope, and remove the documents it contained, and then, one by one, he spread them out before him on the desk. He sat there looking down at them, wondering whether a man had ever stepped into office with as many pitfalls laid for him. During the last month they had been busy about the old State House, setting traps for the new governor. The machine was especially jubilant over those contracts the governor now had spread out before him. The convict labor question was being fought out in the state just then, organized labor demanding its repeal, country taxpayers insisting that it be maintained. Under the system, the penitentiary had become self-supporting. In November, the contracts had come up for renewal, but on the request of Harvey Francis, the matter had been put off from time to time and still remained open. Just the week before, Francis had put it to the governor something like this: "Don't sign those contracts. We can give some reason for holding them off, save them up for laymen. Then we can see that the question is agitated. And whatever he does about it is going to prove a bad thing for him. If he doesn't sign, he's in bed with the country fellows, the men who elected him. Don't you see? At the end of his administration, the penitentiary, under you self-sustaining, will have cost them a pretty penny. We've got him right square." The clock was close to 20 minutes of 12, and he concluded that he would go out and join some of his friends he could hear in the other room. It would never do for him to go upstairs with a long, serious face. He had had his day, and now Layman was to have his. And if the new governor did better than the old one, then so much the better for the state. As for the contracts, Layman surely must understand that there was a good deal of rough sailing on political waters. But it was not easy to leave the room. Walking to the window, he again stood there looking out across the snow, and once more he went back now at the end of things to that day in the little red schoolhouse which stood out as the beginning. He was called back from that dreaming by the sight of 3 men coming up the hill. He smiled faintly in anticipation of the things Francis and the rest of them would say about the new governors arriving on foot. Layman had requested that the inaugural parade be done away with, but one would suppose he would at least dignify the occasion by arriving in a carriage. Francis would see that the opposing papers handled it as a grandstand play to the country constituents. And then, forgetful of Francis and of the approaching ceremony, the old man stood there by the window, watching the young man who was coming up to take his place. How firmly the new governor walked! With what confidence he looked ahead at the State House! The governor, not considering the inconsistency therein, felt a thrill of real pride in thought of the States possessing a man like that. Standing though he did for the things pitted against him, down in his heart John Marston had all along cherished a strong admiration for that young man who, as district attorney of the state's metropolis, had aroused the whole country by his fearlessness and unquestionable sincerity. Many a day he had sat in that same office, reading what the young district attorney was doing in the city close by, the fight he was making almost single-handed against corruption, how he was striking in the high places, fast and hard as in the low, the opposition, threats, and time after time there had been that same secret thrill at thought of there being a man like that. And when the people of the state, convinced that here was one man who would serve them, began urging the district attorney for chief executive, Governor Morrison, linked with the opposing forces, doing all he could to bring about Layman's defeat, never lost that secret feeling for the young man who, unbacked by any organization, struck blow after blow at the machine that had so long dominated the state, winning in the end that almost incomprehensible victory. The new governor had passed from sight, and a moment later his voice came to the ear of the lonely man in the executive office. Some friends had stopped him just outside the governor's door with a laughing, "Here's hoping you'll do as much for us in the new office as you did in the old." And the new governor replied buoyantly, "Oh, but I'm going to do a great deal more." The man within the office smiled a little wistfully and with a sigh sat down before his desk. The clock now pointed to 13 minutes of 12. They would be asking for him upstairs. There were some scraps of paper on his desk, and he threw them into the wastebasket, murmuring, "I can at least give him a clean desk." He pushed his chair back sharply. A clean desk. The phrase opened to deeper meanings. Why not clean it up in earnest? Why not give him a square deal, a real chance? Why not sign the contracts? Again he looked at the clock. Not yet 10 minutes of 12. For 10 minutes more he was governor of the state. 10 minutes of real governorship. Might it not make up a little, both to his own soul and to the world, for the years he had weakly served as another man's puppet? The consciousness that he could do it, that it was not within the power of any man to stop him, was intoxicating. Why not break the chains now at the last, and just before the end, taste the joy of freedom? He took up his pen and reached for the inkwell. With trembling, excited fingers, he unfolded the contracts. He dipped his pen into the ink. He even brought it down on the paper. And then the tension broke. He sank back in his chair, a frightened, broken old man. "Oh, no," he whispered. "No, not now. It's—" His head went lower and lower, until at last it rested on the desk. Too late. When he raised his head and grew more steady, it was only to see the soundness of his conclusion. He had not the right, now in the final hour, to buy for himself a little of glory, it would only be a form of self-indulgence. They would call it, and perhaps rightly, hush money to his conscience. They would say he went back on them only when he was through with them. Oh, no, there would be no more strength in it than in the average deathbed repentance. He would at least step out with consistency. He folded the contracts and put them back into the envelope. The minute hand now pointed to 7 minutes to 12. Someone was tapping at the door, and the secretary appeared to say they were waiting for him upstairs. He replied that he would be there in a minute, hoping that his voice did not sound as strange to the other man as it had to himself. Slowly he walked to the door leading into the corridor. This, then, was indeed the end. This, the final stepping down from office. After years of what they called public service, he was leaving it all now with a sense of defeat and humiliation. A lump was in the old man's throat. His eyes were blurred. "But you, Frank Layman," he whispered passionately, turning as if for comfort to the other man, "it will be different with you. They'll not get you. Not you." It lifted him then as a great wave, this passionate exultation that here was one man whom corruption could not claim as her own. Here was one human soul not to be had for a price. There flitted before him again a picture of that 17-year-old boy in the little red schoolhouse. And close upon it came the picture of this other young man, against whom all powers of corruption had been turned in vain. With the one it had been the emotional luxury of a sentiment, a thing from life's actualities apart. With the other it was a force that dominated all things else, a force over which circumstances and design could not prevail. "I know all about it," he was saying. "I know about it all. I know how easy it is to fall. I know how fine it is to stand." His sense of disappointment in his own empty, besmirched career was almost submerged then as he projected himself on into the career of this other man, who within the hour would come there in his stead. How glorious was his opportunity, how limitless his possibilities, and how great to his own soul the satisfaction the years would bring of having done his best. It had all changed now, that passionate longing to vindicate himself, add one thing honorable and fine to his own record, had altogether left him. And with the new mood came new insight, and what had been an impulse centered to a purpose. It pointed to 3 minutes to 12 as he walked over to his desk, unfolded the contracts, and one by one affixed his signature. In a dim way he was conscious of how the interpretation of his first motive would be put upon it, how they would call him traitor and coward, but that mattered little. The very fact that the man for whom he was doing it would never see it as it was brought him no pang. And when he had carefully blotted the papers, affixed the seal, and put them away, there was in his heart the clean, sweet joy of a child, because he had been able to do this for a man in whom he believed. The band was playing the opening strains as he closed the door behind him and started upstairs. End of The Last 60 Minutes by Susan Glaspell. This recording is in the public domain.
The Loves of Alonzo Fitz Clarence and Rosannah Ethelton by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by John Letton. The Loves of Alonzo Fitz Clarence and Rosannah Ethelton by Mark Twain. It was well along in the forenoon of a bitter winter's day. The town of Eastport in the state of Maine lay buried under a deep snow that was newly fallen. The customary bustle in the streets was wanting. One could look long distances down them and see nothing but a dead-white emptiness, with silence to match. Of course, I do not mean that you could see the silence. No, you could only hear it. The sidewalks were merely long, deep ditches, with steep snow walls on either side. Here and there you might hear the faint, far scrape of a wooden shovel. And if you were quick enough, you might catch a glimpse of a distant black figure stooping and disappearing in one of those ditches, and reappearing the next moment with a motion which you would know meant the heaving out of a shovelful of snow. But you needed to be quick, for that black figure would not linger, but would soon drop that shovel and scud for the house, thrashing itself with its arms to warm them. Yes, it was too venomously cold for snow-shovelers, or anybody else to stay out long. Presently the sky darkened. Then the wind rose and began to blow in fitful, vigorous gusts, which sent clouds of powdery snow aloft, and straight ahead and everywhere. Under the impulse of one of these gusts, great white drifts banked themselves like graves across the streets. A moment later another gust shifted them around the other way, driving a fine spray of snow from their sharp crests, as the gale drives the spume flakes from wave crests at sea. A third gust swept that place as clean as your hand, if it saw fit. This was fooling, this was play, but each and all of the gusts dumped some snow into the sidewalk ditches, for that was business. Alonzo Fitz Clarence was sitting in his snug and elegant little parlor, in a lovely blue silk dressing-gown, with cuffs and facings of crimson satin, elaborately quilted. The remains of his breakfast were before him, and the dainty and costly little table service added a harmonious charm to the grace, beauty, and richness of the fixed appointments of the room. A cheery fire was blazing on the hearth. A furious gust of wind shook the windows, and a great wave of snow washed against them with a drenching sound, so to speak. The handsome young bachelor murmured, "That means no going out today. Well, I am content. But what to do for company? Mother is well enough. Aunt Susan is well enough. But these, like the poor, I have with me always. On so grim a day as this, one needs a new interest, a fresh element to whet the dull edge of captivity. That was neatly said, but it doesn't mean anything. One doesn't want the edge of captivity sharpened up, you know, but just the reverse." He glanced at his pretty French mantel clock. "That clock's wrong again. That clock hardly ever knows what time it is, and when it does know, it lies about it, which amounts to the same thing. Alfred!" There was no answer. Alfred. Good servant, but as uncertain as the clock. Alonzo touched an electric bell button in the wall. He waited a moment, then touched it again, waited a few moments more, and said, "Battery out of order, no doubt. But now that I have started, I will find out what time it is." He stepped to a speaking tube in the wall, blew its whistle, and called, "Mother," and repeated it twice. "Well, that's no use. Mother's battery is out of order, too. Can't raise anybody downstairs, that is plain." He sat down at a rosewood desk, leaned his chin on the left-hand edge of it, and spoke as if to the floor. "Aunt Susan?" A low, pleasant voice answered, "Is that you, Alonzo?" "Yes. I'm too lazy and comfortable to go downstairs. I am in extremity, and I can't seem to scare up any help." "Dear me, what is the matter?" "Matter enough, I can tell you." "Oh, don't keep me in suspense, dear. What is it?" "I want to know what time it is." "You abominable boy, what a turn you did give me! Is that all?" "All? On my honor. Calm yourself. Tell me the time, and receive my blessing." "Just 5 minutes after 9. No charge. Keep your blessing." "Thanks. It wouldn't have impoverished me, auntie, nor so enriched you that you could live without other means." He got up, murmuring, "Just 5 minutes after 9, and faced his clock. "Ah," said he, "you are doing better than usual. You are only 34 minutes wrong. Let me see. 33 and 21 are 54. 4 times 54 are 236. 1 off leaves 235. That's right. He turned the hands of his clock forward till they marked 25 minutes to 1, and said, Now see if you can't keep right for a while, else I'll raffle you. He sat down at the desk again and said, Aunt Susan. Yes, dear. Had breakfast? Yes, indeed, an hour ago. Busy? No, except sewing. Why? Got any company? No, but I expect some at 9:30. I wish I did. I'm lonesome. I want to talk to somebody. Very well. Talk to me. But this is very private. Don't be afraid. Talk right along. There's nobody here but me. I hardly know whether to venture or not, but... But what? Oh, don't stop there. You know you can trust me, Alonzo. You know you can. I feel it, Aunt, but this is very serious. It affects me deeply. Me and all the family, even the whole community. Oh, Alonzo, tell me. I will never breathe a word of it. What is it? Aunt, if I might dare... Oh, please go on. I love you and feel for you. Tell me all. Confide in me. What is it? The weather. Plague take the weather. I don't see how you can have the heart to serve me so long. There, Auntie dear, I'm sorry. I am, on my honor. I won't do it again. Do you forgive me? Yes, since you seem so sincere about it, though I know I oughtn't to. You will fool me again as soon as I have forgotten this time. No, I won't, honor bright. But such weather, oh, such weather! You've got to keep your spirits up artificially. It is snowy and blowy and gusty and bitter cold. How is the weather with you? Warm and rainy and melancholy. The mourners go about the streets with their umbrellas running streams from the end of every whalebone. There's an elevated double pavement of umbrellas stretching down the sides of the streets as far as I can see. I've got a fire for cheerfulness, and the windows open to keep cool. But it is vain. It is useless. Nothing comes in but the balmy breath of December, with its burden of mocking odors from the flowers that possess the realm outside, and rejoice in their lawless profusion, whilst the spirit of man is low, and flaunt their gaudy splendors in his face, while his soul is clothed in sackcloth and ashes, and his heart breaketh. Alonzo opened his lips to say, You ought to print that and get it framed, but checked himself, for he heard his aunt speaking to someone else. He went and stood at the window and looked out upon the wintry prospect. The storm was driving the snow before it more furiously than ever. Window shutters were slamming and banging. A forlorn dog, with bowed head and tail withdrawn from service, was pressing his quaking body against a windward wall for shelter and protection. A young girl was ploughing knee-deep through the drifts, with her face turned from the blast, and the cape of her waterproof blowing straight rearward over her head. Alonzo shuddered and said with a sigh, Better the slop and the sultry rain, and even the insolent flowers, than this. He turned from the window, moved a step, and stopped in a listening attitude. The faint, sweet notes of a familiar song caught his ear. He remained there with his head unconsciously bent forward, drinking in the melody, stirring neither hand nor foot, hardly breathing. There was a blemish in the execution of the song, but to Alonzo it seemed an added charm instead of a defect. The blemish consisted of a marked flatting of the third, fourth, fifth, sixth, and seventh notes of the refrain, or chorus of the piece. When the music ended, Alonzo drew a deep breath and said, Ah, I have never heard in the sweet by-and-by sung like that before. He stepped quickly to the desk, listened a moment, and said in a guarded, confidential voice, Auntie, who is this divine singer? She is the company I was expecting. Stays with me a month or two. I will introduce you. Miss— For goodness' sake, wait a moment, Aunt Susan. You never stop to think what you are about. He flew to his bedchamber, and returned in a moment perceptibly changed in his outward appearance, and remarking snappishly, Hang it, she would have introduced me to this angel in that sky-blue dressing-gown with red-hot lapels. Women never think when they get a-going. He hastened and stood by the desk, and said eagerly, Now, Auntie, I am ready, and fell to smiling and bowing, with all the persuasiveness and elegance that were in him. Very well. Miss Rosannah Ethelton, let me introduce you to my favorite nephew, Mr. Alonzo Fitz Clarence. There, you are both good people, and I like you, so I'm going to trust you together while I attend to a few household affairs. Sit down, Rosannah. Sit down, Alonzo. Good-bye. I shan't be gone long. Alonzo had been bowing and smiling all the while, and motioning imaginary young ladies to sit down in imaginary chairs. But now he took a seat himself, mentally saying, "Ah, this is luck. Let the winds blow now, and the snow drive, and the heavens frown. Little I care." While these young people chat themselves into an acquaintanceship, let us take the liberty of inspecting the sweeter and fairer of the two. She sat alone, at her graceful ease, in a richly furnished apartment, which was manifestly the private parlor of a refined and sensible lady, if signs and symbols may go for anything. For instance, by a low, comfortable chair stood a dainty, top-heavy workstand, whose summit was a fancifully embroidered shallow basket, with vari-colored crewels and other strings and odds and ends protruding from under the gaping lid and hanging down in negligent profusion. On the floor lay bright shreds of turkey red, Prussian blue, and kindred fabrics, bits of ribbon, a spool or two, a pair of scissors, and a roll or so of tinted silken stuffs. On a luxurious sofa, upholstered with some sort of soft Indian goods wrought in black and gold threads, interwebbed with other threads not so pronounced in color, lay a great square of coarse white stuff, upon whose surface a rich bouquet of flowers was growing, under the deft cultivation of the crochet needle. The household cat was asleep on this work of art. In a bay window stood an easel with an unfinished picture on it, and a palette and brushes on a chair beside it. There were books everywhere, Robertson's Sermons, Tennyson, Moody and Sankey, Hawthorne, Rab and his friends, cookbooks, prayer books, pattern books, and books about all kinds of odious and exasperating pottery, of course. There was a piano, with a deckload of music, and more in a tender. There was a great plenty of pictures on the walls, on the shelves of the mantelpiece, and around generally. Where coigns of vantage offered were statuettes, and quaint and pretty gimcracks, and rare and costly specimens of particularly devilish china. The bay window gave upon a garden that was ablaze with foreign and domestic flowers and flowering shrubs. But the sweet young girl was the daintiest thing these premises, within or without, could offer for contemplation, delicately chiseled features of Grecian cast, her complexion the pure snow of a japonica that is receiving a faint reflected enrichment from some scarlet neighbor of the garden, great soft blue eyes, fringed with long curving lashes, an expression made up of the trustfulness of a child and the gentleness of a fawn, a beautiful head crowned with its own prodigal gold, a lithe and rounded figure whose every attitude and movement was instinct with native grace. Her dress and adornment were marked by that exquisite harmony that can come only of a fine natural taste perfected by culture. Her gown was of a simple magenta tulle, cut bias, traversed by 3 rows of light blue flounces, with the selvage edges turned up with ashes of roses chenille, overdress of dark bay tarlatan, with scarlet satin lambrequins, corn-colored polonaise, enseigne, looped with mother-of-pearl buttons and silver cord, and hauled aft and made fast by buff velvet lashings, basque of lavender reps, picked out with Valenciennes, low neck, short sleeves, maroon velvet necktie, edged with delicate pink silk, inside handkerchief of some simple 3-ply ingrain fabric of a soft saffron tint, coral bracelets and locket chain, coiffure of forget-me-nots and lilies of the valley, massed around a noble calla. This was all, yet even in this subdued attire she was divinely beautiful. Then what must she have been when adorned for the festival or the ball? All this time she had been busily chatting with Alonzo, unconscious of our inspection. The minutes still sped, and still she talked. But by and by she happened to look up and saw the clock. A crimson blush sent its rich flood through her cheeks, and she exclaimed, "There! Good-bye, Mr. Fitzclarence. I must go now." She sprang from her chair with such haste that she hardly heard the young man's answering good-bye. She stood radiant, graceful, beautiful, and gazed, wondering, upon the accusing clock. Presently her pouting lips parted, and she said, 5 minutes after 11. Nearly 2 hours. And it did not seem 20 minutes. Oh, dear, what will he think of me? At the self-same moment Alonzo was staring at his clock, and presently he said, 25 minutes to 3. Nearly 2 hours. And I didn't believe it was 2 minutes. Is it possible that this clock is humbugging again? Miss Ethelton, just 1 moment, please. Are you there yet? Yes, but be quick. I'm going right away. Would you be so kind as to tell me what time it is? The girl blushed again, murmured to herself, It's right down cruel of him to ask me, and then spoke up and answered with admirably counterfeited unconcern, 5 minutes after 11. Oh, thank you. You have to go now, have you? I'm sorry. No reply. Miss Ethelton. Well? You're there yet, ain't you? Yes, but please hurry. What did you want to say? Well, nothing in particular. It's very lonesome here. It's asking a great deal, I know, but would you mind talking with me again by and by? That is, if it will not trouble you too much. I don't know, but I'll think about it. I'll try. Thanks, Miss Ethelton. Ah, me, she's gone. And here are the black clouds and the whirling snow and the raging winds come again. But she said good-bye. She didn't say good morning. She said good-bye. The clock was right, after all. What a lightning-winged 2 hours it was! He sat down and gazed dreamily into his fire for a while, then heaved a sigh and said, How wonderful it is! 2 little hours ago I was a free man, and now my heart's in San Francisco. About that time, Rosannah Ethelton, propped in the window-seat of her bedchamber, book in hand, was gazing vacantly out over the rainy seas that washed the Golden Gate, and whispering to herself, How different he is from poor Burley, with his empty head and his single little antic talent of mimicry. 2. 4 weeks later, Mr. Sidney Algernon Burley was entertaining a gay luncheon company in a sumptuous drawing-room on Telegraph Hill, with some capital imitations of the voices and gestures of certain popular actors and San Franciscan literary people and bonanza grandees. He was elegantly upholstered, and was a handsome fellow, barring a trifling cast in his eye. He seemed very jovial, but nevertheless he kept his eye on the door with an expectant and uneasy watchfulness. By and by a nobby lackey appeared and delivered a message to the mistress, who nodded her head understandingly. That seemed to settle the thing for Mr. Burley. His vivacity decreased little by little, and a dejected look began to creep into one of his eyes, and a sinister one into the other. The rest of the company departed in due time, leaving him with the mistress, to whom he said, There is no longer any question about it. She avoids me. She continually excuses herself. If I could see her, if I could speak to her only a moment, but this suspense— Perhaps her seeming avoidance is mere accident, Mr. Burley. Go to the small drawing-room upstairs and amuse yourself a moment. I will dispatch a household order that is on my mind, and then I will go to her room. Without doubt she will be persuaded to see you. Mr. Burley went upstairs, intending to go to the small drawing-room, but as he was passing Aunt Susan's private parlor, the door of which stood slightly ajar, he heard a joyous laugh which he recognized. So, without knock or announcement, he stepped confidently in. But before he could make his presence known, he heard words that harrowed up his soul and chilled his young blood. He heard a voice say, Darling, it is come. Then he heard Rosannah Ethelton, whose back was toward him, say, So has yours, dearest. He saw her bowed form bend lower. He heard her kiss something, not merely once, but again and again. His soul raged within him. The heartbreaking conversation went on. Rosannah, I knew you must be beautiful, but this is dazzling, this is blinding, this is intoxicating. Alonzo, it is such happiness to hear you say it. I know it is not true, but I am so grateful to have you think it is, nevertheless. I knew you must have a noble face, but the grace and the majesty of the reality beggar the poor creation of my fancy. Burley heard that rattling shower of kisses again. Thank you, my Rosannah. The photograph flatters me, but you must not allow yourself to think of that. Sweetheart. Yes, Alonzo. I am so happy, Rosannah. Oh, Alonzo, none that have gone before me knew what love was. None that come after me will ever know what happiness is. I float in a gorgeous cloud land, a boundless firmament of enchanted and bewildering ecstasy. Oh, my Rosannah, you are mine, are you not? Wholly, oh, wholly yours, Alonzo, now and forever. All the day long, and all through my nightly dreams, one song sings itself, and its sweet burden is, Alonzo Fitz-Clarence, Alonzo Fitz-Clarence, Eastport, State of Maine. Curse him. I've got his address anyway, roared Burley inwardly, and rushed from the place. Just behind the unconscious Alonzo stood his mother, a picture of astonishment. She was so muffled from head to heel in furs that nothing of herself was visible but her eyes and nose. She was a good allegory of winter, for she was powdered all over with snow. Behind the unconscious Rosannah stood Aunt Susan, Another picture of astonishment. She was a good allegory of summer, for she was lightly clad and was vigorously cooling the perspiration on her face with a fan. Both of these women had tears of joy in their eyes. "So-ho!" exclaimed Mrs. Fitzclarence. "This explains why nobody has been able to drag you out of your room for 6 weeks, Alonzo." "So-ho!" exclaimed Aunt Susan. "This explains why you've been a hermit for the past 6 weeks, Rosannah." The young couple were on their feet in an instant, abashed, and standing like detected dealers in stolen goods, awaiting Judge Lynch's doom. "Bless you, my son. I am happy in your happiness. Come to your mother's arms, Alonzo." "Bless you, Rosannah. For my dear nephew's sake, come to my arms." Then there was a mingling of hearts and of tears of rejoicing on Telegraph Hill and in Eastport Square. Servants were called by the elders in both places. Unto one was given the order, "Pile this fire high with hickory wood, and bring me a roasting hot lemonade." Unto the other was given the order, "Put out this fire, and bring me 2 palm-leaf fans, and a pitcher of ice water." Then the young people were dismissed, and the elders sat down to talk the sweet surprise over and make the wedding plans. Some minutes before this, Mr. Burley rushed from the mansion on Telegraph Hill, without meeting or taking formal leave of anybody. He hissed through his teeth in unconscious imitation of a popular favorite in melodrama. "Him shall she never wed. I have sworn it. Ere great Nature shall have doffed her winter's ermine to don the emerald gauds of spring, she shall be mine." 3. 2 weeks later, every few hours during some 3 or 4 days, a very prim and devout-looking Episcopal clergyman with a cast in his eye had visited Alonzo. According to his card, he was the Reverend Melton Hargrave of Cincinnati. He said he had retired from the ministry on account of his health. If he had said on account of ill health, he would probably have erred, to judge by his wholesome looks and firm build. He was the inventor of an improvement in telephones, and hoped to make his bread by selling the privilege of using it. "At present," he continued, "a man may go and tap a telegraph wire which is conveying a song or a concert from one state to another, and he can attach his private telephone and steal a hearing of that music as it passes along. My invention will stop all that." "Well," answered Alonzo, "if the owner of the music could not miss what was stolen, why should he care?" "He shouldn't care," said the Reverend. "Well?" said Alonzo, inquiringly. "Suppose," replied the Reverend, "suppose that instead of music that was passing along and being stolen, the burden of the wire was loving endearments of the most private and sacred nature." Alonzo shuddered from head to heel. "Sir, it is a priceless invention," said he. "I must have it at any cost." But the invention was delayed somewhere on the road from Cincinnati, most unaccountably. The impatient Alonzo could hardly wait. The thought of Rosannah's sweet words being shared with him by some ribald thief was galling to him. The Reverend came frequently and lamented the delay, and told of measures he had taken to hurry things up. This was some little comfort to Alonzo. One forenoon the Reverend ascended the stairs and knocked at Alonzo's door. There was no response. He entered, glanced eagerly around, closed the door softly, then ran to the telephone. The exquisitely soft and remote strains of the Sweet By and By came floating through the instrument. The singer was flatting as usual the 5 notes that follow the first 2 in the chorus, when the Reverend interrupted her with this word, in a voice which was an exact imitation of Alonzo's, with just the faintest flavor of impatience added. "Sweetheart!" "Yes, Alonzo." "Please don't sing that any more this week. Try something modern." The agile step that goes with a happy heart was heard on the stairs, and the Reverend, smiling diabolically, sought sudden refuge behind the heavy folds of the velvet window-curtains. Alonzo entered and flew to the telephone. Said he, "Rosannah, dear, shall we sing something together?" "Something modern?" asked she, with sarcastic bitterness. "Yes, if you prefer." "Sing it yourself, if you like." This snappishness amazed and wounded the young man. He said, "Rosannah, that was not like you." "I suppose it becomes me as much as your very polite speech became you, Mr. Fitzclarence." "Mr. Fitzclarence? Rosannah, there was nothing impolite about my speech." "Oh, indeed. Of course, then I misunderstood you, and I most humbly beg your pardon. Ha, ha, ha! No doubt you said, 'Don't sing it any more to-day.'" "Sing what any more to-day?" "The song you mentioned, of course. How very obtuse we are all of a sudden." "I never mentioned any song." "Oh, you didn't?" "No, I didn't." "I am compelled to remark that you did." "And I am obliged to reiterate that I didn't." "A second rudeness. That is sufficient, sir. I will never forgive you. All is over between us. Then came a muffled sound of crying. Alonzo hastened to say, Oh, Rosannah, unsay those words. There is some dreadful mystery here, some hideous mistake. I am utterly earnest and sincere when I say I never said anything about any song. I would not hurt you for the whole world. Rosannah, dear, speak to me, won't you? There was a pause. Then Alonzo heard the girl's sobbings retreating, and knew she had gone from the telephone. He rose with a heavy sigh, and hastened from the room, saying to himself, I will ransack the charity missions and the haunts of the poor for my mother. She will persuade her that I never meant to wound her. A minute later, the Reverend was crouching over the telephone like a cat that knoweth the ways of the prey. He had not very many minutes to wait. A soft, repentant voice, tremulous with tears, said, Alonzo, dear, I have been wrong. You could not have said so cruel a thing. It must have been someone who imitated your voice in malice or in jest. The Reverend coldly answered in Alonzo's tones, You have said it was all over between us, so let it be. I spurn your proffered repentance and despise it. Then he departed, radiant with fiendish triumph, to return no more with his imaginary telephonic invention forever. 4 hours afterward, Alonzo arrived with his mother from her favorite haunts of poverty and vice. They summoned the San Francisco household, but there was no reply. They waited, and continued to wait, upon the voiceless telephone. At length, when it was sunset in San Francisco, and 3 hours and a half after dark in Eastport, in answer to the oft-repeated cry of Rosannah, but alas, it was Aunt Susan's voice that spake, she said, I have been out all day, just got in. I will go and find her. The watchers waited 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. Then came these fatal words, in a frightened tone. She is gone, and her baggage with her, to visit another friend, she told the servants. But I found this note on the table in her room. Listen. I am gone. Seek not to trace me out. My heart is broken. You will never see me more. Tell him I shall always think of him when I sing my sweet by and by, but never of the unkind words he said about it. That is her note. Alonzo, Alonzo, what does it mean? What has happened? But Alonzo sat white and cold as the dead. His mother threw back the velvet curtains and opened a window. The cold air refreshed the sufferer, and he told his aunt his dismal story. Meantime his mother was inspecting a card which had disclosed itself upon the floor when she cast the curtains back. It read, Mr. Sidney Algernon Burley, San Francisco. "The miscreant!" shouted Alonzo, and rushed forth to seek the false reverend and destroy him. For the card explained everything, since in the course of the lovers' mutual confessions they had told each other all about all the sweethearts they had ever had, and thrown no end of mud at their failings and foibles, for lovers always do that. It has a fascination that ranks next after billing and cooing. 4. During the next 2 months many things happened. It had early transpired that Rosannah, poor suffering orphan, had neither returned to her grandmother in Portland, Oregon, nor sent any word to her save a duplicate of the woeful note she had left in the mansion on Telegraph Hill. Whosoever was sheltering her, if she was still alive, had been persuaded not to betray her whereabouts without doubt, for all efforts to find trace of her had failed. Did Alonzo give her up? Not he. He said to himself, "She will sing that sweet song when she is sad. I shall find her." So he took his carpet-sack and a portable telephone, and shook the snow of his native city from his arctics, and went forth into the world. He wandered far and wide in many states. Time and again strangers were astonished to see a wasted, pale, and woe-worn man laboriously climb a telegraph-pole in wintry and lonely places, perch sadly there an hour with his ear at a little box, then come sighing down, and wander wearily away. Sometimes they shot at him, as peasants do at aeronauts, thinking him mad and dangerous. Thus his clothes were much shredded by bullets, and his person grievously lacerated. But he bore it all patiently. In the beginning of his pilgrimage he used to say, "Ah, if I could but hear the sweet by and by." But toward the end of it he used to shed tears of anguish and say, "Ah, if I could but hear something else." Thus a month and 3 weeks drifted by, and at last some humane people seized him and confined him in a private madhouse in New York. He made no moan, for his strength was all gone, and with it all heart and all hope. The superintendent in pity gave up his own comfortable parlor and bedchamber to him, and nursed him with affectionate devotion. At the end of a week the patient was able to leave his bed for the first time. He was lying comfortably pillowed on a sofa, listening to the plaintive miserere of the bleak March winds and the muffled sound of tramping feet in the street below, for it was about 6 in the evening, and New York was going home from work. He had a bright fire, and the added cheer of a couple of student lamps, so it was warm and snug within, though bleak and raw without. It was light and bright within, though outside it was as dark and dreary as if the world had been lit with Hartford gas. Alonzo smiled feebly to think how his loving vagaries had made him a maniac in the eyes of the world, and was proceeding to pursue his line of thought further, when a faint, sweet strain, the very ghost of sound, so remote and attenuated it seemed, struck upon his ear. His pulses stood still. He listened with parted lips and bated breath. The song flowed on. He waited, listening, rising slowly and unconsciously from his recumbent position. At last he exclaimed, "It is she! It is she! Oh, the divine, hated notes!" He dragged himself eagerly to the corner whence the sounds proceeded, tore aside a curtain, and discovered a telephone. He bent over, and as the last note died away, he burst forthwith the exclamation, "Oh, thank heaven! Found at last! Speak to me, Rosannah, dearest! The cruel mystery has been unraveled. It was the villain Burley who mimicked my voice and wounded you with insolent speech." There was a breathless pause, a waiting age to Alonzo. Then a faint sound came, framing itself into language. "Oh, say those precious words again, Alonzo." "They are the truth, the veritable truth, my Rosannah, and you shall have the proof, ample and abundant proof. Oh, Alonzo, stay by me. Leave me not for a moment. Let me feel that you are near me. Tell me we shall never be parted more. Oh, this happy hour, this blessed hour, this memorable hour! We will make record of it, my Rosannah, every year, as this dear hour chimes from the clock. We will celebrate it with thanksgivings all the years of our life. We will, Alonzo. 4 minutes after 6 in the evening, my Rosannah, shall henceforth 23 minutes after 12 afternoon shall. Why, Rosannah, darling, where are you? In Honolulu, Sandwich Islands. And where are you? Stay by me. Do not leave me for a moment. I cannot bear it. Are you at home? No, dear, I am in New York, a patient in the doctor's hands. An agonizing shriek came buzzing to Alonzo's ear, like the sharp buzzing of a hurt gnat. It lost power in traveling 5,000 miles. Alonzo hastened to say, "Calm yourself, my child. It is nothing. Already I am getting well under the sweet healing of your presence. Rosannah." "Yes, Alonzo. Oh, how you terrified me! Say on." "Name the happy day, Rosannah." There was a little pause. Then a diffident small voice replied, "I blush, but it is with pleasure. It is with happiness. Would you like to have it soon?" "This very night, Rosannah. Oh, let us risk no more delays. Let it be now, this very night, this very moment." "Oh, you impatient creature! I have nobody here but my good old uncle, a missionary for a generation, and now retired from service. Nobody but him and his wife. I would so dearly like it if your mother and your Aunt Susan—" "Our mother and our Aunt Susan, my Rosannah." "Yes, our mother and our Aunt Susan. I am content to word it so, if it pleases you. I would so like to have them present." "So would I. Suppose you telegraph Aunt Susan. How long would it take her to come?" "The steamer leaves San Francisco day after tomorrow. The passage is 8 days. She would be here the 31st of March." "Then name the 1st of April. Do, Rosannah, dear." "Mercy! It would make us April fools, Alonzo." "So we be the happiest ones that day's suit looks down upon in the whole broad expanse of the globe. Why need we care? Call it the 1st of April, dear." "Then the 1st of April it shall be, with all my heart." "Oh, happiness! Name the hour, too, Rosannah." "I like the morning. It is so blithe. Will 8 in the morning do, Alonzo?" "The loveliest hour in the day, since it will make you mine." There was a feeble but frantic sound for some little time, as if wool-upped disembodied spirits were exchanging kisses. Then Rosannah said, "Excuse me just a moment, dear. I have an appointment, and am called to meet it." The young girl sought a large parlor, and took her place at a window which looked out upon a beautiful scene. To the left one could view the charming Nuuana Valley, fringed with its ruddy flush of tropical flowers, and its plumed and graceful cocoa palms. its rising foothills clothed in the shining green of lemon, citron, and orange groves, its storied precipice beyond, where the first Kamehameha drove his defeated foes over to their destruction, a spot that had forgotten its grim history, no doubt, for now it was smiling, as almost always at noonday, under the glowing arches of a succession of rainbows. In front of the window one could see the quaint town, and here and there a picturesque group of dusky natives enjoying the blistering weather, and far to the right lay the restless ocean, tossing its white mane in the sunshine. Rosannah stood there in her filmy white raiment, fanning her flushed and heated face, waiting. A Kanaka boy, clothed in a damaged blue necktie and part of a silk hat, thrust his head in at the door and announced, "Frisco Howley!" "Show him in," said the girl, straightening herself up and assuming a meaning dignity. Mr. Sidney Algernon Burley entered, clad from head to heel in dazzling snow, that is to say, in the lightest and whitest of Irish linen. He moved eagerly forward, but the girl made a gesture and gave him a look which checked him suddenly. She said coldly, "I am here, as I promised. I believed your assertions. I yielded to your importune lies, and said I would name the day. I named the 1st of April, 8 in the morning. Now go." "Oh, my dearest, if the gratitude of a lifetime—" "Not a word. Spare me all sight of you, all communication with you until that hour. No supplications. I will have it so." When he was gone, she sank exhausted in a chair, for the long siege of troubles she had undergone had wasted her strength. Presently she said, "What a narrow escape! If the hour appointed had been an hour earlier! Oh, horror, what an escape I have made! And to think I had come to imagine I was loving this beguiling, this truthless, this treacherous monster! Oh, he shall repent his villainy." Let us now draw this history to a close, for little more needs to be told. On the 2nd of the ensuing April, the Honolulu Advertiser contained this notice: "Married in this city by telephone yesterday morning at 8 o'clock by Reverend Nathan Hayes, assisted by Reverend Nathaniel Davis of New York, Mr. Alonzo Fitz Clarence of Eastport, Maine, U.S., and Miss Rosannah Ethelton of Portland, Oregon, U.S. Mrs. Susan Howland of San Francisco, a friend of the bride, was present, she being the guest of the Reverend Mr. Hayes and wife, uncle and aunt of the bride. Mr. Sidney Algernon Burley of San Francisco was also present, but did not remain till the conclusion of the marriage service. Captain Hawthorne's beautiful yacht, tastefully decorated, was in waiting, and the happy bride and her friends immediately departed on a bridal trip to Lahaina and Haleakala. The New York papers of the same date contained this notice: "Married in this city yesterday by telephone at 2:30 in the morning by Reverend Nathaniel Davis, assisted by Reverend Nathan Hayes of Honolulu, Mr. Alonzo Fitz Clarence of Eastport, Maine, and Miss Rosannah Ethelton of Portland, Oregon. The parents and several friends of the bridegroom were present, and enjoyed a sumptuous breakfast and much festivity until nearly sunrise, and then departed on a bridal trip to the aquarium, the bridegroom's state of health not admitting of a more extended journey." Toward the close of that memorable day, Mr. and Mrs. Alonzo Fitz Clarence were buried in sweet converse concerning the pleasures of their several bridal tours, when suddenly the young wife exclaimed, "Oh, Lonnie, I forgot. I did what I said I would." "Did you, dear?" "Indeed I did. I made him the April fool, and I told him so, too. Ah, it was a charming surprise. There he stood, sweltering in a black dress suit, with the mercury leaking out of the top of the thermometer, waiting to be married. You should have seen the look he gave when I whispered it in his ear. Ah, his wickedness cost me many a heartache and many a tear, but the score was all squared up then. So the vengeful feeling went right out of my heart, and I begged him to stay, and said I forgave him everything. But he wouldn't. He said he would live to be avenged, said he would make our lives a curse to us. But he can't, can he, dear?" "Never in this world, my Rosannah." Aunt Susan, the Oregonian grandmother, and the young couple and their Eastport parents are all happy at this writing, and likely to remain so. Aunt Susan brought the bride from the islands, accompanied her across our continent, and had the happiness of witnessing the rapturous meeting between an adoring husband and wife who had never seen each other until that moment. A word about the wretched Burley, whose wicked machinations came so near wrecking the hearts and lives of our poor young friends, will be sufficient. In a murderous attempt to seize a crippled and helpless artisan who he fancied had done him some small offense, he fell into a cauldron of boiling oil and expired before he could be extinguished. End of The Loves of Alonzo Fitz Clarence and Rosannah Ethelton. Recording by John Letton, Van Nuys.
The Mansion by Henry Van Dyke. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by David Leeson. The Mansion by Henry Van Dyke. There was an air of calm and reserved opulence about the Waitman mansion that spoke not of money squandered, but of wealth prudently applied. Standing on a corner of the avenue no longer fashionable for residence, it looked upon the swelling tide of business with an expression of complacency and half-disdain. The house was not beautiful. There was nothing in its straight front of chocolate-colored stone, its heavy cornices, its broad, staring windows of plate glass, its carved and bronze-bedecked mahogany doors at the top of the wide stoop, to charm the eye or fascinate the imagination. But it was eminently respectable, and in its way imposing. It seemed to say that the glittering shops of the jewelers, the milliners, the confectioners, the florists, the picture dealers, the furriers, the makers of rare and costly antiquities, retail traders in luxuries of life, were beneath the notice of a house that had its foundations in the high finance, and was built literally and figuratively in the shadow of St. Petronius' Church. At the same time there was something self-pleased and congratulatory in the way in which the mansion held its own amid the changing neighborhood. It almost seemed to be lifted up a little, among the tall buildings near at hand, as if it felt the rising value of the land on which it stood. John Waitman was like the house into which he had built himself 30 years ago, and in which his ideals and ambitions were encrusted. He was a self-made man, but in making himself he had chosen a highly esteemed pattern, and worked according to the approved rules. There was nothing irregular, questionable, flamboyant about him. He was solid, correct, and justly successful. His minor tastes, of course, had been carefully kept up to date. At the proper time, pictures of the Barbizon masters, old English plate and portraits, bronzes by Barry and marbles by Rodin, Persian carpets and Chinese porcelains, had been introduced to the mansion. It contained a Louis Quinze reception room, an Empire drawing room, a Jacobean dining room, and various apartments dimly reminiscent of the styles of furniture affected by deceased monarchs. That the hallways were too short for the historic perspective did not make much difference. American decorative art is capable de tout. It absorbs all periods. Of each period Mr. Waitman wished to have something of the best. He understood its value, present as a certificate, and prospective as an investment. It was only in the architecture of his town house that he remained conservative, immovable, one might almost say early Victorian Christian. His country house at Dulwich on the Sound was a palace of the Italian Renaissance. But in town he adhered to an architecture which had moral associations, the 19th century brownstone epoch. It was a symbol of his social position, his religious doctrine, and even, in a way, of his business creed. "A man of fixed principles," he would say, "should express them in the looks of his house. New York changes its domestic architecture too rapidly. It is like divorce, it is not dignified. I don't like it. Extravagance and fickleness are advertised in most of these new houses. I wish to be known for different qualities. Dignity and prudence are the things that people trust. Every one knows that I can afford to live in the house that suits me. It is a guarantee to the public, it inspires confidence, it helps my influence. There is a text in the Bible about a house that hath foundations. That is the proper kind of mansion for a solid man." Harold Waitman had often listened to his father discoursing on this fashion of the fundamental principles of life, and always with a divided mind. He admired immensely his father's talents and the single-minded energy with which he improved them, but in the paternal philosophy there was something that disquieted and oppressed the young man, and made him gasp inwardly for fresh air and free action. At times, during his college course and his years at the law school, he had yielded to this impulse and broken away, now toward extravagance and dissipation, and then, when the reaction came, toward a romantic devotion to work among the poor. He had felt his father's disapproval for both of these forms of imprudence, but it was never expressed in a harsh or violent way, always with a certain tolerant patience, such as one might show for the mistakes and vagaries of the very young. John Weightman was not hasty, impulsive, inconsiderate, even toward his own children. With them, as with the rest of the world, he felt that he had a reputation to maintain, a theory to vindicate. He could afford to give them time to see that he was absolutely right. One of his favorite scripture quotations was, "Wait on the Lord." He had applied it to real estate and to people, with profitable results. But to human persons the sensation of being waited for is not always agreeable. Sometimes, especially with the young, it produces a vague restlessness, a dumb resentment, which is increased by the fact that one can hardly explain or justify it. Of this John Weightman was not conscious. It lay beyond his horizon. He did not take it into account in the plan of life which he had made for himself and for his family as the sharers and inheritors of his success. "Father plays us," said Harold, in a moment of irritation to his mother, "like pieces in a game of chess." "My dear," said that lady, whose faith in her husband was religious, "you ought not to speak so impatiently. At least he wins the game. He is one of the most respected men in New York, and he is very generous too." "I wish he would be more generous in letting us be ourselves," said the young man. "He always has something in view for us, and expects to move us up to it." "But isn't it always for our benefit?" replied his mother. "Look what a position we have. No one can say that there is any taint on our money. There are no rumors about your father. He has kept the laws of God and of man. He has never made any mistakes." Harold got up from his chair and poked the fire. Then he came back to the ample, well-gowned, firm-looking lady, and sat beside her on the sofa. He took her hand gently and looked at the 2 rings, a thin band of yellow gold and a small solitaire diamond, which kept their place on her 3rd finger in modest dignity, as if not shamed, but rather justified, by the splendor of the emerald which glittered beside them. "Mother," he said, "you have a wonderful hand, and father made no mistake when he won you. But are you sure he has always been so inerrant?" "Harold," she exclaimed a little stiffly, "what do you mean? His life is an open book." "Oh," he answered, "I don't mean anything bad, mother dear. I know the governor's life is an open book, a ledger, if you like, kept in the best bookkeeping hand and always ready for inspection, every page correct and showing a handsome balance. But isn't it a mistake not to allow us to make our own mistakes, to learn for ourselves, to live our own lives? Must we be always working for the balance in one thing or another? I want to be myself, to get outside of this everlasting profitable plan, to let myself go and lose myself for a while at least, to do the things that I want to do, just because I want to do them." "My boy," said his mother anxiously, "you are not going to do anything wrong or foolish. You know the falsehood of that old proverb about wild oats." He threw back his head and laughed. "Yes, mother," he answered, "I know it well enough. But in California, you know, the wild oats are one of the most valuable crops. They grow all over the hillsides and keep the cattle and the horses alive. But that wasn't what I meant, to sow wild oats. Say to pick wild flowers, if you like, or even to chase wild geese, to do something that seems good to me just for its own sake, not for the sake of wages of one kind or another. I feel like a hired man, in the service of this magnificent mansion, say in training for father's place as major domo. I'd like to get out some way, to feel free, perhaps to do something for others." The young man's voice hesitated a little. "Yes, it sounds like cant, I know, but sometimes I feel as if I'd like to do some good in the world, if father only wouldn't insist upon God's putting it into the ledger." His mother moved uneasily, and a slight look of bewilderment came into her face. "Isn't that almost irreverent?" she asked. "Surely the righteous must have their reward. And your father is good. See how much he gives to all the established charities, how many things he has founded. He's always thinking of others and planning for them. And surely for us he does everything. How well he has planned this trip to Europe for me and the girls, the court presentation at Berlin, the season on the Riviera, the visits in England with the Plumptons and the Halverstons. He says Lord Halverston has the finest old house in Sussex, pure Elizabethan, and all the old customs are kept up too, family prayers every morning for all the domestics. By the way, you know his son Bertie, I believe." Harold smiled a little to himself as he answered, "Yes, I fished at Catalina Island last June with the Honourable Ethelbert. He's a rather decent chap, in spite of his ingrowing mind. But you? Mother, you are simply magnificent. You are father's masterpiece." The young man leaned over to kiss her, and went up to the riding club for his afternoon canter in the park. So it came to pass, early in December, that Mrs. Weightman and her 2 daughters sailed for Europe, on their serious pleasure trip, even as it had been written in the book of Providence, and John Weightman, who had made the entry, was left to pass the rest of the winter with his son and heir in the brownstone mansion. They were comfortable enough. The machinery of the massive establishment ran as smoothly as a great electric dynamo. They were busy enough too. John Weightman's plans and enterprises were complicated, though his principle of action was always simple, to get good value for every expenditure and effort. The banking house of which he was the chief, the brain, the will, the absolutely controlling hand, was so admirably organized that the details of its direction took but little time. But the scores of other interests that radiated from it and were dependent upon it, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say that contributed to its solidity and success, the many investments, industrial, political, benevolent, reformatory, ecclesiastical, that had made the name of Weightman well known and potent in city, church, and state, demanded much attention and careful steering, in order that each might produce the desired result. There were board meetings of corporations and hospitals, conferences in Wall Street and at Albany, consultations and committee meetings in the brownstone mansion. For a share in all this business and its adjuncts John Weightman had his son in training in one of the famous law firms of the city, for he held that banking itself is a simple affair, the only real difficulties of finance are on its legal side. Meantime he wished the young man to meet and know the men with whom he would have to deal when he became a partner in the house. So a couple of dinners were given in the mansion during December, after which the father called the son's attention to the fact that over $100 million had sat around the board. But on Christmas Eve father and son were dining together without guests, and their talk across the broad table, glittering with silver and cut glass, and softly lit by shaded candles, was intimate though a little slow at times. The elder man was in rather a rare mood, more expansive and confidential than usual, and, when the coffee was brought in and they were left alone, he talked more freely of his personal plans and hopes than he had ever done before. "I feel very grateful tonight," said he at last. "It must be something in the air of Christmas that gives me this feeling of thankfulness for the many divine mercies that have been bestowed upon me. All the principles by which I have tried to guide my life have been justified. I have never made the value of this salted almond by anything that the courts would not uphold, at least in the long run, and yet, or wouldn't it be truer to say and therefore, my affairs have been wonderfully prospered. There's a great deal in that text, honesty is the best, but no, that's not from the Bible after all, is it? Wait a moment. There is something of the kind, I know. May I light a cigar, father?" said Harold, turning away to hide a smile, "while you are remembering the text?" "Yes, certainly," answered the elder man, rather shortly. "You know I don't dislike the smell, but it is a wasteful, useless habit, and therefore I have never practiced it. Nothing useless is worth while, that's my motto. Nothing that does not bring the reward. Oh, now I recall the text. Verily I say unto you, they have their reward. I shall ask Dr. Snodgrass to preach a sermon on that verse some day." "Using you as an illustration?" "Well, not exactly that, but I could give him some good materials from my own experience to prove the truth of Scripture. I can honestly say that there is not one of my charities that has not brought me in a good return, either in the increase of influence, the building up of credit, or the association with substantial people. Of course, you have to be careful how you give, in order to secure the best results. No indiscriminate giving, no pennies in beggars' hats. It has been one of my principles always to use the same kind of judgment in charities that I use in my other affairs, and they have not disappointed me." "Even the check that you put in the plate when you take the offertory up the aisle on Sunday morning?" "Certainly, though there the influence is less direct, and I must confess that I have my doubts in regard to the collection for foreign missions. That always seems to me romantic and wasteful. You never hear from it in any definite way. They say the missionaries have done a good deal to open the way for trade, perhaps, but they have also gotten us into commercial and political difficulties. Yet I give to them a little. It is a matter of conscience with me to identify myself with all the enterprises of the Church. It is the mainstay of social order and a prosperous civilization. But the best forms of benevolence are the well-established, organized ones here at home, where people can see them and know what they are doing." "You mean the ones that have a local habitation and a name." "Yes, they offer by far the safest return, though of course there is something gained by contributing to general funds. A public man can't afford to be without public spirit. But on the whole I prefer a building or an endowment. There is a mutual advantage to a good name and a good institution in their connection in the public mind. It helps them both. Remember that, my boy. Of course, at the beginning you will have to practice it in a small way. Later, you will have larger opportunities. But try to put your gifts where they can be identified and do good all around. You'll see the wisdom of it in the long run." "I can see it already, sir, and the way you describe it looks amazingly wise and prudent. In other words, we must cast our bread on the waters in large loaves, carried by sound ships marked with the owner's name, so that the return freight will be sure to come back to us." The father laughed, but his eyes were frowning a little as if he suspected something irreverent under the respectful reply. "You put it humorously, but there's sense in what you say. Why not? God rules the sea, but he expects us to follow the laws of navigation and commerce. Why not take good care of your bread, even when you give it away?" "It's not for me to say why not, and yet I can think of cases—" The young man hesitated for a moment. His half-finished cigar had gone out. He rose and tossed it into the fire, in front of which he remained standing, a slender, eager, restless young figure, with a touch of hunger in the fine face, strangely like and unlike the father, at whom he looked with half-wistful curiosity. "The fact is, sir," he continued, "there is such a case in my mind now, and it is a good deal on my heart, too. So I thought of speaking to you about it tonight. You remember Tom Rollins, the junior who was so good to me when I entered college?" The father nodded. He remembered very well indeed the annoying incidents of his son's first escapade, and how Rollins had stood by him and helped to avoid a public disgrace, and how a close friendship had grown between the two boys, so different in their fortunes. "Yes," he said, "I remember him. He was a promising young man. Has he succeeded?" "Not exactly. That is, not yet. His business has been going rather badly. He has a wife and little baby, you know. And now he has broken down, something wrong with his lungs. The doctor says his only chance is a year or 18 months in Colorado. I wish we could help him." "How much would it cost?" "3,000 or 4,000, perhaps as a loan." "Does the doctor say he will get well?" "A fighting chance, the doctor says." The face of the older man changed subtly. Not a line was altered, but it seemed to have a different substance, as if it were carved out of some firm, imperishable stuff. "A fighting chance," he said, "may do for a speculation, but it is not a good investment. You owe something to young Rollins. Your grateful feeling does you credit, but don't overwork it. Send him 300 or 400 if you like. You'll never hear from it again, except in the letter of thanks. But for heaven's sake, don't be sentimental. Religion is not a matter of sentiment, it's a matter of principle." The face of the younger man changed now. But instead of becoming fixed and graven, it seemed to melt into life by the heat of an inward fire. His nostrils quivered with quick breath, his lips were curled. "Principle," he said. "You mean principle, and interest too. Well, sir, you know best whether that is religion or not. But if it is, count me out, please. Tom saved me from going to the devil 6 years ago, and I'll be damned if I don't help him to the best of my ability now." John Waitman looked at his son steadily. "Harold," he said at last, "you know I dislike violent language, and it never has any influence with me. If I could honestly approve of this proposition of yours, I'd let you have the money. But I can't. It's extravagant and useless." But you have your Christmas check for $1,000 coming to you tomorrow. You can use it as you please. I never interfere with your private affairs." "Thank you," said Harold. "Thank you very much. But there's another private affair. I want to get away from this life, this town, this house. It stifles me. You refused last summer when I asked you to let me go up to Grenfell's mission on the Labrador. I could go now, at least as far as the Newfoundland station. Have you changed your mind?" "Not at all. I think it is an exceedingly foolish enterprise. It would interrupt the career that I have marked out for you." "Well, then, here's a cheaper proposition. Algy Vanderhoof wants me to join him on his yacht with a little party, to cruise in the West Indies. Would you prefer that?" "Certainly not. The Vanderhoof set is wild and godless. I do not wish to see you keeping company with fools who walk in the broad and easy way that leads to perdition." "It is rather a hard choice," said the young man, with a short laugh, turning toward the door. "According to you there's very little difference. A fool's paradise or a fool's hell. Well, it's one or the other for me, and I'll toss up for it tonight. Heads I lose, tails the devil wins. Anyway, I'm sick of this, and I'm out of it." "Harold," said the older man, and there was a slight tremor in his voice, "don't let us quarrel on Christmas Eve. All I want is to persuade you to think seriously of the duties and responsibilities to which God has called you. Don't speak lightly of heaven and hell. Remember, there is another life." The young man came back and laid his hand upon his father's shoulder. "Father," he said, "I want to remember it. I try to believe in it. But somehow or other in this house it all seems unreal to me. No doubt all you say is perfectly right and wise. I don't venture to argue against it, but I can't feel it, that's all. If I'm to have a soul, either to lose or to save, I must really live. Just now neither the present nor the future means anything to me. But surely we won't quarrel. I'm very grateful to you, and we'll part friends. Good night, sir." The father held out his hand in silence. The heavy portiere dropped noiselessly behind the son, and he went up the wide, curving stairway to his own room. Meantime John Weightman sat in his carved chair in the Jacobean dining-room. He felt strangely old and dull. The portraits of beautiful women by Lawrence and Reynolds and Raeburn, which had often seemed like real company to him, looked remote and uninteresting. He fancied something cold and almost unfriendly in their expression, as if they were staring through him or beyond him. They cared nothing for his principles, his hopes, his disappointments, his successes. They belonged to another world, in which he had no place. At this he felt a vague resentment, a sense of discomfort that he could not have defined or explained. He was used to being considered, respected, appreciated at his full value in every region, even in that of his own dreams. Presently he rang for the butler, telling him to close the house and not to sit up, and walked with lagging steps into the long library, where the shaded lamps were burning. His eye fell upon the low shelves full of costly books, but he had no desire to open them. Even the carefully chosen pictures that hung above them seemed to have lost their attraction. He paused for a moment before an idyll of Corot, a dance of nymphs around some forgotten altar in a vaporous glade, and looked at it curiously. There was something rapturous and serene about the picture, a breath of springtime in the misty trees, a harmony of joy in the dancing figures, that wakened in him a feeling of half pleasure and half envy. It represented something that he had never known in his calculated, orderly life. He was dimly mistrustful of it. "It is certainly very beautiful," he thought, "but it is distinctly pagan. That altar is built to some heathen god. It does not fit into the scheme of a Christian life. I doubt whether it is consistent with the tone of my house. I will sell it this winter. It will bring 3 or 4 times what I paid for it. That was a good purchase, a very good bargain." He dropped into the revolving chair before his big library table. It was covered with pamphlets and reports of the various enterprises in which he was interested. There was a pile of newspaper clippings in which his name was mentioned with praise for his sustaining power as a pillar of finance, for his judicious benevolence, for his support of wise and prudent reform movements, for his discretion in making permanent public gifts, the Weightman charities, one very complacent editor called them, as if they deserved classification as a distinct species. He turned the papers over listlessly. There was a description and a picture of the Waitman wing of the Hospital for Cripples, of which he was president, and an article on the new professor in the Waitman chair of political jurisprudence in Jackson University, of which he was a trustee, and an illustrated account of the opening of the Waitman Grammar School at Dulwich on the Sound, where he had his legal residence for purposes of taxation. The last was perhaps the most carefully planned of all the Waitman charities. He desired to win the confidence and support of his rural neighbors. It had pleased him much when the local newspaper had spoken of him as an ideal citizen and the logical candidate for the governorship of the state. But upon the whole it seemed to him wiser to keep out of active politics. It would be easier and better to put Harold into the running, and to have him sent to the legislature from the Dulwich district, then to the National House, then to the Senate. Why not? The Waitman interests were large enough to need a direct representative and guardian at Washington. But tonight all these plans came back to him with dust upon them. They were dry and crumbling like forsaken habitations. The son upon whom his complacent ambition had rested had turned his back upon the mansion of his father's hopes. The break might not be final, and in any event there would be much to live for, the fortunes of the family would be secure. But the zest of it all would be gone if John Waitman had to give up the assurance of perpetuating his name and his principles in his son. It was a bitter disappointment, and he felt that he had not deserved it. He rose from the chair and paced the room with leaden feet. For the first time in his life his age was visibly upon him. His head was heavy and hot, and the thoughts that rolled in it were confused and depressing. Could it be that he had made a mistake in the principles of his existence? There was no argument in what Harold had said, it was almost childish, and yet it had shaken the elder man more deeply than he cared to show. It held a silent attack which touched him more than open criticism. Suppose the end of his life were nearer than he thought. The end must come some time. What if it were now? Had he not founded his house upon a rock? Had he not kept the commandments? Was he not, touching the law, blameless? And beyond this, even if there were some faults in his character, and all men are sinners, yet he surely believed in the saving doctrines of religion, the forgiveness of sins, the resurrection of the body, the life everlasting. Yes, that was the true source of comfort after all. He would read a bit in the Bible, as he did every night, and go to bed and to sleep. He went back to his chair at the library table. A strange weight of weariness rested upon him, but he opened the book at a familiar place, and his eyes fell upon the verse at the bottom of the page, "Lay not up for yourselves treasures upon earth." That had been the text of the sermon a few weeks before. Sleepily, heavily, he tried to fix his mind upon it and recall it. What was it that Dr. Snodgrass had said? Ah, yes, that it was a mistake to pause here in reading the verse. We must read on without a pause. Lay not up treasures upon earth, where moth and rust do corrupt, and where thieves break through and steal. That was the true doctrine. We may have treasures upon earth, but they must not be put into unsafe places, but into safe places. A most comforting doctrine. He had always followed it. Moths and rust and thieves had done no harm to his investments. John Waitman's drooping eyes turned to the next verse, at the top of the second column. "But lay up for yourselves treasures in heaven." Now, what had the doctor said about that? How was it to be understood? In what sense? Treasures in heaven? The book seemed to float away from him. The light vanished. He wondered dimly if this could be death, coming so suddenly, so quietly, so irresistibly. He struggled for a moment to hold himself up, and then sank slowly forward upon the table. His head rested upon his folded hands. He slipped into the unknown. How long afterward conscious life returned to him he did not know. The blank might have been an hour or a century. He knew only that something had happened in the interval. What it was he could not tell. He found great difficulty in catching the thread of his identity again. He felt that he was himself, but the trouble was to make his connections, to verify and place himself, to know who and where he was. At last it grew clear. John Waitman was sitting on a stone, not far from a road in a strange land. The road was not a formal highway, fenced and graded. It was more like a great travel trace, worn by thousands of feet passing across the open country in the same direction. Down in the valley, into which he could look, the road seemed to form itself gradually out of many minor paths, little footways coming across the meadows, winding tracks following along beside the streams, faintly marked trails emerging from the woodlands. But on the hillside the threads were more firmly woven into one clear band of travel, though there were still a few dim paths joining it here and there, as if persons had been climbing up the hill by other ways and had turned at last to seek the road. From the edge of the hill, where John Waitman sat, he could see the travellers, in little groups or larger companies, gathering from time to time by the different paths, and making the ascent. They were all clothed in white, and the form of their garments was strange to him. It was like some old picture. They passed him, group after group, talking quietly together or singing, not moving in haste, but with a certain air of eagerness and joy as if they were glad to be on their way to an appointed place. They did not stay to speak to him, but they looked at him often and spoke to one another as they looked, and now and then one of them would smile and beckon him a friendly greeting, so that he felt they would like him to be with them. There was quite an interval between the groups, and he followed each of them with his eyes after it had passed, blanching the long ribbon of the road for a little transient space, rising and receding across the wide, billowy upland, among the rounded hillocks of aerial green and gold and lilac, until it came to the high horizon, and stood outlined for a moment, a tiny cloud of whiteness against the tender blue, before it vanished over the hill. For a long time he sat there watching and wondering. It was a very different world from that in which his mansion on the avenue was built, and it looked strange to him, but most real as anything he had ever seen. Presently he felt a strong desire to know what country it was and where the people were going. He had a faint premonition of what it must be, but he wished to be sure. So he rose from the stone where he was sitting, and came down through the short grass and the lavender flowers, toward a passing group of people. One of them turned to meet him and held out his hand. It was an old man, under whose white beard and brows John Waitman thought he saw a suggestion of the face of the village doctor, who had cared for him years ago, when he was a boy in the country. "Welcome," said the old man. "Will you come with us?" "Where are you going?" "To the heavenly city, to see our mansions there." "And who are these with you?" "Strangers to me until a little while ago. I know them better now. But you I have known for a long time, John Waitman. Don't you remember your old doctor?" "Yes," he cried, "yes. Your voice has not changed at all. I'm glad indeed to see you, Dr. MacLean, especially now. All this seems very strange to me, almost oppressive. I wonder if... But may I go with you, do you suppose?" "Surely," answered the doctor, with his familiar smile. "It will do you good. And you also must have a mansion in the city waiting for you, a fine one too. Are you not looking forward to it?" "Yes," replied the other, hesitating a moment. "Yes, I believe it must be so, although I had not expected to see it so soon. But I will go with you, and we can talk by the way." The two men quickly caught up with the other people, and all went forward together along the road. The doctor had little to tell of his experience, for it had been a plain, hard life, uneventfully spent for others, and the story of the village was very simple. John Waitman's adventures and triumphs would have made a far richer, more imposing history, full of contacts with the great events and personages of the time. But somehow or other he did not care to speak much about it, walking on that wide heavenly moorland, under that tranquil, sunless arch of blue, in that free air of perfect peace, where the light was diffused without a shadow, as if the spirit of life in all things were luminous. There was only one person besides the doctor in that little company whom John Waitman had known before, an old bookkeeper who had spent his life over a desk, carefully keeping accounts, a rusty, dull little man, patient and narrow, whose wife had been in the insane asylum for 20 years and whose only child was a crippled daughter, for whose comfort and happiness he had toiled and sacrificed himself without stint. It was a surprise to find him here, as carefree and joyful as the rest. The lives of others in the company were revealed in brief glimpses as they talked together. A mother, early widowed, who had kept her little flock of children together and laboured through hard and heavy years to bring them up in purity and knowledge. A sister of charity who had devoted herself to the nursing of poor folk who were being eaten to death by cancer. A schoolmaster whose heart and life had been poured into his quiet work of training boys for a clean and thoughtful manhood. A medical missionary who had given up a brilliant career in science to take the charge of a hospital in darkest Africa. A beautiful woman with silver hair who had resigned her dreams of love and marriage to care for an invalid father, and after his death had made her life a long, steady search for ways of doing kindnesses to others. A poet who had walked among the crowded tenements of the great city, bringing cheer and comfort not only by his songs, but by his wise and patient works of practical aid. A paralyzed woman who had lain for 30 years upon her bed, helpless but not hopeless, succeeding by a miracle of courage in her single aim, never to complain, but always to impart a bit of joy and peace to everyone who came near her. All these, and other persons like them, people of little consideration in the world, but now seemingly all full of great contentment and an inward gladness that made their steps light, were in the company that passed along the road, talking together of things past and things to come, and singing now and then with clear voices from which the veil of age and sorrow was lifted. John Waitman joined in some of the songs, which were familiar to him from their use in the church, at first with a touch of hesitation, and then more confidently. For as they went on, his sense of strangeness and fear at his new experience diminished, and his thoughts began to take on their habitual assurance and complacency. Were not these people going to the celestial city? And was not he in his right place among them? He had always looked forward to this journey. If they were sure, each one, of finding a mansion there, could not he be far more sure? His life had been more fruitful than theirs. He had been a leader, a founder of new enterprises, a pillar of church and state, a prince of the house of Israel. 10 talents had been given him, and he had made them 20. His reward would be proportionate. He was glad that his companions were going to find fit dwellings prepared for them, but he thought also with a certain pleasure of the surprise that some of them would feel when they saw his appointed mansion. So they came to the summit of the moorland and looked over into the world beyond. It was a vast green plain, softly rounded like a shallow vase, and circled with hills of amethyst. A broad shining river flowed through it, and many silver threads of water were woven across the green. And there were borders of tall trees on the banks of the river, and orchards full of roses abloom along the little streams, and in the midst of all stood the city, white and wonderful and radiant. When the travelers saw it they were filled with awe and joy. They passed over the little streams and among the orchards quickly and silently, as if they feared to speak lest the city should vanish. The wall of the city was very low. A child could see over it, for it was made only of precious stones, which are never large. The gate of the city was not like a gate at all, for it was not barred with iron or wood, but only a single pearl, softly gleaming, marked the place where the wall ended and the entrance lay open. A person stood there whose face was bright and grave, and whose robe was like the flower of the lily, not a woven fabric, but a living texture. "Come in," he said to the company of travelers. "You are at your journey's end, and your mansions are ready for you." John Waitman hesitated, for he was troubled by a doubt. Suppose that he was not really, like his companions, at his journey's end, but only transported for a little while out of the regular course of his life into this mysterious experience. Suppose that, after all, he had not really passed through the door of death like these others, but only through the door of dreams, and was walking in a vision, a living man among the blessed dead. Would it be right for him to go with them into the heavenly city? Would it not be a deception, a desecration, a deep and unforgivable offense? The strange, confusing question had no reason in it, as he very well knew, for if he was dreaming, then it was all a dream, but if his companions were real, then he also was with them in reality, and if they had died, then he must have died too. Yet he could not rid his mind of the sense that there was a difference between them and him, and it made him afraid to go on. But as he paused and turned, the keeper of the gate looked straight and deep into his eyes, and beckoned to him. Then he knew that it was not only right, but necessary, that he should enter. They passed from street to street among fair and spacious dwellings, set in amaranthine gardens, and adorned with an infinitely varied beauty of divine simplicity. The mansions differed in size, in shape, in charm. Each one seemed to have its own personal look of loveliness, yet all were alike in fitness to their place, in harmony with one another, in the addition which each made to the singular and tranquil splendor of the city. As the little company came, one by one, to the mansions which were prepared for them, and their guide beckoned to the happy inhabitant to enter in and take possession, there was a soft murmur of joy, half wonder and half recognition, as if the new and immortal dwelling were crowned with the beauty of surprise, lovelier and nobler than all the dreams of it had been, and yet also as if it were touched with the beauty of the familiar, the remembered, the long-loved. One after another the travellers were led to their own mansions, and went in gladly, and from within, through the open doorways, came sweet voices of welcome, and low laughter, and song. At last there was no one left with the guide but the two old friends, Dr. McLean and John Waitman. They were standing in front of one of the largest and fairest of the houses, whose garden glowed softly with radiant flowers. The guide laid his hand upon the doctor's shoulder. "This is for you," he said. "Go in. There is no more pain here, no more death, nor sorrow, nor tears, for your old enemies are all conquered. But all the good that you have done for others, all the help that you have given, all the comfort that you have brought, all the strength and love that you have bestowed upon the suffering, are here, for we have built them all into this mansion for you." The good man's face was lighted with a still joy. He clasped his old friend's hand closely, and whispered, "How wonderful it is! Go on, you will come to your mansion next. It is not far away, and we shall see each other again soon, very soon." So he went through the garden, and into the music within. The keeper of the gate turned to John Waitman with level, quiet, searching eyes. Then he asked gravely, "Where do you wish me to lead you now?" "To see my own mansion," answered the man, with half-concealed excitement. "Is there not one here for me? You may not let me enter it yet, perhaps, for I must confess to you that I am only—" "I know," said the keeper of the gate. "I know it all. You are John Waitman." "Yes," said the man, more firmly than he had spoken at first, for it gratified him that his name was known. "Yes, I am John Waitman, senior warden of St. Petronius Church. I wish very much to see my mansion here, if only for a moment. I believe that you have one for me. Will you take me to it?" The keeper of the gate drew a little book from the breast of his robe and turned over the pages. "Certainly," he said, with a curious look at the man. "Your name is here, and you shall see your mansion if you will follow me." It seemed as if they must have walked miles and miles through the vast city, passing street after street of houses larger and smaller, of gardens richer and poorer, but all full of beauty and delight. They came into a kind of suburb, where there were many small cottages, with plots of flowers, very lowly, but bright and fragrant. Finally they reached an open field, bare and lonely looking. There were 2 or 3 little bushes in it, without flowers, and the grass was sparse and thin. In the center of the field was a tiny hut, hardly big enough for a shepherd's shelter. It looked as if it had been built of discarded things, scraps and fragments of other buildings, put together with care and pains by someone who had tried to make the most of cast-off material. There was something pitiful and shamefaced about the hut. It shrank and drooped and faded in its barren field, and seemed to cling only by sufferance to the edge of the splendid city. "This," said the keeper of the gate, standing still and speaking with a low, distinct voice, This is your mansion, John Waitman." An almost intolerable shock of grieved wonder and indignation choked the man for a moment so that he could not say a word. Then he turned his face away from the poor little hut and began to remonstrate eagerly with his companion. "Surely, sir," he stammered, "you must be in error about this. There is something wrong. Some other John Waitman, a confusion of names. The book must be mistaken." "There is no mistake," said the keeper of the gate very calmly. "Here is your name, the record of your title, and your possessions in this place." "But how could such a house be prepared for me?" cried the man, with a resentful tremor in his voice. "For me, after my long and faithful service! Is this a suitable mansion for one so well known and devoted? Why is it so pitifully small and mean? Why have you not built it large and fair like the others?" "That is all the material you sent us." "What?" "We have used all the material that you sent us," repeated the keeper of the gate. "Now I know that you are mistaken," cried the man, with growing earnestness. "For all my life long I have been doing things that must have supplied you with material. Have you not heard that I have built a schoolhouse, the wing of a hospital, 2, yes 3, small churches, and the greater part of a large one, the spire of St. Petro—" The keeper of the gate lifted his hand. "Wait," he said. "We know all these things. They were not ill done. But they were all marked and used as foundation for the name and mansion of John Waitman in the world. Did you not plan them for that?" "Yes," answered the man, confused and taken aback. "I confess that I thought often of them in that way. Perhaps my heart was set upon that too much, but there are other things, my endowment for the college, my steady and liberal contributions to all the established charities, my support of every respectable—" "Wait," said the keeper of the gate again. "Were not all these carefully recorded on earth where they would add to your credit? They were not foolishly done. Verily, you have had your reward for them. Would you be paid twice?" "No," cried the man, with deepening dismay. "I dare not claim that. I acknowledge that I considered my own interest too much. But surely not altogether. You have said that these things were not foolishly done. They accomplished some good in the world. Does that not count for something?" "Yes," answered the keeper of the gate, "it counts in the world, where you counted it. But it does not belong to you here. We have saved and used everything that you sent us. This is the mansion prepared for you." As he spoke, his look grew deeper and more searching, like a flame of fire. John Waitman could not endure it. It seemed to strip him naked and wither him. He sank to the ground under a crushing weight of shame, covering his eyes with his hands and cowering face downward upon the stones. Dimly through the trouble of his mind he felt their hardness and coldness. "Tell me then," he cried, brokenly, "since my life has been so little worth, how came I here at all?" "Through the mercy of the King." The answer was like the soft tolling of a bell. "And how have I earned it?" he murmured. "It is never earned. It is only given," came the clear, low reply. "But how have I failed so wretchedly," he asked, "in all the purpose of my life? What could I have done better? What is it that counts here?" "Only that which is truly given," answered the bell-like voice. "Only that good which is done for the love of doing it. Only those plans in which the welfare of others is the master thought. Only those labors in which the sacrifice is greater than the reward. Only those gifts in which the giver forgets himself." The man lay silent. A great weakness, an unspeakable despondency and humiliation were upon him. But the face of the keeper of the gate was infinitely tender as he bent over him. "Think again, John Waitman. Has there been nothing like that in your life?" "Nothing," he sighed. "If there ever were such things, it must have been long ago. They were all crowded out. I have forgotten them." There was an ineffable smile on the face of the keeper of the gate, and his hand made the sign of the cross over the bowed head as he spoke gently. "These are the things that the King never forgets, and because there were a few of them in your life, you have a little place here." The sense of coldness and hardness under John Waitman's hands grew sharper and more distinct. The feeling of bodily weariness and lassitude weighed upon him. but there was a calm, almost a lightness in his heart, as he listened to the fading vibrations of the silvery bell tones. The chimney clock on the mantel had just ended the last stroke of 7 as he lifted his head from the table. Thin pale strips of the city morning were falling into the room through the narrow partings of the heavy curtains. What was it that had happened to him? Had he been ill? Had he died and come to life again? Or had he only slept and had his soul gone visiting in dreams? He sat for some time, motionless, not lost, but finding himself in thought. Then he took a narrow book from the table drawer, wrote a cheque, and tore it out. He went slowly up the stairs, knocked very softly at his son's door, and hearing no answer, entered without noise. Harold was asleep, his bare arm thrown above his head, and his eager face relaxed in peace. His father looked at him a moment with strangely shining eyes, and then tiptoed quietly to the writing-desk, found a pencil and a sheet of paper, and wrote rapidly, "My dear boy, here is what you asked me for. Do what you like with it, and ask for more if you need it. If you are still thinking of that work with Grenfell, we'll talk it over today after church. I want to know your heart better, and if I have made mistakes—" A slight noise made him turn his head. Harold was sitting up in bed with wide-open eyes. "Father," he cried, "is that you?" "Yes, my son," answered John Waitman. "I've come back. I mean I've come up. No, I mean come in. Well, here I am, and God give us a good Christmas together." End of The Mansion by Henry Van Dyke.
Campaign by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Harold Stewart. My Military Campaign by Mark Twain. You have heard from a great many people who did something in the war. Is it not fair and right that you listen a little moment to one who started out to do something in it, but didn't? Thousands entered the war, got just a taste of it, and then stepped out again, permanently. These, by their very numbers, are respectable, and are therefore entitled to a sort of voice, not a loud one, but a modest one, not a boastful one, but an apologetic one. They ought not to be allowed much space among better people who did something, I grant that, but they ought at least to be allowed to state why they didn't do anything, and also to explain the process by which they didn't do anything. Surely this kind of light must have a sort of value. Out west there was a good deal of confusion in men's minds during the first months of the Great Trouble. A good deal of unsettledness, of leaning first this way, then that, and then the other way. It was hard for us to get our bearings. I call to mind an instance of this. I was piloting on the Mississippi when the news came that South Carolina had gone out of the Union on December 20th, 1860. My pilot mate was a New Yorker. He was strong for the Union. So was I. But he would not listen to me with any patience. My loyalty was smirched, to his eye, because my father had owned slaves. I said, in palliation of this dark fact, that I had heard my father say, some years before he died, that slavery was a great wrong, and that he would free the solitary Negro he then owned, if he could think it right to give away the property of the family when he was so straitened in means. My mate retorted that a mere impulse was nothing. Anybody could pretend to a good impulse, and went on decrying my Unionism and libeling my ancestry. A month later, the secession atmosphere had considerably thickened on the lower Mississippi, and I became a rebel. So did he. We were together in New Orleans, January 26th, when Louisiana went out of the Union. He did his full share of the rebel shouting, but was bitterly opposed to letting me do mine. He said that I came of bad stock, of a father who had been willing to set slaves free. In the following summer he was piloting a Federal gunboat and shouting for the Union again, and I was in the Confederate Army. I held his note for some borrowed money. He was one of the most upright men I ever knew, but he repudiated that note without hesitation, because I was a rebel and the son of a man who had owned slaves. In that summer of 1861, the first wash of the wave of war broke upon the shores of Missouri. Our state was invaded by the Union forces. They took possession of St. Louis, Jefferson Barracks, and some other points. The governor, Caleb Jackson, issued his proclamation calling out 50,000 militia to repel the invader. I was visiting in the small town where my boyhood had been spent, Hannibal, Marion County. Several of us got together in a secret place by night and formed ourselves into a military company. One Tom Lyman, a young fellow of a good deal of spirit, but of no military experience, was made captain. I was made second lieutenant. We had no first lieutenant. I do not know why. It was long ago. There were 15 of us. By the advice of an innocent connected with the organization, we called ourselves the Marion Rangers. I do not remember that anyone found fault with the name. I did not. I thought it sounded quite well. The young fellow who proposed this title was perhaps a fair sample of the kind of stuff we were made of. He was young, ignorant, good-natured, well-meaning, trivial, full of romance, and given to reading chivalric novels and singing forlorn love ditties. He had some pathetic little nickel-plated aristocratic instincts, and detested his name, which was Dunlap. Detested it, partly because it was nearly as common in that region as Smith, but mainly because it had a plebeian sound to his ear. So he tried to ennoble it by writing it in this way, Dunlap. That contented his eye, but left his ear unsatisfied, for people gave the new name the same old pronunciation, emphasis on the front end of it. He then did the bravest thing that can be imagined, a thing to make one shiver when one remembers how the world is given to resenting shams and affectations. He began to write his name so, Dunlap, and he waited patiently through the long storm of mud that was flung at this work of art. And he had his reward at last, for he lived to see that name accepted, and the emphasis put where he wanted it, by people who had known him all his life, and to whom the tribe of Dunlaps had been as familiar as the rain and the sunshine for 40 years. So sure of victory at last is the courage that can wait. He said he had found, by consulting some ancient French chronicles, that the name was rightly and originally written Dunlap, and said that, if it were translated into English, it would mean Peterson. Lap, Latin or Greek, he said, for stone or rock, same as the French Pierre, that is to say, Peter. De, of or from, un, a or one. Hence, Dunlap, of or from a stone or a Peter. That is to say, one who is the son of a stone, the son of a Peter. Peterson. Our militia company were not learned, and the explanation confused them. So they called him Peterson Dunlap. He proved useful to us in his way. He named our camps for us, and he generally struck a name that was no slouch, as the boys said. That is one sample of us. Another was Ed Stevens, son of the town jeweler. trim-built, handsome, graceful, neat as a cat, bright, educated, but given over entirely to fun. There was nothing serious in life to him. As far as he was concerned, this military expedition of ours was simply a holiday. I should say that about half of us looked upon it in the same way. Not consciously, perhaps, but unconsciously. We did not think. We were not capable of it. As for myself, I was full of unreasoning joy to be done with turning out of bed at midnight and 4 in the morning, for a while. Grateful to have a change, new scenes, new occupations, a new interest. In my thoughts, that was as far as I went. I did not go into the details. As a rule, one doesn't at 25. Another sample was Smith, the blacksmith's apprentice. This vast donkey had some pluck, of a slow and sluggish nature, but a soft heart. At one time he would knock a horse down for some impropriety, and at another he would get homesick and cry. However, he had one ultimate credit to his account, which some of us hadn't. He stuck to the war, and was killed in battle at last. Joe Bowers, another sample, was a huge, good-natured, flax-headed lubber, lazy, sentimental, full of harmless brag, a grumbler by nature, an experienced, industrious, ambitious, and often quite picturesque liar, and yet not a successful one, for he had had no intelligent training, but was allowed to come up just any way. This life was serious enough to him, and seldom satisfactory, but he was a good fellow anyway, and the boys all liked him. He was made orderly sergeant. Stevens was made corporal. These samples will answer, and they are quite fair ones. Well, this herd of cattle started for the war. What could you expect of them? They did as well as they knew how, but really, what was justly to be expected of them? Nothing, I should say. That is what they did. We waited for a dark night, for caution and secrecy were necessary. Then, toward midnight, we stole in couples and from various directions to the Griffith place, beyond the town. From that point we set out together on foot. Hannibal lies at the extreme southeastern corner of Marion County, on the Mississippi River. Our objective point was the hamlet of New London, 10 miles away, in Rawls County. The first hour was all fun, all idle nonsense and laughter. But that could not be kept up. The steady trudging came to be like work. The play had somehow oozed out of it. The stillness of the woods and the somberness of the night began to throw a depressing influence over the spirits of the boys, and presently the talking died out, and each person shut himself up in his own thoughts. During the last half of the second hour, nobody said a word. Now we approached a log farmhouse where, according to report, there was a guard of 5 Union soldiers. Lyman called a halt, and there, in the deep gloom of the overhanging branches, he began to whisper a plan of assault upon that house, which made the gloom more depressing than it was before. It was a crucial moment. We realized, with a cold suddenness, that here was no jest. We were standing face to face with actual war. We were equal to the occasion. In our response, there was no hesitation, no indecision. We said that if Lyman wanted to meddle with those soldiers, he could go ahead and do it. But if he waited for us to follow him, he would wait a long time. Lyman urged, pleaded, tried to shame us, but it had no effect. Our course was plain, our minds were made up. We would flank the farmhouse, go out around, and that is what we did. We turned the position. We struck into the woods and entered upon a rough time, stumbling over roots, getting tangled in vines, and torn by briars. At last we reached an open place in a safe region, and sat down, blown and hot, to cool off and nurse our scratches and bruises. Lyman was annoyed, but the rest of us were cheerful. We had flanked the farmhouse. We had made our first military movement, and it was a success. We had nothing to fret about. We were feeling just the other way. Horseplay and laughing began again. The expedition was become a holiday frolic once more. Then we had 2 more hours of dull trudging and ultimate silence and depression. Then, about dawn, we straggled into New London, soiled, heel-blistered, fagged with our little march, and all of us, except Stevens, in a sour and raspy humor, and privately down on the war. We stacked our shabby old shotguns in Colonel Rawls' barn, and then went in a body and breakfasted with that veteran of the Mexican War. Afterwards he took us to a distant meadow, and there, in the shade of a tree, we listened to an old-fashioned speech from him, full of gunpowder and glory, full of that adjective piling, mixed metaphor, and windy declamation which was regarded as eloquence in that ancient time and that remote region. And then he swore us on the Bible to be faithful to the state of Missouri, and drive all invaders from her soil, no matter whence they might come, and under what flag they might march. This mixed us considerably, and we could not make out just what service we were embarked in. But Colonel Rawls, the practised politician and phrase juggler, was not similarly in doubt. He knew quite clearly that he had invested us in the cause of the Southern Confederacy. He closed the solemnities by belting around me the sword which his neighbor, Colonel Brown, had won at Buena Vista and Molino del Rey, and he accompanied this act with another impressive blast. Then we formed in line of battle, and marched 4 miles to a shady and pleasant piece of woods, on the border of the far-reached expanses of a flowery prairie. It was an enchanting region for war, our kind of war. We pierced the forest about half a mile, and took up a strong position, with some low, rocky, and wooded hills behind us, and a purling, limpid creek in front. Straightway half the command were in swimming, and the other half fishing. The ass with the French name gave this position a romantic title, but it was too long, so the boys shortened it and simplified it to Camp Rawls. We occupied an old maple sugar camp, whose half-rotted troughs were still propped against the trees. A long corn crib served for sleeping quarters for the battalion. On our left, half a mile away, was Mason's farm and house, and he was a friend to the cause. Shortly after noon the farmers began to arrive from several directions, with mules and horses for our use, and these they lent us for as long as the war might last, which they judged would be about 3 months. The animals were of all sizes, all colors, and all breeds. They were mainly young and frisky, and nobody in the command could stay on them long at a time, for we were town boys, and ignorant of horsemanship. The creature that fell to my share was a very small mule, and yet so quick and active that it could throw me without difficulty, and it did this whenever I got on it. Then it would bray, stretching its neck out, laying its ears back, and spreading its jaws till you could see down to its works. It was a disagreeable animal in every way. If I took it by the bridle and tried to lead it off the grounds, it would sit down and brace back, and no one could budge it. However, I was not entirely destitute of military resources, and I did presently manage to spoil this game, for I had seen many a steamboat aground in my time, and knew a trick or two which even a grounded mule would be obliged to respect. There was a well by the corn crib, so I substituted 30 fathom of rope for the bridle, and fetched him home with the windlass. I will anticipate here sufficiently to say that we did learn to ride, after some days' practice, but never well. We could not learn to like our animals. They were not choice ones, and most of them had annoying peculiarities of one kind or another. Stephen's horse would carry him, when he was not noticing, under the huge excrescences which form on the trunks of oak trees, and wipe him out of the saddle. In this way Stephen's got several bad hurts. Sergeant Bower's horse was very large and tall, with slim, long legs, and looked like a railroad bridge. His size enabled him to reach all about, and as far as he wanted to, with his head, so he was always biting Bowers's legs. On the march, in the sun, Bowers slept a good deal, and as soon as the horse recognized that he was asleep, he would reach around and bite him on the leg. His legs were black and blue with bites. This was the only thing that could ever make him swear, but this always did. Whenever the horse bit him, he always swore, and of course Stevens, who laughed at everything, laughed at this, and would even get into such convulsions over it as to lose his balance and fall off his horse, and then Bowers, already irritated by the pain of the horse bite, would resent the laughter with hard language, and there would be a quarrel. So that horse made no end of trouble and bad blood in the command. However, I will get back to where I was. Our first afternoon in the sugar camp. The sugar troughs came very handy as horse troughs, and we had plenty of corn to fill them with. I ordered Sergeant Bowers to feed my mule, but he said that if I reckoned he went to war to be dry nurse to a mule, it wouldn't take me very long to find out my mistake. I believed that this was insubordination, but I was full of uncertainties about everything military, and so I let the thing pass, and went and ordered Smith, the blacksmith's apprentice, to feed my mule. But he merely gave me a large, cold, sarcastic grin, such as an ostensibly 7-year-old horse gives you when you lift his lip and find he is 14, and turned his back on me. I then went to the captain and asked if it was not right and proper and military for me to have an orderly. He said it was, but as there was only one orderly in the corps, it was but right that he himself should have Bowers on his staff. Bowers said he wouldn't serve on anybody's staff, and if anybody thought he could make him, let him try it. So, of course, the thing had to be dropped. There was no other way. Next, nobody would cook. It was considered a degradation, so we had no dinner. We lazied the rest of the pleasant afternoon away, some dozing under the trees, some smoking cob pipes and talking sweethearts and war, some playing games. By late supper time all hands were famished, and to meet the difficulty all hands turned to, on an equal footing, and gathered wood, built fires, and cooked the meal. Afterward everything was smooth for a while. Then trouble broke out between the corporal and the sergeant, each claiming to rank the other. Nobody knew which was the higher office, so Lyman had to settle the matter by making the rank of both officers equal. The commander of an ignorant crew like that has many troubles and vexations, which probably do not occur in the regular army at all. However, with a song singing and yarn spinning around the campfire, everything presently became serene again, and by we raked the corn down level in one end of the crib, and all went to bed on it, tying a horse to the door, so that he would neigh if anyone tried to get in. Note, it was always my impression that that was what the horse was there for, and I know that it was also the impression of at least one other of the command, for we talked about it at the time, and admired the military ingenuity of the device. But when I was out west 3 years ago, I was told by Mr. A. G. Figua, a member of our company, that the horse was his, that the leaving him tied at the door was a matter of mere forgetfulness, and that to attribute it to intelligent invention was to give him quite too much credit. In support of his position, he called my attention to the suggestive fact that the artifice was not employed again. I had not thought of that before. End note. We had some horsemanship drill every forenoon. Then, afternoons, we rode off here and there in squads a few miles, and visited the farmers' girls, and had a youthful good time, and got an honest good dinner or supper, and then home again to camp, happy and content. For a time, life was idly delicious. It was perfect. There was nothing to mar it. Then came some farmers with an alarm one day. They said it was rumored that the enemy were advancing in our direction, from over Hyde's Prairie. The result was a sharp stir among us, and general consternation. It was a rude awakening from our pleasant trance. The rumor was but a rumor, nothing definite about it. So, in the confusion, we did not know which way to retreat. Lyman was for not retreating at all in these uncertain circumstances, but he found that if he tried to maintain that attitude, he would fare badly, for the command were in no humor to put up with insubordination. So he yielded the point and called a council of war, to consist of himself and the 3 other officers. But the privates made such a fuss about being left out that we had to allow them to remain, for they were already present, and doing most of the talking too. The question was, which way to retreat? But all was so flurried that nobody seemed to have even a guess to offer, except Lyman. He explained in a few calm words that, inasmuch as the enemy were approaching from over Hyde's Prairie, our course was simple. All we had to do was not retreat toward him. Any other direction would answer our needs perfectly. Everybody saw in a moment how true this was, and how wise. So Lyman got a great many compliments. It was now decided that we should fall back upon Mason's farm. It was after dark by this time, and as we could not know how soon the enemy might arrive, it did not seem best to try to take the horses and things with us. So we only took the guns and ammunition, and started at once. The route was very rough and hilly and rocky, and presently the night grew very black, and rain began to fall. So we had a troublesome time of it, struggling and stumbling along in the dark, and soon some person slipped and fell, and then the next person behind stumbled over him and fell, and so did the rest, one after the other. And then Bowers came, with the keg of powder in his arms, whilst the command were all mixed together, arms and legs, on the muddy slope. And so he fell, of course, with the keg, and this started the whole detachment down the hill in a body, and they landed in the brook at the bottom in a pile, and each that was undermost pulling the hair and scratching and biting those that were on top of him, and those that were being scratched and bitten, scratching and biting the rest in their turn, and all saying they would die before they would ever go to war again if they ever got out of this brook this time, and the invader might rot for all they cared, and the country along with them, and all such talk as that, which was dismal to hear and take part in such smothered, low voices, and such a grisly, dark place, and so wet, and the enemy may be coming at any moment. The keg of powder was lost, and the guns too. So the growling and complaining continued straight along, whilst the brigade pawed around the pasty hillside, and slopped around in the brook, hunting for these things. Consequently, we lost considerable time at this, and then we heard a sound, and held our breath, and listened, and it seemed to be the enemy coming, though it could have been a cow, for it had a cough like a cow. But we did not wait, but left a couple of guns behind, and struck out for Mason's again, as briskly as we could scramble along in the dark. But we got lost presently among the rugged little ravines, and wasted a deal of time finding the way again. so it was after 9 when we reached Mason's stile at last. And then, before we could open our mouths to give the countersign, several dogs came bounding over the fence, with great riot and noise, and each of them took a soldier by the slack of his trousers and began to back away with him. We could not shoot the dogs without endangering the persons they were attached to, so we had to look on, helpless, at what was perhaps the most mortifying spectacle of the Civil War. There was light enough, and to spare, for the masons had now run out on the porch with candles in their hands. The old man and his son came and undid the dogs without difficulty, all but Bowers's, but they couldn't undo his dog. They didn't know his combination. He was of the bull kind, and seemed to be set with a Yale time lock. But they got him loose at last with some scalding water, of which Bowers got his share and returned thanks. Peterson Dunlap afterwards made up a fine name for this engagement, and also for the night march which preceded it, but both have long ago faded out of my memory. We now went into the house, and they began to ask us a world of questions, whereby it presently came out that we did not know anything concerning who or what we were running from. So the old gentleman made himself very frank, and said we were a curious breed of soldiers, and guessed we could be depended on to end up the war in time, because no government could stand the expense of the shoe leather we should cost it trying to follow us around. Marion Rangers! Good name, b'gosh, said he, and wanted to know why we hadn't a picket guard at the place where the road entered the prairie, and why we hadn't sent out a scouting party to spy out the enemy and bring us an account of his strength, and so on, before jumping up and stampeding out of a strong position upon a mere vague rumor, and so on and so forth, till he made us all feel shabbier than the dogs had done, and not half so enthusiastically welcome. So we went to bed shamed and low-spirited, except Stevens. Soon Stevens began to devise a garment for Bowers, which could be made to automatically display his battle scars to the grateful, or conceal them from the envious, according to his occasions. But Bowers was in no humor for this, so there was a fight, and when it was over, Stevens had some battle scars of his own to think about. Then we got a little sleep, but after all we had gone through, our activities were not over for the night, for about 2 o'clock in the morning we heard a shout of warning from down the lane, accompanied by a chorus from all the dogs, and in a moment everybody was up and flying around to find out what the alarm was about. The alarmist was a horseman who gave notice that a detachment of Union soldiers was on its way from Hannibal, with orders to capture and hang any bands like ours which it could find, and said we had no time to lose. Farmer Mason was in a flurry this time himself. He hurried us out of the house with all haste, and sent one of his negroes with us to show us where to hide ourselves and our telltale guns among the ravines, half a mile away. It was raining heavily. We struck down the lane, then across some rocky pasture land, which offered good advantages for stumbling. Consequently, we were down in the mud most of the time, and every time a man went down he blackguarded the war, and the people who started it, and everybody connected with it, and gave himself the master dose of all for being so foolish as to go into it. At last we reached the wooded mouth of a ravine, and there we huddled ourselves under the streaming trees, and sent the negro back home. It was a dismal and heartbreaking time. We were like to be drowned with the rain, deafened with the howling wind and the booming thunder, and blinded by the lightning. It was indeed a wild night. The drenching we were getting was misery enough, but a deeper misery still was the reflection that the halter might end us before we were a day older. A death of this shameful sort had not occurred to us as being among the possibilities of war. It took the romance all out of the campaign, and turned our dreams of glory into a repulsive nightmare. As for doubting that so barbarous an order had been given, not one of us did that. The long night wore itself out at last, and then the negro came to us with the news that the alarm had manifestly been a false one, and that breakfast would soon be ready. Straightway we were light-hearted again, and the world was bright, and life as full of hope and promise as ever. For we were young then. How long ago that was! 24 years. The mongrel child of philology named the night's refuse Camp Devastation, and no soul objected. The Masons gave us a Missouri country breakfast, in Missouri in abundance, and we needed it. Hot biscuits, hot wheat bread, prettily crisscrossed in a lattice pattern on top, hot corn pone, fried chicken, bacon, coffee, eggs, milk, buttermilk, etc. And the world may be confidently challenged to furnish the equal to such a breakfast, as it is cooked in the South. We stayed several days at Mason's, and after all these years the memory of the dullness, the stillness, and lifelessness of that slumberous farmhouse still oppresses my spirit, as with a sense of the presence of death and mourning. There was nothing to do, nothing to think about. There was no interest in life. The male part of the household were away in the fields all day long. The women were busy and out of our sight. There was no sound but the plaintive wailing of a spinning wheel, forever moaning out from some distant room, the most lonesome sound in nature, a sound steeped and sodden with homesickness and the emptiness of life. The family went to bed about dark every night, and as we were not invited to intrude any new customs, we naturally followed theirs. Those nights were 100 years long to youths accustomed to being up till 12. We lay awake and miserable to that hour every time, and grew old and decrepit, waiting through the still eternities for the clock strikes. This was no place for town boys. So at last it was with something very like joy that we received news that the enemy were on our track again. With a new birth of the old warrior spirit, we sprang to our places in line of battle, and fell back on Camp Rawls. Captain Lyman had taken a hint from Mason's talk, and he now gave orders that our camp should be guarded against surprise by the posting of pickets. I was ordered to place a picket at the forks of the road in Hyde's Prairie. Night shut down black and threatening. I told Sergeant Bowers to go out to that place and stay till midnight, and, just as I was expecting, he said he wouldn't do it. I tried to get others to go, but all refused. Some excused themselves on account of the weather, but the rest were frank enough to say they wouldn't go out in any kind of weather. This kind of thing sounds odd now, and impossible, but it seemed a perfectly natural thing to do. There were scores of little camps scattered over Missouri where the same thing was happening. These camps were composed of young men who had been born and reared to a sturdy independence, and who did not know what it meant to be ordered around by Tom, Dick, and Harry, whom they had known familiarly all their lives, in the village or on the farm. It is quite within the probabilities that this same thing was happening all over the South. James Redpath recognized the justice of this assumption, and furnished the following instance in support of it. During a short stay in East Tennessee, he was in a citizen colonel's tent one day, talking, when a big private appeared at the door, and without salute or other circumlocution, said to the colonel, "Say, Jim, I'm a-going home for a few days." "What for?" "Well, I hain't been there for a right smart while, and I'd like to see how things is coming on." "How long you going to be gone?" "About 2 weeks." "Well, don't be gone longer than that, and get back sooner if you can." That was all, and the citizen officer resumed his conversation where the private had broken it off. This was in the first months of the war, of course. The camps in our part of Missouri were under Brigadier General Thomas H. Harris. He was a townsman of ours, a first-rate fellow, and well-liked, but we had all familiarly known him as the sole and moderate salaried operator in our telegraph office, where he had to send about one dispatch a week in ordinary times, and too, when there was a rush of business. Consequently, when he appeared in our midst one day, on the wing, and delivered a military command of some sort, in a large military fashion, nobody was surprised at the response which he got from the assembled soldiery. "Oh, now, what'll you take to don't, Tom Harris?" It was quite the natural thing. One might justly imagine that we were hopeless material for war. And so we seemed in our ignorant state. But there were those among us who afterward learned the grim trade, learned to obey like machines, became valuable soldiers, fought all through the war, and came out at the end with excellent records. One of the very boys who refused to go out on picket duty that night, and called me an ass for thinking he would expose himself to danger in such a foolhardy way, had become distinguished for intrepidity before he was a year older. I did secure my picket that night, not by authority, but by diplomacy. I got Bowers to go, by agreeing to exchange ranks with him for the time being, and go along and stand the watch with him as his subordinate. We stayed out there a couple of dreary hours in the pitchy darkness and the rain, with nothing to modify the dreariness but Bowers' monotonous growlings at the war and weather. Then we began to nod, and presently found it next to impossible to stay in the saddle. So we gave up the tedious job and went back to the camp without waiting for the relief guard. We rode into camp without interruption or objection from anybody, and the enemy could have done the same, for there were no sentries. Everybody was asleep, and at midnight there was nobody to send out another picket, so none was sent. We never tried to establish a watch at night again, as far as I remember, but we generally kept a picket out in the daytime. In that camp the whole command slept on the corn in the big corn crib, and there was usually a general row before morning, for the place was full of rats, and they would scramble over the boys' bodies and faces, annoying and irritating everybody, and now and then they would bite someone's toe, and the person who owned the toe would start up and magnify his English, and begin to throw corn in the dark. The ears were half as heavy as bricks, and when they struck, they hurt. The person struck would respond, and inside of 5 minutes every man would be locked in a death grip with his neighbor. There was a grievous deal of blood shed in the corn crib, but this was all that was spilt while I was in the war. No, that is not quite true. But for one circumstance it would have been all. I will come to that now. Our scares were frequent. Every few days rumors would come that the enemy was approaching. In these cases we always fell back on some other camp of ours. We never stayed where we were. But the rumors always turned out to be false, so at last even we began to grow indifferent to them. One night a negro was sent to our corn crib with the same old warning. The enemy was hovering in our neighborhood. We all said, "Let him hover." We resolved to stay still and be comfortable. It was a fine warlike resolution, and no doubt we all felt the stir of it in our veins. For a moment we had been having a very jolly time that was full of horseplay and schoolboy hilarity, but that cooled down now, and presently the fast-waning fire of forced jokes and forced laughs died out altogether, and the company became silent and nervous, and soon uneasy, worried, apprehensive. We had said we would stay, and we were committed. We could have been persuaded to go, but there was nobody brave enough to suggest it. An almost noiseless movement presently began in the dark by a general and unvoiced impulse. When the movement was completed, each man knew that he was not the only person who had crept to the front wall and had his eye at a crack between the logs. No, we were all there with our hearts in our throats, and staring out through the sugar troughs where the forest footpath came through. It was late, and there was a deep, woodsy stillness everywhere. There was a veiled moonlight, which was only just strong enough to enable us to mark the general shape of objects. Presently a muffled sound caught our ears, and we recognized it as the hoof-beats of a horse or horses, and right away a figure appeared in the forest path. It could have been made of smoke. Its mass had so little sharpness of outline. It was a man on horseback, and it seemed to me that there were others behind him. I got hold of a gun in the dark and pushed it through a crack between the logs, hardly knowing what I was doing. I was so dazed with fright. Somebody said, "Fire!" I pulled the trigger. I seemed to see 100 flashes and hear 100 reports. Then I saw the man fall down out of the saddle. My first feeling was of surprised gratification. My first impulse was an apprentice sportsman's impulse to run and pick up his game. Somebody said, hardly audibly, "Good, we've got him. Wait for the rest." But the rest did not come. There was not a sound, not the whisper of a leaf, just perfect stillness, an uncanny kind of stillness, which was all the more uncanny on account of the damp, earthy, late-night smells now rising and pervading it. Then, wondering, we crept stealthily out and approached the man. When we got to him, the moon revealed him distinctly. He was lying on his back, with his arms abroad. His mouth was open, and his chest heaving with long gasps, and his white shirt front was all splashed with blood. The thought shot through me that I was a murderer, that I had killed a man who had never done me any harm. That was the coldest sensation that ever went through my marrow. I was down by him in a moment, helplessly stroking his forehead, and I would have given anything then, my own life freely, to make him again what he had been 5 minutes before. And all the boys seemed to be feeling in the same way. They hung over him, full of pitying interest, and tried all they could to help him, and said all sorts of regretful things. They had forgotten all about the enemy. They thought only of this one forlorn unit of the foe. Once my imagination persuaded me that the dying man gave me a reproachful look out of his shadowy eyes, and it seemed to me that I would rather he had stabbed me than done that. He muttered and mumbled like a dreamer in his sleep about his wife and child, and I thought with a new despair, this thing that I have done does not end with him. It falls upon them too, and they never did me any harm, any more than he. In a little while the man was dead. He was killed in war, killed in fair and legitimate war, killed in battle, as you might say, and yet he was as sincerely mourned by the opposing force as if he had been their brother. The boys stood there a half-hour, sorrowing over him, and recalling the details of the tragedy, and wondering who he might be, and if he were a spy, and saying that if it were to do over again, they would not hurt him unless he attacked them first. It soon came out that mine was not the only shot fired. There were 5 others, a division of the guilt which was a grateful relief to me, since it, in some degree, lightened and diminished the burden I was carrying. There were 6 shots fired at once, but I was not in my right mind at the time, and my heated imagination had magnified my one shot into a volley. The man was not in uniform, and was not armed. He was a stranger in the country. That was all we ever found out about him. The thought of him got to preying upon me every night. I could not get rid of it. I could not drive it away. The taking of that unoffending life seemed such a wanton thing. And it seemed an epitome of war, that all war must be just that, the killing of strangers against whom you feel no personal animosity, strangers whom, in other circumstances, you would help if you found them in trouble, and who would help you if you needed it. My campaign was spoiled. It seemed to me that I was not rightly equipped for this awful business, that war was intended for men, and I for a child's nurse. I resolved to retire from this avocation of sham soldiership, while I could save some remnant of my self-respect. These morbid thoughts clung to me against reason, for at bottom I did not believe I had touched that man. The law of probabilities decreed me guiltless of his blood, for in all my small experience with guns I had never hit anything I had tried to hit, and I knew I had done my best to hit him. Yet there was no solace in the thought. Against a diseased imagination, demonstration goes for nothing. The rest of my war experience was of a piece with what I have already told of it. We kept monotonously falling back upon one camp or another, and eating up the country. I marvel now at the patience of the farmers and their families. They ought to have shot us. On the contrary, they were as hospitably kind and courteous to us as if we had deserved it. In one of these camps we found Ab Grimes, an upper Mississippi pilot, who afterwards became famous as a daredevil rebel spy, whose career bristled with desperate adventures. The look and style of his comrades suggested that they had not come into the war to play, and their deeds made good the conjecture later. They were fine horsemen and good revolver shots, but their favorite arm was the lasso. Each had one at his pommel, and could snatch a man out of the saddle with it every time, on a full gallop, at any reasonable distance. In another camp the chief was a fierce and profane old blacksmith of 60, and he had furnished his 20 recruits with gigantic homemade bowie knives, to be swung with the two hands, like the machetes of the isthmus. It was a grisly spectacle to see that earnest band practicing their murderous cuts and slashes under the eye of that remorseless old fanatic. The last camp which we fell back upon was in a hollow near the village of Florida, where I was born, in Monroe County. Here we were warned, one day, that a Union colonel was sweeping down on us, with a whole regiment at his heels. This looked decidedly serious. Our boys went apart and consulted. Then we went back and told the other companies present that the war was a disappointment to us, and we were going to disband. They were getting ready, themselves, to fall back on some place or other, and were only waiting for General Tom Harris, who was expected to arrive at any moment. So they tried to persuade us to wait a little while. But the majority of us said, no, we were accustomed to falling back and didn't need any of Tom Harris's help. We could get along perfectly well without him, and save time too. So about half of our 15, including myself, mounted and left on the instant. The others yielded to persuasion and stayed through the war. An hour later we met General Harris on the road, with 2 or 3 people in his company. His staff, probably, but we could not tell. None of them was in uniform. Uniforms had not come into vogue among us yet. Harris ordered us back, but we told him that there was a Union colonel coming with a whole regiment in his wake, and it looked as if there was going to be a disturbance. So we had concluded to go home. He raged a little, but it was of no use. Our minds were made up. We had done our share, had killed one man, exterminated one army, such as it was. Let him go and kill the rest, and that would end the war. I did not see that brisk young general again until last year. Then he was wearing white hair and whiskers. In time I came to know that Union colonel whose coming frightened me out of the war and crippled the Southern cause to that extent. General Grant. I came within a few hours of seeing him when he was as unknown as I was myself. At a time when anybody could have said, Grant? Ulysses S. Grant? I do not remember hearing the name before. It seems difficult to realize that there was once a time when such a remark could be rationally made, but there was, and I was within a few miles of the place and the occasion too, though proceeding in the other direction. The thoughtful will not throw this war paper of mine lightly aside as being valueless. It has this value. It is a not unfair picture of what went on in many and many a militia camp in the first months of the rebellion, when the green recruits were without discipline, without the steady and heartening influence, or trained leaders, when all their circumstances were new and strange, and charged with exaggerated terrors, and before the invaluable experience of actual collision in the field had turned them from rabbits into soldiers. If this side of the picture of that early day has not before been put into history, then history has been to that degree incomplete, for it had and has its rightful place there. There was more Bull Run material scattered throughout the early camps of this country than exhibited itself at Bull Run, and yet it learned its trade presently, and helped to fight the great battles later. I could have become a soldier myself, if I had waited. I had got part of it learned. I knew more about retreating than the man that invented retreating. End of My Military Campaign by Mark Twain. Read for LibriVox.org by Harold Stewart.
By Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. A Mysterious Visit by Mark Twain. The first notice that was taken of me when I settled down recently was by a gentleman who said he was an assessor and connected with the U.S. Internal Revenue Department. I said I had never heard of his branch of business before, but I was very glad to see him all the same. Would he sit down? He sat down. I did not know anything particular to say, and yet I felt that people who have arrived at the dignity of keeping house must be conversational, must be easy and sociable in company. So in default of anything else to say, I asked him if he was opening his shop in our neighborhood. He said he was. I did not wish to appear ignorant, but I had hoped he would mention what he had for sale. I ventured to ask him, how was trade? And he said, so-so. I then said we would drop in, and if we liked his house as well as any other, we would give him our custom. He said he thought we would like his establishment well enough to confine ourselves to it. Said he never saw anybody who would go off and hunt up another man in his line after trading with him once. That sounded pretty complacent, but barring that natural expression of villainy which we all have, the man looked honest enough. I do not know how it came about exactly, but gradually we appeared to melt down and run together, conversationally speaking, and then everything went along as comfortably as clockwork. We talked and talked and talked, at least I did, and we laughed and laughed and laughed, at least he did, but all the time I had my presence of mind about me. I had my native shrewdness turned on full head, as the engineers say. I was determined to find out all about his business in spite of his obscure answers, and I was determined I would have it out of him without his suspecting what I was at. I meant to trap him with a deep, deep ruse. I would tell him all about my own business, and he would naturally so warm to me during this seductive burst of confidence that he would forget himself and tell me about his affairs before he suspected what I was about. I thought to myself, my son, you little know what an old fox you are dealing with. I said, now, you would never guess what I made lecturing this winter and last spring. No, don't believe I could to save me. Let me see, about $2,000 maybe? But no, sir, I know you couldn't have made that much. Say 1,700 maybe. Ha ha! I knew you couldn't. My lecturing receipts for last spring and winter were $14,750. What do you think of that? Why, it's amazing. Perfectly amazing. I will make a note of it. And you say even this wasn't all? All? Why, bless you. There was my income from the Daily War Whoop for 4 months, about, well, what should you say to about $8,000, for instance? Say? Why, I should say I should like to see myself rolling in just such another ocean of affluence. 8,000. I'll make a note of it. Why, man, and on top of all this, am I to understand that you still had more income? Why, you're only in the suburbs of it, so to speak. There's my book, The Innocents Abroad, price $3.50 to $5 according to the binding. Listen to me. Look me in the eye. During the last 4 months and a half, saying nothing of sales before that, but just simply during the 4 months and a half, we've sold 95,000 copies of that book. 95,000! Think of it. Average $4 a copy. Say, it's nearly $400,000, my son. I get half. The suffering Moses! I'll set that down. 14,758, 200 total. Say, well, upon my word, the grand total is about $213 or $14,000. Is that possible? Possible. If there's any mistake, it's the other way. 214,000 cash is my income for this year, if I know how to cipher. Then the gentleman got up to go. It came over me most uncomfortably that maybe I had made my revelations for nothing, besides being flattered into stretching them considerably by the stranger's astonished exclamations. But no, at the last moment the gentleman handed me a large envelope, and said it contained his advertisement, and that I would find out all about his business in it, and that he would be happy to have my custom, would be, in fact, proud to have the custom of a man of such prodigious income, and that he used to think there were several wealthy men in the city, but when they came to trade with him, he discovered that they barely had enough to live on, and that, in truth, it had been such a weary, weary age since he had seen a rich man face to face, and talked to him and touched him with his hands, that he could hardly refrain from embracing me. In fact, would esteem it in great favor if I would let him embrace me. This so pleased me that I did not try to resist, but allowed this simple-hearted stranger to throw his arms about me and weep a few tranquilizing tears down the back of my neck. Then he went his way. As soon as he was gone, I opened his advertisement. I studied it attentively for 4 minutes. I then called upon the cook and said, "Hold me while I faint. Let Marie turn the griddle cakes." By and by, when I came to, I sent down to the rum mill on the corner and hired an artist by the week to sit up nights and curse that stranger and give me a lift occasionally in the daytime when I came to a hard place. Ah, what a miscreant he was! His advertisement was nothing in the world but a wicked tax return, a string of impertinent questions about my private affairs, occupying the best part of 4 foolscap pages of fine print questions. I may remark, gotten up with such marvelous ingenuity that the oldest man in the world couldn't understand what the most of them were driving at. Questions, too, that were calculated to make a man report about 4 times his actual income to keep from swearing to a falsehood. I looked for a loophole, but there did not appear to be any. Inquiry number 1 covered my case as generously and as amply as an umbrella could cover an anthill. What were your profits during the past year from any trade, business, or vocation wherever carried on? And that inquiry was backed up by 13 others of an equally searching nature, the most modest of which required information as to whether I had committed any burglary or highway robbery, or by any arson or other secret source of emolument had acquired property which was not enumerated in my statement of income as set opposite to inquiry number 1. It was plain that the stranger had enabled me to make a goose of myself. It was very, very plain, and so I went out and hired another artist. By working on my vanity, the stranger had seduced me into declaring an income of $214,000. By law, $1,000 of this was exempt from income tax. The only relief I could see, and it was only a drop in the ocean, at the legal 5%, I must pay the government the sum of $10,650 income tax. I may remark in this place that I did not do it. I am acquainted with a very opulent man, whose house is a palace, whose table is regal, whose outlays are enormous, yet a man who has no income, as I have often noticed by the revenue returns, and to him I went for advice in my distress. He took my dreadful exhibition of receipts, he put on his glasses, he took his pen, and presto, I was a pauper. It was the neatest thing that ever was. He did it simply by deftly manipulating the bill of deductions. He set down my state, national, and municipal taxes at so much, my losses by shipwreck, fire, etc. at so much, my losses on sales of real estate, on livestock sold, on payments for rent of homestead, on repairs, improvements, interest, on previously taxed salary as an officer of the United States Army, Navy, Revenue Service, and other things. He got astonishing deductions out of each and every one of these matters, each and every one of them. And when he was done he handed me the paper, and I saw at a glance that during the year my income in the way of profits had been $1,250.40. "Now," said he, "the $1,000 is exempt by law. What you want to do is go and swear this document in and pay tax on the $250. While he was making this speech, his little boy Willie lifted a $2 greenback out of his vest pocket and vanished with it. And I would wager anything that if my stranger were to call on that little boy tomorrow, he would make a false return of his income. Do you, said I, do you always work up the deductions after this fashion in your own case, sir? Well, I should say so. If it weren't for those 11 saving clauses under the head of deductions, I should be beggared every year to support this hateful and wicked, this extortionate and tyrannical government. This gentleman stands away up among the very best of the solid men of the city, the men of moral weight, of commercial integrity, of unimpeachable social spotlessness, and so I bowed to his example. I went down to the revenue office, and under the accusing eyes of my old visitor I stood up and swore to lie after lie, fraud after fraud, villainy after villainy, till my soul was coated inches and inches thick with perjury, and my self-respect gone forever and ever. But what of it? It is nothing more than thousands of the richest and proudest and most respected, honored, and courted men in America do every year, and so I don't care. I am not ashamed. I shall simply for the present talk little and eschew fireproof gloves, lest I fall into certain dreadful habits irrevocably. End of A Mysterious Visit by Mark Twain.
The Other Man's Wife by James Oliver Curwood. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. The Other Man's Wife by James Oliver Curwood. Thornton wasn't the sort of man in whom you'd expect to find the devil lurking. He was big, blond, and broad-shouldered. When I first saw him, I thought he was an Englishman. That was at the post at Lac la Biche, 600 miles north of civilization. Scotty and I had been doing some exploration work for the government, and for more than 6 months we hadn't seen a real white man who looked like home. We came in late at night, and the factor gave us a room in his house. When we looked out of our window in the morning, we saw a little shack about 100 feet away, and in front of that shack was Thornton, only half dressed, stretching himself in the sun, and laughing. There wasn't anything to laugh at, but we could see his teeth shining white, and he grinned every minute while he went through a sort of setting-up exercise. When you begin to analyze a man, there is always some one human trait that rises above all others, and that laugh was Thornton's. Even the wolfish sledge dogs at the post would wag their tails when they heard it. We soon established friendly relations, but I could not get very far beyond the laugh. Indeed, Thornton was a mystery. DeBar, the factor, said that he had dropped into the post 6 months before, with a pack on his back and a rifle over his shoulder. He had no business, apparently. He was not a protectorate, and it was only now and then that he used his rifle, and then only to shoot at marks. One thing puzzled DeBar more than all else. Thornton worked like 3 men about the post, cutting winter firewood, helping to catch and clean the tons of whitefish which were stored away for the dogs in the company's ice houses, and doing other things without end. For this he refused all payment except his rations. Scotty continued eastward to Churchill, and for 7 weeks I bunked with Thornton in the shack. At the end of those 7 weeks I knew little more about Thornton than at the beginning. I never had a closer or more congenial chum, and yet in his conversation he never got beyond the big woods, the mountains, and the tangled swamps. He was educated and a gentleman, and I knew that in spite of his brown face and arms, his hard muscles and splendid health, he was 3/4 tenderfoot. But he loved the wilderness. "I never knew what life could hold for a man until I came up here," he said to me one day, his gray eyes dancing in the light of a glorious sunset. "I'm 10 years younger than I was 2 years ago." "You've been 2 years in the North?" "A year and 10 months," he replied. Something brought to my lips the words that I had forced back a score of times. "What brought you up here, Thornton?" "Two things," he said quietly. "A woman and a scoundrel." He said no more, and I did not press the matter. There was a strange tremble in his voice, something that I took to be a note of sadness, but when he turned from the sunset to me, his eyes were filled with a yet stranger joy, and his big boyish laugh rang out with such wholesome infectiousness that I laughed with him, in spite of myself. That night, in our shack, he produced a tightly bound bundle of letters about 6 inches thick, scattered them out before him on the table, and began reading them at random, while I sat bolstered back in my bunk, smoking and watching him. He was a curious study. Every little while I'd hear him chuckling and rumbling, his teeth agleam, and between these times he'd grow serious. Once I saw tears rolling down his cheeks. He puzzled me, and the more he puzzled me, the better I liked him. Every night for a week he spent an hour or two reading those letters over and over again. I had a dozen opportunities to see that they were a woman's letters, but he never offered a word of explanation. With the approach of September I made preparations to leave for the South by way of Moose Factory and the Albany. "Why not go the shorter way, by the Reindeer Lake water route to Prince Albert?" asked Thornton. "If you'll do that, I'll go with you." His proposition delighted me, and we began planning for our trip. From that hour there came a curious change in Thornton. It was as if he had come into contact with some mysterious dynamo that had charged him with a strange nervous energy. We were 2 days in getting our stuff ready, and the night between he did not go to bed at all, but sat up reading the letters, smoking, and then reading over again what he had read 100 times before. I was pretty well hardened, but during the first week of our canoe trip he nearly had me bushed 12 times. He insisted on getting away before dawn, laughing, singing, and talking, and urged on the pace until sunset. I don't believe that he slept 2 hours a night. Often, when I woke up, I'd see him walking back and forth in the moonlight, humming softly to himself. There was almost a touch of madness in it all, but I knew that Thornton was sane. One night, our 14th down, I awoke a little after midnight, and as usual looked about for Thornton. It was a glorious night. There was a full moon over us, and with the lake at our feet, and the spruce and balsam forest on each side of us, the whole scene struck me as one of the most beautiful I had ever looked upon. When I came out of our tent, Thornton was not in sight. Away across the lake I heard a moose calling. Back of me an owl hooted softly, and from miles away I could hear faintly the howling of a wolf. The night sounds were broken by my own startled cry as I felt a hand fall, without warning, upon my shoulder. It was Thornton. I had never seen his face as it looked just then. "Isn't it beautiful? Glorious?" he cried softly. "It's wonderful," I said. "You won't see this down there, Thornton." "Nor hear those sounds," he replied, his hand tightening on my arm. "We're pretty close to God up here, aren't we? She'll like it. I'll bring her back." "She!" He looked at me, his teeth shining in that wonderful silent laugh. "I'm going to tell you about it," he said. "I can't keep it in any longer. Let's go down by the lake." We walked down and seated ourselves on the edge of a big rock. "I told you that I came up here because of a woman and a man," continued Thornton. "Well, I did. The man and woman were husband and wife, and He interrupted himself with one of his chuckling laughs. There was something in it that made me shudder. "No use to tell you that I loved her," he went on. "I worshipped her. She was my life, and I believe she loved me as much. I might have added that there was a third thing that drove me up here, what remained of the rag end of a man's honor." "I begin to understand," I said, as he paused. "You came up here to get away from the woman, but this woman, her husband—" For the first time since I had known him, I saw a flash of anger leap into Thornton's face. He struck his hand against the rock. "Her husband was a scoundrel, a brute, who came home from his club drunk, a cheap money spender, a man who wasn't fit to wipe the mud from her little feet, much less call her wife. He ought to have been shot. I can see it now, and well, I might as well tell you. I'm going back to her." "You are?" I cried. "Has she got a divorce? Is her husband still living?" "No, she hasn't got a divorce, and her husband is still living. But for all that, we've arranged it. Those were her letters I've been reading, and she'll be at Prince Albert waiting for me on the 15th, 3 days from now. We shall be a little late, and that's why I'm hustling so. I've kept away from her for 2 years, but I can't do it any longer, and she says that if I do, she'll kill herself. So there you have it. She's the sweetest, most beautiful girl in the whole world. Eyes the color of those blue flowers you have up here, brown hair, but you've got to see her when we reach Prince Albert. You won't blame me for doing all this then." I had nothing to say. At my silence he turned toward me suddenly with that happy smile of his, and said again, "I tell you that you won't blame me when you see her. You'll envy me, and you'll call me a confounded fool for staying away so long. It has been terribly hard for both of us. I'll wager that she's no sleepier than I am tonight, just from knowing that I'm hurrying to her." "You're pretty confident," I could not help sneering. "I don't believe I'd wager much on such a woman. To be frank with you, Thornton, I don't care to meet her, so I'll decline your invitation. I've a little wife of my own, as true as steel, and I'd rather keep out of an affair like this. You understand?" "Perfectly," said Thornton, and there was not the slightest ill humor in his voice. You think I am a cur?" "If you have stolen another man's wife, yes." "And the woman?" "If she is betraying her husband, she is no better than you." Thornton rose and stretched his long arms above his head. "Isn't the moon glorious?" he cried exultantly. "She has never seen a moon like that. She has never seen a world like this. Do you know what we're going to do? We'll come up here and build a cabin, and she'll know what a real man is at last. She deserves it. And we'll have you up to visit us, you and your wife, 2 months out of each year. But then," he turned and laughed squarely into my face, "you probably won't want your wife to know her." "Probably not," I said, not without embarrassment. "I don't blame you," he exclaimed, and before I could draw back he had caught my hand and was shaking it hard in his own. "Let's be friends a little longer, old man," he went on. "I know you'll change your mind about the little girl and me when we reach Prince Albert." I didn't go to sleep again that night, and the half-dozen days that followed were unpleasant enough, for me at least. In spite of my own coolness toward him, there was absolutely no change in Thornton. Not once did he make any further allusion to what he had told me. As we drew near to our journey's end, his enthusiasm and good spirits increased. He had the bow end of the canoe, and I had abundant opportunity of watching him. It was impossible not to like him, even after I knew his story. We reached Prince Albert on a Sunday, after 3 days' travel in a buckboard. When we drove up in front of the hotel, there was just one person in the long veranda looking out over the Saskatchewan. It was a woman, reading a book. As he saw her, I heard a great breath heave up inside Thornton's chest. The woman looked up, stared for a moment, and then dropped her book with a welcoming cry such as I had never heard before in my life. She sprang down the steps, and Thornton leaped from the wagon. They met there a dozen paces from me, Thornton catching her in his arms, and the woman clasping her arms about his neck. I heard her sobbing, and I saw Thornton kissing her again and again, and then the woman pulled his blond head down close to her face. It was sickening, knowing what I did, and I began helping the driver to throw off our dunnage. In about 2 minutes I heard Thornton calling me. I didn't turn my head. Then Thornton came to me, and as he straightened me around by the shoulders, I caught a glimpse of the woman. He was right. She was very beautiful. "I told you that her husband was a scoundrel and a rake," he said gently. "Well, he was. And I was that scoundrel. I came up here for a chance of redeeming myself, and your big, glorious North has made a man of me. Will you come and meet my wife?" End of The Other Man's Wife, by James Oliver Curwood. Recording by Roger Moline.
Economy by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Political Economy by Mark Twain. Political economy is the basis of all good government. The wisest men of all ages have brought to bear upon this subject the... Here I was interrupted and informed that a stranger wished to see me down at the door. I went and confronted him and asked to know his business, struggling all the time to keep a tight rein on my seething political economy ideas and not let them break away from me or get tangled in their harness. And privately I wished the stranger was in the bottom of the canal with a cargo of wheat on top of him. I was all in a fever, but he was cool. He said he was sorry to disturb me, but as he was passing he noticed that I needed some lightning rods. I said, yes, go on, what about it? He said there was nothing about it in particular, nothing except that he would like to put them up for me. I am new to housekeeping, have been used to hotels and boarding houses all my life. Like anybody else of similar experience, I try to appear, to strangers, to be an old housekeeper. Consequently, I said in an offhand way that I had been intending for some time to have 6 or 8 lightning rods put up, but... The stranger started and looked inquiringly at me, but I was serene. I thought that if I chanced to make any mistakes, he would not catch me by my countenance. He said he would rather have my custom than any man's in town. I said, all right, and started off to wrestle with my great subject again, when he called me back and said it would be necessary to know exactly how many points I wanted put up, what parts of the house I wanted them on, and what quality of rod I preferred. It was close quarters for a man not used to the exigencies of housekeeping, but I went through it creditably, and he probably never suspected that I was a novice. I told him to put up 8 points, and put them all on the roof, and use the best quality of rod. He said he could furnish the plain article at 20 cents a foot, coppered 25 cents, zinc-plated spiral twist at 30 cents. That would stop a streak of lightning any time, no matter where it was bound, and render its errand harmless and its further progress apocryphal. I said apocryphal was no slouch of a word, emanating from the source it did, but philology aside, I liked the spiral twist, and would take that brand. Then he said he could make 250 feet answer, but to do it right, and make the best job in town of it, and attract the admiration of the just and the unjust alike, and compel all parties to say they never saw a more symmetrical and hypothetical display of lightning rods since they were born, he supposed he really couldn't get along without 400, though he was not vindictive, and trusted he was willing to try. I said, go ahead and use 400, and make any kind of job he pleased out of it, but let me get back to my work. So I got rid of him at last, and now, after half an hour spent in getting my train of political economy thoughts coupled together again, I am ready to go on once more. Richest treasures of their genius, their experience of life, and their learning. The great lights of commercial jurisprudence, international confraternity, and biological deviation of all ages, all civilizations, and all nationalities, from Zoroaster down to Horace Greeley, have... Here I was interrupted again, and required to go down and confer further with that lightning rod man. I hurried off, boiling and surging with prodigious thoughts, wombed in words of such majesty that each one of them was in itself a straggling procession of syllables that might be 15 minutes passing a given point. And once more I confronted him, he so calm and sweet, I so hot and frenzied. He was standing in the contemplative attitude of the Colossus of Rhodes, with one foot on my infant tuberose, and the other among my pansies. His hands on his hips, his hat brim tilted forward, one eye shut, and the other gazing critically and admiringly in the direction of my principal chimney. He said now there was a state of things to make a man glad to be alive, and added, I leave it to you if you ever saw anything more deliriously picturesque than 8 lightning rods on one chimney. I said I had no present recollection of anything that transcended it. He said that in his opinion nothing on earth but Niagara Falls was superior to it in the way of natural scenery. All that was needed now, he verily believed, to make my house a perfect balm to the eye, was to kind of touch up the other chimneys a little, and thus add to the generous coup d'air a soothing uniformity of achievement which would allay the excitement naturally consequent upon the coup d'etat. I asked him if he learned to talk out of a book, and if I could borrow it anywhere. He smiled pleasantly, and said that his manner of speaking was not taught in books, and that nothing but familiarity with lightning could enable a man to handle his conversational style with impunity. He then figured up an estimate, and said that about 8 more rods scattered about my roof would about fix me right, and he guessed 500 feet of stuff would do it, and added that the first 8 had got a little the start of him, so to speak, and used up a mere trifle of material more than he had calculated on, 100 feet or along there. I said I was in a dreadful hurry, and I wished we could get this business permanently mapped out so that I could go on with my work. He said I could have put up those 8 rods and marched off about my business. Some men would have done it, but no. I said to myself, this man is a stranger to me, and I will die before I'll wrong him. There ain't lightning rods enough on that house, and for one, I'll never stir out of my tracks till I've done as I would be done by. And I told him so. Stranger, my duty is accomplished. If the recalcitrant and dephlogistic messenger of heaven strikes your... There, now, there, I said. Put on the other 8, add 500 feet of spiral twist, do anything and everything you want to do, but calm your sufferings, and try to keep your feelings where you can reach them with the dictionary. Meanwhile, if we understand each other now, I will go to work again. I think I have been sitting here a full hour this time, trying to get back to where I was when my train of thought was broken up by the last interruption, but I believe I have accomplished it at last, and may venture to proceed again. Wrestled with this great subject, and the greatest among them have found it a worthy adversary, and one that always comes up fresh and smiling after every throw. The great Confucius said that he would rather be a profound political economist than chief of police. Cicero frequently said that political economy was the grandest consummation that the human mind was capable of consuming, and even our own Greeley has said vaguely but forcibly that political... Here the lightning rod man sent up another call for me. I went down in a state of mind bordering on impatience. He said he would rather have died than interrupt me, but when he was employed to do a job, and that job was expected to be done in a clean, workmanlike manner, and when it was finished and fatigue urged him to seek the rest and recreation he stood so much in need of, and he was about to do it, but looked up and saw at a glance that all the calculations had been a little out, and if a thunderstorm were to come up and that house, which he felt a personal interest in, stood there with nothing on earth to protect it but 16 lightning rods. "Let us have peace!" I shrieked. "Put up 150, put some on the kitchen, put a dozen on the barn, put a couple on the cow, put one on the cook, scatter them all over the persecuted place till it looks like a zinc-plated, spiral-twisted, silver-mounted cane-brake. Move! Use up all the material you can get your hands on, and when you run out of lightning rods, put up ram rods, cam rods, stair rods, piston rods, anything that will pander to your dismal appetite for artificial scenery and bring respite to my raging brain and healing to my lacerated soul." Wholly unmoved, further than to smile sweetly, this iron being simply turned back his wristbands daintily and said he would now proceed to hump himself. Well, all that was nearly 3 hours ago. It is questionable whether I am calm enough yet to write on the noble theme of political economy, but I cannot resist the desire to try, for it is the one subject that is nearest to my heart and dearest to my brain of all this world's philosophy. Economy is heaven's best boon to man. When the loose but gifted Byron lay in his Venetian exile, he observed that if it could be granted him to go back and live his misspent life over again, he would give his lucid and unintoxicated intervals to the composition, not of frivolous rhymes, but of essays upon political economy. Washington loved this exquisite science. Such names as Baker, Beckwith, Judson, Smith are imperishably linked with it, and even imperial Homer in the 9th book of the Iliad has said, "Fiat justitia ruat caelum, post mortem unum ante bellum, hic facit hoc ex parte res, politicum economico est." The grandeur of these conceptions of the old poet, together with the felicity of the wording which clothes them, and the sublimity of the imagery whereby they are illustrated, have singled out that stanza, and made it more celebrated than any that ever... Now, not a word out of you, not a single word. Just state your bill and relapse into impenetrable silence for ever and ever on these premises. $900? Is that all? This check for the amount will be honored at any respectable bank in America. What is that multitude of people gathered in the street for? How? Looking at the lightning rods. Bless my life, did they never see any lightning rods before? Never saw such a stack of them on one establishment, did I understand you to say? I will step down and critically observe this ebullition of ignorance. 3 days later. We are all about worn out. For 24 hours our bristling premises were the talk and wonder of the town. The theaters languished, for their happiest scenic inventions were tame and commonplace compared with my lightning rods. Our street was blocked night and day with spectators, and among them were many who came from the country to see. It was a blessed relief on the second day when a thunderstorm came up and the lightning began to "go for" my house, as the historian Josephus quaintly phrases it. It cleared the galleries, so to speak. In 5 minutes there was not a spectator within half a mile of my place. But all the high houses about that distance away were full, windows, roof, and all. And well they might be, for all the falling stars and 4th of July fireworks of a generation put together and rained down simultaneously out of heaven in one brilliant shower upon one helpless roof would not have any advantage of the pyrotechnic display that was making my house so magnificently conspicuous in the general gloom of the storm. By actual count, the lightning struck at my establishment 764 times in 40 minutes, but tripped on one of those faithful rods every time, and slid down the spiral twist and shot into the earth before it probably had time to be surprised at the way the thing was done. And through all that bombardment only one patch of slates was ripped up, and that was because for a single instant the rods in the vicinity were transporting all the lightning they could possibly accommodate. Well, nothing was ever seen like it since the world began. For one whole day and night not a member of my family stuck his head out of the window but he got the hair snatched off it as smooth as a billiard ball. And if the reader will believe me, not one of us ever dreamt of stirring abroad. But at last the awful siege came to an end, because there was absolutely no more electricity left in the clouds above us within grappling distance of my insatiable rods. Then I sallied forth and gathered daring workmen together, and not a bite or a nap did we take till the premises were utterly stripped of all their terrific armament, except just 3 rods on the house, 1 on the kitchen, and 1 on the barn. And behold, these remain there even unto this day. And then, and not till then, the people ventured to use our street again. I will remark here in passing that during that fearful time I did not continue my essay upon political economy. I am not even yet settled enough in nerve and brain to resume it. To whom it may concern: parties having need of 3,211 feet of best quality zinc-plated spiral twist lightning rod stuff, and 1,631 silver-tipped points, all in tolerable repair, and, although much worn by use, still equal to any ordinary emergency, can hear of bargains by addressing the publisher. End of Political Economy by Mark Twain.
Punch, Brothers, Punch by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Moline. Punch, Brothers, Punch by Mark Twain. Will the reader please to cast his eye over the following lines and see if he can discover anything harmful in them? Conductor, when you receive a fare, punch in the presence of the passenger. A blue trip slip for an 8-cent fare, a buff trip slip for a 6-cent fare, a pink trip slip for a 3-cent fare. Punch in the presence of the passenger. Punch, brothers, punch with care. Punch in the presence of the passenger. I came across these jingling rhymes in a newspaper a little while ago, and read them a couple of times. They took instant and entire possession of me. All through breakfast they went waltzing through my brain. And when at last I rolled up my napkin, I could not tell whether I had eaten anything or not. I had carefully laid out my day's work the day before, thrilling tragedy in the novel which I am writing. I went to my den to begin my deed of blood. I took up my pen, but all I could get it to say was, "Punch in the presence of the passenger." I fought hard for an hour, but it was useless. My head kept humming, "A blue trip slip for an 8-cent fare, a buff trip slip for a 6-cent fare," and so on, without peace or respite. The day's work was ruined, I could see that plainly enough. I gave up and drifted downtown, and presently discovered that my feet were keeping time to that relentless jingle. When I could stand it no longer, I altered my step. But it did no good. Those rhymes accommodated themselves to the new step, and went on harassing me just as before. I returned home, and suffered all the afternoon, suffered all through an unconscious and unrefreshing dinner, suffered and cried, and jingled all through the evening, went to bed and rolled, tossed, and jingled right along, the same as ever. Got up at midnight, frantic, and tried to read. But there was nothing visible upon the whirling pages except "Punch, punch in the presence of the passenger." By sunrise I was out of my mind, and everybody marveled and was distressed at the idiotic burden of my ravings. Punch, oh punch, punch in the presence of the passenger. 2 days later, on Saturday morning, I arose, a tottering wreck, and went forth to fulfill an engagement with a valued friend, the Reverend Mr. X, to walk to the Talcott Tower 10 miles distant. He stared at me, but asked no questions. We started. Mr. X talked, talked as is his wont. I said nothing. I heard nothing. At the end of a mile, Mr. X said, "Mark, are you sick? I never saw a man look so haggard and worn and absent-minded. Say something. Do." Drearily, without enthusiasm, I said, "Punch, brothers, punch with care. Punch in the presence of the passenger." My friend eyed me blankly, looked perplexed, then said, "I do not think I get your drift, Mark. There does not seem to be any relevancy in what you have said, certainly nothing sad, and yet maybe it was the way you said the words. I never heard anything that sounded so pathetic. What is—" But I heard no more. I was already far away with my pitiless, heart-breaking blue trip slip for an 8-cent fare, buff trip slip for a 6-cent fare, pink trip slip for a 3-cent fare, punch in the presence of the passenger. I do not know what occurred during the other 9 miles. However, all of a sudden, Mr. X laid his hand on my shoulder and shouted, "Oh, wake up! Wake up! Wake up! Don't sleep all day! Here we are at the tower, man! I have talked myself deaf and dumb and blind, and never got a response. Just look at this magnificent autumn landscape. Look at it! Look at it! Feast your eye on it! You have traveled, you have seen Boaster landscapes elsewhere. Come now, deliver an honest opinion. What do you say to this?" I sighed wearily, and murmured, "A buff trip slip for a 6-cent fare, a pink trip slip for a 3-cent fare, punch in the presence of the passenger." Reverend Mr. X stood there, very grave, full of concern, apparently, and looked long at me. Then he said, "Mark, there is something about this that I cannot understand. Those are about the same words you said before. There does not seem to be anything in them, and yet they nearly break my heart when you say them. Punch in the— how is it they go?" I began at the beginning and repeated all the lines. My friend's face lighted with interest. He said, "Why, what a captivating jingle it is! It is almost music. It flows along so nicely. I have nearly caught the rhymes myself. Say them over just once more, and then I'll have them, sure." I said them over. Then Mr. X said them. He made one little mistake, which I corrected. The next time, and the next, he got them right. Now a great burden seemed to tumble from my shoulders. That torturing jingle departed out of my brain, and a grateful sense of rest and peace descended upon me. I was light-hearted enough to sing, and I did sing for half an hour, straight along, as we went jogging homeward. Then my freed tongue found blessed speech again, and the pent talk of many a weary hour began to gush and flow. It flowed on, joyously, jubilantly, until the fountain was empty and dry. As I wrung my friend's hand at parting, I said, "Haven't we had a royal good time? But now I remember, you haven't said a word for 2 hours. Come, out with something." The Reverend Mr. X turned a lackluster eye upon me, drew a deep sigh, and said, without animation, without apparent consciousness, "Punch, brothers, punch with care. Punch in the presence of the passenger." A pang shot through me as I said to myself, "Poor fellow, poor fellow! He has got it now." I did not see Mr. X for 2 or 3 days after that. Then on Tuesday evening he staggered into my presence and sank dejectedly into a seat. He was pale, worn, he was a wreck. He lifted his faded eyes to my face and said, "Ah, Mark, it was a ruinous investment that I made in those heartless rhymes. They have ridden me like a nightmare, day and night, hour after hour, to this very moment. Since I saw you, I have suffered the torments of the lost. Saturday evening I had a sudden call, by telegraph, and took the night train for Boston. The occasion was the death of a valued old friend who had requested that I should preach at his funeral sermon. I took my seat in the cars and set myself to framing the discourse. But I never got beyond the opening paragraph, for then the train started and the car wheels began their clack, 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 and right away those odious rhymes fitted themselves to that accompaniment. For an hour I sat there and set a syllable of those rhymes to every separate and distinct clack the car wheels made. Why, I was as fagged out then as if I had been chopping wood all day. My skull was splitting with headache. It seemed to me that I must go mad if I sat there any longer, so I undressed and went to bed. I stretched myself out in my berth, and, well, you know what the result was. The thing went right along, just the same. Clack, 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 a blue trip slip. Clack, 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 for an 8-cent fare. Clack, 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 a buff trip slip. Clack, 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 for a 6-cent fare. And so on, and so on, and so on. Punch in the presence of the passenger. Sleep? Not a single wink. I was almost a lunatic when I got to Boston. Don't ask me about the funeral. I did the best I could, but every solemn individual sentence was meshed and tangled and woven in and out with "Punch, brothers, punch with care, punch in the presence of the passenger." And the most distressing thing was that my delivery dropped into the undulating rhythm of those pulsating rhymes, and I could actually catch absent-minded people nodding time to the swing of it with their stupid heads. And, Mark, you may believe it or not, but before I got through, the entire assemblage were placidly bobbing their heads in solemn unison, mourners, undertaker, and all. The moment I had finished, I fled to the ante-room in a state bordering on frenzy. Of course it would be my luck to find a sorrowing and aged maiden aunt of the deceased there, who had arrived from Springfield too late to get into the church. She began to sob, and said, "Oh, oh, he is gone, and I didn't see him before he died." "Yes," I said, "he is gone, he is gone, he is gone. Oh, will this suffering never cease?" "You loved him, then! Oh, you too loved him!" "Loved him? Loved who?" "Why, my poor George, my poor nephew." "Oh, him! Yes, oh, yes, yes, certainly, certainly. Punch, punch. Oh, this misery will kill me." Bless you, sir, for these sweet words. I, too, suffer in this dear loss. Were you present during his last moments?" "Yes, Whose last moments?" "His. The dear departed's." "Yes. Oh, yes, yes. Yes, I suppose so. I think so. I don't know. Oh, certainly I was there. I was there." "Oh, what a privilege! What a precious privilege! And his last words! Oh, tell me his last words. What did he say?" He said, oh, my head, my head, my head. He never said anything but punch, punch, punch in the presence of the passenger. Oh, leave me, madam. In the name of all that is generous, leave me to my madness, my misery, my despair. A buff trip slip for a 6-cent fare. A pink trip slip for a 3-cent fare. Endurance can no further go. Punch in the presence of the passenger. My friend's hopeless eyes rested upon mine a pregnant minute, and then he said impressively, "Mark, you do not say anything. You do not offer me any hope. But, ah me, it is just as well. It is just as well. You could not do me any good. The time has long gone by when words could comfort me. Something tells me that my tongue is doomed to wag forever to the jigger of that remorseless jingle. There it is coming on me again. A blue trip slip for an 8-cent fare. A buff trip slip for a—" Thus murmuring faint and fainter, my friend sank into a peaceful trance and forgot his sufferings in a blessed respite. How did I finally save him from an asylum? I took him to a neighboring university and made him discharge the burden of his persecuting rhymes into the eager ears of the poor, unthinking students. How is it with them now? The result is too sad to tell. Why did I write this article? It was for a worthy, even a noble purpose. It was to warn you, reader, if you should come across those merciless rhymes, to avoid them. Avoid them as you would a pestilence. End of Punch Brothers Punch by Mark Twain. Recording by Roger Moline.
Metterklume Method by Saki. This is the LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Alan Winterroud. The Schwartz-Metterklume Method by Saki. Lady Carlotta stepped out onto the platform of the small wayside station and took a turn or two up and down its uninteresting length, to kill time till the train should be pleased to proceed on its way. Then, in the roadway beyond, she saw a horse struggling with a more than ample load, and a carter of the sort that seems to bear a sullen hatred against the animal that helps him to earn a living. Lady Carlotta promptly betook her to the roadway, and put rather a different complexion on the struggle. Certain of her acquaintances were wont to give her plentiful admonition as to the undesirability of interfering on behalf of a distressed animal, such interference being none of her business. Only once had she put the doctrine of non-interference into practice, when one of its most eloquent exponents had been besieged for nearly 3 hours in a small and extremely uncomfortable may-tree by an angry boar-pig, while Lady Carlotta, on the other side of the fence, had proceeded with the water-color sketch she was engaged on, and refused to interfere between the boar and his prisoner. It is to be feared that she lost the friendship of the ultimately rescued lady. On this occasion she merely lost the train, which gave way to the first sign of impatience it had shown throughout the journey, and steamed off without her. She bore the desertion with philosophical indifference. Her friends and relations were thoroughly well used to the fact of her luggage arriving without her. She wired a vague, non-committal message to her destination, to say that she was coming on by another train. Before she had time to think what her next move might be, she was confronted by an imposingly attired lady, who seemed to be taking a prolonged mental inventory of her clothes and looks. "You must be Miss Hope, the governess I've come to meet," said the apparition, in a tone that admitted of very little argument. "Very well, if I must, I must," said Lady Carlotta to herself with dangerous meekness. "I am Miss Quabarl," continued the lady, "and where, pray, is your luggage?" "It's gone astray," said the alleged governess, falling in with the excellent rule of life that the absent are always to blame. The luggage had, in point of fact, behaved with perfect correctitude. "I've just telegraphed about it," she added, with a nearer approach to truth. "How provoking!" said Mrs. Quabarl. "These railway companies are so careless. However, my maid can lend you things for the night," and she led the way to her car. During the drive to the Quabarl mansion, Lady Carlotta was impressively introduced to the nature of the charge that had been thrust upon her. She learned that Claude and Wilfrid were delicate, sensitive young people, that Irene had the artistic temperament highly developed, and that Viola was something or other else of a mold equally commonplace among children of that class and type in the 20th century. "I wish them not only to be taught," said Mrs. Quabarl, "but interested in what they learn. In their history lessons, for instance, you must try to make them feel that they are being introduced to the life stories of men and women who really lived, not merely committing a mass of names and dates to memory. French, of course, I shall expect you to talk at mealtime several days in the week. I shall talk French 4 days of the week, and Russian in the remaining 3. "Russian? My dear Miss Hope, no one in the house speaks or understands Russian." "That will not embarrass me in the least," said Lady Carlotta coldly. Mrs. Quabarl, to use a colloquial expression, was knocked off her perch. She was one of those imperfectly self-assured individuals who are magnificent and autocratic as long as they are not seriously opposed. The least show of unexpected resistance goes a long way towards rendering them cowed and apologetic. When the new governess failed to express wondering admiration of the large newly purchased and expensive car, and lightly alluded to the superior advantages of 1 or 2 makes which had been just put on the market, the discomfiture of her patroness became almost abject. Her feelings were those which might have animated a general of ancient warfaring days on beholding his heaviest battle elephant ignominiously driven off the field by slingers and javelin throwers. At dinner that evening, although reinforced by her husband, who usually duplicated her opinions and lent her moral support generally, Mrs. Quabarl regained none of her lost ground. The governess not only helped herself well and truly to wine, but held forth with considerable show of critical knowledge on various vintage matters, concerning which the Quabarls were in no wise able to pose as authorities. Previous governesses had limited their conversations on the wine topic to a respectful and doubtless sincere expression of a preference for water. When this one went so far as to recommend a wine firm in whose hands you could not go very far wrong, Mrs. Quabarl thought it time to turn the conversation into more usual channels. "We got very satisfactory references about you from Canon Teep," she observed. "A very estimable man, I should think. Drinks like a fish and beats his wife. Otherwise a very lovable character," said the governess imperturbably. "My dear Miss Hope, I trust you are exaggerating," exclaimed the Quabarls in unison. "One must in justice admit that there is some provocation," continued the romancer. "Mrs. Teep is quite the most irritating bridge player that I have ever sat down with. Her leads and declarations would condone a certain amount of brutality in her partner, but to souse her with the contents of the only soda-water siphon in the house on a Sunday afternoon, when one couldn't get another, argues an indifference to the comfort of others which I cannot altogether overlook. You may think me hasty in my judgments, but it was practically on account of the siphon incident that I left." "We will talk of this some other time," said Mrs. Quabarl hastily. "I shall never allude to it again," said the governess with decision. Mr. Quabarl made a welcome diversion by asking what studies the new instructress proposed to inaugurate on the morrow. "History, to begin with," she informed him. "Ah, history," he observed sagely. "Now, in teaching them history, you must take care to interest them in what they learn. You must make them feel that they are being introduced to the life stories of men and women who really lived." "I've already told her all that," interposed Mrs. Quabarl. "I teach history on the Schwartz Metterklume method," said the governess loftily. "Ah, yes," said her listeners, thinking it expedient to assume an acquaintance at least with the name. "What are you children doing out here?" demanded Mrs. Quabarl the next morning, on finding Irene sitting rather glumly at the head of the stairs, while her sister was perching in an attitude of depressed discomfort on the window-seat behind her, with a wolf-skin rug almost covering her. "We are having a history lesson," came the unexpected reply. "I am supposed to be Rome, and Viola up there is the she-wolf. Not a real wolf, but the figure of one that the Romans used to set store by. I forget why. Claude and Wilfred have gone to fetch the shabby women." "The shabby women?" "Yes, they've got to carry them off. They didn't want to, but Mr. Hope got one of father's 5-bats, and said she'd give them a number 9 spanking if they didn't, so they've gone to do it." A loud, angry screaming from the direction of the lawn drew Mrs. Quabarl thither in hot haste, fearful lest the threatened castigation might even now be in process of infliction. The outcry, however, came principally from the 2 small daughters of the lodge-keeper, who were being hauled and pushed towards the house by the panting and dishevelled Claude and Wilfred, whose task was rendered even more arduous by the incessant, if not very effectual, attacks of the captured maiden's small brother. The governess, 5's bat in hand, sat negligently on the stone balustrade, presiding over the scene with the cold impartiality of a goddess of battles. A furious and reported chorus of "I'll tell muvver" rose from the lodge children, but the lodge mother, who was hard of hearing, was for the moment immersed in the preoccupation of her wash-tub. After an apprehensive glance in the direction of the lodge, the good woman was gifted with the highly militant temper which is sometimes the privilege of deafness. Mrs. Quabarl flew indignantly to the rescue of the struggling captives. "Wilfred! Claude! Let those children go at once! Miss Hope, what is the meaning of this scene?" "Early Roman history. The Sabine women, don't you know? It's the Schwartz-Metterklume method to make children understand history by acting it themselves. Fixes it in their memory, you know. Of course, if, thanks to your interference, your boys go through life thinking that Sabine women ultimately escaped, I really cannot be held responsible." "You may be very clever and modern, Miss Hope," said Mrs. Quabarl firmly, "but I should like you to leave here by the next train. Your luggage will be sent after you as soon as it arrives." "I'm not certain exactly where I shall be for the next few days," said the dismissed instructress of youth. "You might keep my luggage till I wire my address. There are only a couple of trunks, and some golf clubs, and a leopard cub." "A leopard cub!" gasped Mrs. Quabarl. Even in her departure this extraordinary person seemed destined to leave a trail of embarrassment behind her. "Well, it's rather left off being a cub. It's more than half grown, you know. A fowl every other day, and a rabbit on Sundays is what it usually gets. Raw beef makes it too excitable. Don't trouble about getting the car for me. I'm rather inclined for a walk." And Lady Carlotta strode out of the Quabarl horizon. The advent of the genuine Miss Hope, who had made a mistake as to the day on which she was due to arrive, caused a turmoil which the good lady was quite unused to inspiring. Obviously the Quabarl family had been woefully befooled, but a certain amount of relief came with the knowledge. "How tiresome for you, dear Carlotta," said her hostess, when the overdue guest ultimately arrived. "How very tiresome losing your train, and having to stop overnight in a strange place." "Oh dear no," said Lady Carlotta. "Not at all tiresome. For me." End of The Schwartz-Metterklume Method. Recording by Alan Winterroud. boomcoach.blogspot.com
versus Luck by Mark Twain. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Reading by Greg Marguerite. Science versus Luck by Mark Twain. At that time in Kentucky, said the Honorable Mr. K., the law was very strict against what is termed games of chance. About a dozen of the boys were detected playing 7-up or old sledge for money, and the grand jury found a true bill against them. Jim Sturgis was retained to defend them when the case came up, of course. The more he studied over the matter and looked into the evidence, the plainer it was that he must lose a case at last. There was no getting around that painful fact. Those boys had certainly been betting money on a game of chance. Even public sympathy was roused in behalf of Sturgis. People said it was a pity to see him mar his successful career with a big prominent case like this which must go against him. But after several restless nights an inspired idea flashed upon Sturgis, and he sprang out of his bed, delighted. He thought he saw his way through. The next day he whispered around a little among his clients and a few friends, and then when the case came up in court he acknowledged the 7-Up and the betting, and, as his sole defense, had the astounding effrontery to put in the plea that Old Sledge was not a game of chance. There was the broadest sort of a smile all over the faces of that sophisticated audience. The judge smiled with the rest, but Sturgis maintained a countenance whose earnestness was even more severe. The opposite counsel tried to ridicule him out of his position, and did not succeed. The judge jested in a ponderous judicial way about the thing, but did not move him. The matter was becoming grave. The judge lost a little of his patience, and said the joke had gone far enough. Jim Sturgis said he knew of no joke in the matter. His clients could not be punished for indulging in what some people chose to consider a game of chance until it was proven that it was a game of chance. Judge and counsel said that would be an easy matter, and forthwith called Deacons Job, Peters, Burke, and Johnson, and Dominies Wirt and Miggles, to testify, and they unanimously and with strong feeling put down the legal quibble of Sturgis by pronouncing that Old Sledge was a game of chance. "What do you call it now?" said the judge. "I call it a game of science," retorted Sturgis, "and I'll prove it, too." They saw his little game. He brought in a cloud of witnesses and produced an overwhelming mass of testimony to show that Old Sledge was not a game of chance but a game of science. Instead of being the simplest case in the world, it had somehow turned out to be an excessively knotty one. The judge scratched his head over it a while, and said there was no way of coming to a determination, because just as many men could be brought into court who would testify on one side as could be found to testify on the other. But he said he was willing to do the fair thing by all parties, and would act upon any suggestion Mr. Sturgis would make for the solution of the difficulty. Mr. Sturgis was on his feet in a second. "Impanel a jury of 6 each. Luck versus science. Give them candles and a couple of decks of cards. Send them into the jury room, and just abide by the result." There was no disputing the fairness of the proposition. The 4 deacons and the 2 dominies were sworn in as the chance jurymen, and 6 inveterate old 7-Up professors were chosen to represent the science side of the issue. They retired to the jury room. In about 2 hours Deacon Peters sent into court to borrow $3 from a friend. Sensation. In about 2 hours more Dominie Miggles sent into court to borrow a steak from a friend. Sensation. During the next 3 or 4 hours the other dominie and the other deacons sent into court for small loans, and still the packed audience waited, for it was a prodigious occasion in Bull's Corner, and one in which every father of a family was necessarily interested. The rest of the story can be told briefly. About daylight the jury came in, and Deacon Job, the foreman, read the following: Verdict. We, the jury, in the case of the Commonwealth of Kentucky versus John Wheeler et al., have carefully considered the points of the case and tested the merits of the several theories advanced, and do hereby unanimously decide that the game commonly known as Old Sledge, or 7-Up, is eminently a game of science and not of chance. In demonstration whereof, it is hereby and herein stated, iterated, reiterated, set forth, and made manifest that, during the entire night, the chance men never won a game or turned a jack, although both feats were common and frequent to the opposition. And furthermore, in support of this our verdict, we call attention to the significant fact that the chance men are all busted, and the science men have got the money. It is the deliberate opinion of this jury that the chance theory concerning 7-Up is a pernicious doctrine, and calculated to inflict untold suffering and pecuniary loss upon any community that takes stock in it. That is the way that 7-Up came to be set apart and particularized in the statute books of Kentucky as being a game not of chance but of science, and therefore not punishable under the law. Said Mr. K., that verdict is of record, and holds good to this day. End of Science versus Luck by Mark Twain.
Something will turn up. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Corey Samuel. Something Will Turn Up by David Mason. You Mr. Rapp? Stanley Rapp blinked, considering the matter. He always thought over everything very carefully. Of course, some questions were easier to answer than others. This one, for instance. He had very few doubts about his name. Stanley Rapp said. Yes. He stared at the bearded young man. Living in the village, even on the better side of it, one saw beards every day, all shapes and sizes of beard. This one was not a psychoanalyst beard, or a folk singer beard, not even an actor beard. This was the scraggly variety, almost certainly a poet beard. Mr. Rapp, while holding no particular prejudice against poets, had not sent for one, he was sure of that. Then he noticed the tool case in the bearded young man's hand, lettered large, Lightning Service, TV, Hi-Fi. Oh, Stanley said, nodding. You're the man to fix the TV set. You know it, Dad, the young man said, coming in. He shut the door behind him and stared around the apartment. What a wild pad! Where the idiot box, hey? The pleasantly furnished, neat little apartment was not what Mr. Rapp had ever thought of as a wild pad. But the village had odd standards, Mr. Rapp knew. Chacun à son goût, he had said, on moving into the apartment 10 years ago. Not aloud, of course, because he had only taken 1 year of French and would never have trusted his accent. But chacun à son goût anyway. The television set, Mr. Rapp said, translating. Oh, yes. He went to the closet door and opened it. Reaching inside, he brought out an imposingly large TV set, mounted on a wheeled table. The bearded repairman whistled. In the closet, the repairman said, admiringly. Crazy. You go in there to watch it, or you let it talk to itself? Oh, well, I don't exactly watch it at all, Mr. Rapp said, a little sadly. I mean, I can't. That's why I called you. Lightning's here, have no fear, the bearded one said, approaching the set with a professional air. Like, in the closet, hey. He bent over the set, appraisingly. I thought you were a square, Pops, but I can see you're... Hey, this is like too much. Man, I don't want to pry, but why is this box upside down? I wish I knew, Mr. Rapp said. He sat down and leaned back, sighing. This was going to be difficult, he knew. He had already had to explain it to the last 3 repairmen, and he was getting tired of explaining. Although he thought, somehow, that this young man might understand it a little more quickly than the others had. I've had a couple of other repairmen look it over, Mr. Rapp told the bearded one. They gave up. Dilettantes, commented the beard. Oh no, Mr. Rapp said. One of them was from the company that made it, but they couldn't do anything. Let's try it, the repairman said, plugging the cord into a wall socket. He returned to the set and switched it on, without changing its upside-down position. The big screen lit almost at once. A pained face appeared, with a large silhouetted hammer striking the image's forehead in a rhythmic beat. Immediate relief from headache, a bland voice said, as the pictured face broke into a broad smile. The repairman shuddered and turned down the sound, staring at the image with widened eyes as he did so. Dad, I don't want to bug you, the repairman said, his eyes still on the screen. Only, look, the set is upside down, right? Right, said Mr. Rapp. Only the picture. The repairman paused, trying to find the right phrase. I mean, the picture's flipped, like it's wrong side up too, only right side up now. Exactly, said Mr. Rapp. You see, that's the trouble. I put the set upside down because of that. Cool, the repairman said, watching the picture. I mean, so why worry? You got a picture, right? You want me to turn the picture around? I can do that with a little fiddling around inside the set. Uh-oh. Dad, something's happening. The repairman bent closer, staring at the picture. It was now showing a busty young woman singer, her mouth opened, but silent, since the sound was turned down. She was slowly rotating as Rapp and the bearded repairman watched, turning until her face, still mouthing silent song, hung upside down on the screen. "It always does that," Rapp said. "No matter which way I put the set, the picture's always upside down." "No, man," the repairman said, pleadingly. "Look, I took a course. I mean, the best school, you dig? It don't work that way. It just can't." "It does, though," Rapp pointed out. "And that's what the other repair people said, too. They took it out, and brought it back, and it still did it. Not when they had it in their shops, but the minute it came back here, the picture went upside down again." "Wow," the repairman said, backing slowly away from the set, but watching it with the tense gaze of a man who expected trouble. After a minute, he moved toward it again, and took hold of the cabinet's sides, lifting. "I don't want to put you down, Pops," he said, grunting. "Only, I got to see this. Over she goes." He set it down again, right side up. The picture, still the singer's face, remained in a relatively upright position for another moment, and then slowly rolled over, upside down again. "You see," Mr. Rapp said, shrugging. "I guess I'll have to buy another set, except I'd hate to have it happen again, and this one did cost quite a lot." "You couldn't trade it in, either," the repairman agreed. "Not to me, anyway." Suddenly he snapped his fingers. "Hey now, sideways?" "You mean on its side?" "Just for kicks." The repairman gripped the set again. "On the side." He set the cabinet down on one side and stepped back to regard the picture again. Slowly, the picture turned once more, and once again, relative to the usual directions of up and down, the picture was stubbornly, completely inverted. "It's onto that, too," the repairman said gloomily. He sat down on the floor and assumed a kind of yoga posture, peering between his legs. "You could try it this way, Pops." "I'm pretty stiff," Mr. Rapp told him, shaking his head. "Yeah," the repairman said, reinverting himself. For a long while he sat, pulling his beard thoughtfully, a look of deep thought on his face. The reversed singer faded out, to give place to an earnestly grinning announcer, who pointed emphatically to a large upside-down sign bearing the name of a product. "Watching it this way could get to be a fad," the repairman said, at last, almost inaudibly. He fell silent again, and Mr. Rapp, sadly, began to realize that even this bearded and confident young man had apparently been stopped, like the others. "The way I look at it, like, there's a place where science hangs up," the bearded one spoke, finally. "Like, I don't want to put down my old guru at the Second Avenue School of Electronics," he added, solemnly. "But you got to admit that there are things not dreamed of in your philosophy, Horatio. You dig?" "My name isn't Horatio," Mr. Rapp objected. "I was quoting," the repairman told him. "I mean, this is a thing like outside material means. Supernatural, sort of. Did you cross up any witches lately, Pops?" "Oh, dear," Mr. Rapp said sadly. He shook his head. "No, I haven't offended any witches. Not that I know of." He regarded the inverted picture for a moment. Then, as the repairman's words began to sink in, Mr. Rapp looked at him apprehensively. "Witches?" Mr. Rapp asked. "But, I mean, that's all superstition, isn't it? And anyway, well, television sets." "They used to dry up cows, but who keeps cows?" the bearded one said ominously. "Why not television sets? Like, I happen to be personally acquainted with several witches and like that. The village is full of them. However," he rose and stalked toward the set, his eyes glittering in a peculiar way. "You're a lucky one, Daddy-O.
Back in my square days, I did some reading up on the hookups between poetry and magic. Now I'm a poet. Therefore, and to wit, I'm also a magician. On this hang-up, I'm going to try magic. Electronics won't work, that's for sure. But Mr. Rapp was not quite sure why he disapproved, but he did. On the other hand, the repairman appeared to be very definitely sure of what he was doing as he peered into the back of the television set. "Have you ever tried, this method before?" "Never ran into any hexed TV sets before," the repairman said, straightening up. "Don't worry, though, I got the touch, like with poetry. Same thing, in fact. All magic spells rhyme, see? Well, I used to rhyme back before I really started swinging. Anybody can rhyme, and the rest is just instinct." He had been scribbling something on a notepad as he spoke. Now he bent down to take another look at the back of the set, and nodded with an air of assurance. "The tube layout," the repairman told Mr. Rapp, exhibiting his notebook. "That, and Ohm's law, and a couple of Hindu bits I picked up listening to the UN on the radio, makes a first-class spell." Mr. Rapp backed away nervously. "Look, if it's all the same to you—" "Don't flip." The repairman consulted his notebook, and moved to stand in front of the screen. The picture showed a smiling newscaster, pointing to a map which indicated something ominous. "Cool, man," the repairman said. "Here we go." He lifted his hands in an ecclesiastical gesture, and his voice became a deep boom. 6SN7 AC5, 6 and 7 millivolts are running down the line. E equals R times A, that's the way it goes. Round the other way, Subhash Chandra Bose. Afterward, Mr. Rapp was never quite sure exactly what happened. He had an impression of a flash of light, and an odd, indefinite sound, rather like the dropping of a cosmic garbage can lid. But possibly neither the light nor the sound actually happened. At any rate, there were no complaints from the neighbours later on. However, the lighted screen was certainly doing something. "Crazy," the repairman said, in awed tones. Mr. Rapp, his view partly blocked by the repairman, could not see exactly what was happening on the screen. However, he caught a brief glimpse of the newscaster's face. It was right side up, but no longer smiling. Instead, the pictured face wore a look of profound alarm, and the newsman was apparently leaning far forward, his face almost out of focus because of its nearness to the lens. Just for a moment, Mr. Rapp could have sworn he saw a chair floating up, past the agonized expression on the screen. Then the screen went grey, and a panel of lettering appeared, shaking slightly. "Our picture has been temporarily interrupted. Normal service will be restored as soon as possible. Please stand by." "I was going to give you a bill," the repairman said. "Only maybe we'd better just charge it up to customer relations." The letters remained steady on the screen, and Mr. Rapp studied them. They were right side up. "You fixed it," Mr. Rapp said, a little uncertainly. "I mean, it's working. I ought to pay." "I goofed," the repairman said. He picked up his tools and moved toward the door. "Like, I won't mention it to anybody if you won't, but I goofed, all right? Didn't you see the picture?" "But whatever you did, it worked," Mr. Rapp said. "The picture's right side up." "I know," the repairman said. "Only somewhere there's a studio that's upside down. I just goofed, Pops, that's all." He closed the door behind him, leaving Mr. Rapp still staring at the immobile, right-side-up message on the glowing screen. End of Something Will Turn Up by David Mason.
The Club by Sergeant Kame. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by James Christopher. Told at the Club by Sergeant Kame. "Speaking of anting," said a man at the clubhouse on the bank of the Pasing River in Manila one evening. I have had an experience in that line myself which was rather striking. An American officer at the club that evening had just been telling us about a native prisoner, captured by his command some time before in one of the smaller islands, who, when searched, had been found to be wearing next to his skin a sort of undershirt, on which was roughly painted a crude map of certain of the islands of the archipelago. This shirt, it seemed, the officer went on to explain, the man regarded as a powerful anting, which would be able to protect him from injury in any of the islands represented on it. That he had been taken alive, instead of having been killed in the fight in which he was captured, the man firmly believed to be due to the fact that he was wearing the shirt at the time. A native servant in the employ of one of the officers of the company had explained later that such an anting as this was highly prized, and that it increased in value with its age. Only certain wise men had the right to add a new island to the number of those painted on the garment, and before this could be done, the wearer of the shirt must have performed some great deed of valor in that particular island. The magic garment was worn only in time of war, or when danger was known to threaten, and was bequeathed from father to son, or sometimes change ownership in a less peaceful way. What was the experience which you have referred to? I finally asked the man who had spoken, when he did not seem inclined to go on of his own accord. The man hesitated a moment before he replied to my question, and something in his manner then, or perhaps when he did speak, made me feel as if he was sorry that he had spoken at all. "It is a story I do not like to tell," he said, and then hastily added a little later, as if in explanation, "I mean, I do not like to tell it because I cannot help feeling, when I do tell it, that people do not believe me to be telling the truth. Some years ago," he continued, "I went down to the island of Mindoro to hunt timarau, one of the few large wild animals of the islands, a queer beast, halfway between a wild hog and a buffalo. I hired as a guide and tracker a wiry old Mangan native who seemed to have an instinct for finding a timarau trail, and following it, where my less skillful eyes could see nothing but undisturbed forest, and who also seemed to have absolutely no fear, a thing which was even more remarkable than his skill, since the natives as a general thing are notably timid about getting in the way of an angry timarau. As a matter of fact, I did not blame them so very much for this, after I had had one experience myself in trying to dodge the wild charge of one of these animals, infuriated by a bullet which I had sent into his body. Perico, though, that was the old man's name, never seemed to have the least fear. I was surprised then one morning, when the weather and forest were both in prime condition for a hunt, to have my guide flatly refuse to leave our camp. Nothing which I could say or do had the least influence upon him. I reasoned, and threatened, and coaxed, and swore, but all to no effect. When I asked him why he would not go, what was the matter, was he ill, he did not seem to be inclined to answer at first, except to say that he was not ill. But finally, later in the day, he explained to me he had had a warning, that it would not be safe for him to go hunting that day, that his life would be in danger if he did. Perico had been about the islands much more than most of the men of his tribe. He had even been to Manila once or twice, and so not only knew much more about the world than most Mangans did, but had also picked up enough of the Spanish language so that he could speak it fairly well. In this way he was able to tell me finally how the warning had come to him, and why he put so much confidence in it. He also told me this was why he had been so brave about the hunting before. He knew that he was not in any danger so long as he was not forewarned. When he had been warned, he avoided the danger by staying quietly in camp, or in some place of safety. Even after he had told me as much as this, Perico would not explain to me just how the warning had come, until at last he said that the stone had told him. This stone, he said, was a wonderful anting, which had been in his family for many years. His father had given it to him, and his grandfather had given it to his father. Once, many years before, there had been an ancestor of his who had been famous through all the tribe for his goodness and wisdom. This man, when very old, had one day taken shelter under a tree from a furious storm. While he was there, fire from the sky had come down upon the tree, and when the storm was over, the man was found dead. Grasped tightly in one of the dead man's hands was found a small flat stone, smooth cut and polished, which no one of his family had ever seen him have before. Naturally, the stone was looked upon as a precious anting sent down from the sky, and was religiously watched until its mysterious properties were understood, and it was learned that it had the power to forewarn its owner against impending evil. When danger threatened its owner, Perico said, the stone glowed at night with a strange light, which he believed was due to its celestial origin. At all other times, it was a plain dull stone. The night before, for the first time in months, the stone had flashed forth its strange light, and as a result, its owner would do nothing which would place him in any danger which he could avoid. I thought of all the strange stories I had read and heard of meteors falling from the sky, and of phosphoric rocks, and of little-known chemical elements which were mysteriously sensitive to certain atmospheric conditions, and wondered if Perico's stone could be any of these. All my requests to be allowed to see the wonderful stone, however, proved fruitless. Perico was obdurate. There was a tradition that it must not be looked at by daylight, he said, and that the eyes of no one but its owner should gaze upon it. And so for 8 beautiful days of magnificent hunting weather, that aggravating heathen stone kept us idle there in the midst of the Mindoro forest. I could not go alone, and Perico simply would not go so long as the stone glowed at night, as, he informed me each morning, it had done. It was in vain that I fretted, and offered him twice, and 4 times, and finally, with a desire to see how much in earnest the man really was, 10 times his regular wages, if he would go with me for just one hunt. He simply would not stir out of the camp, until, on the morning of the 9th day, he met me with a cheerful face, and said, "Signor, we will hunt today. The stone is black once more." And hunt we did, that day and many more, for the stone remained accommodatingly dark after that, and we had good luck too. When I came back to Manila, I brought Perico with me. He had begun to have serious trouble with one of his eyes, which threatened to render him unable to follow the work of hunting of which he was so fond. I tried to make him believe that this was the danger of which he claimed he had been warned by the stone, but he would not agree to this, saying that his anting had always foretold only a violent death, or some serious bodily injury. In Manila I had him see that Jose Rizal, who afterwards became so prominent in the political troubles of the islands, and who had such a tragic later history. Signor Rizal, who had studied in Europe, was a skilful oculist, and an operation which he performed on Perico's eye was entirely successful. I kept the old man with me until he was fully recovered, and then sent him back to his native island. Before he went, he thanked me over and over again for what I had done, and kept telling me that sometime he would pay me for it all. I laughed at him at first, not thinking what he meant, until, just before he was to go to the boat, he clasped my hand in both his, and said, "Signor, I have no children to leave the anting of my family to. When I die, it shall be yours." I would have laughed again then, had it not been that the poor old fellow was so much in earnest that it would have been cruel. As it was, I thanked him, and told him I hoped he would live many years to be the guardian of the stone, and to be guarded by it himself. After Perico had gone, I forgot all about him. Imagine my surprise, then, when a little more than a year afterward I received a small packet from a man whom I knew in Calupan, the seaport of Mindoro, and a letter telling me that my old guide was dead, and that during the illness which had preceded his death he had arranged to have the packet which came with the letter sent to me. The package and letter reached me one morning. Of course I knew what Perico had sent me, and foolish as it may seem, a bit of tenderness for the old man's genuine faith in his talisman made me, mindful of his admonition that the stone must not be exposed to the light of day, restrain my curiosity to open the package until I was in the rooms that night. What I found, when at last I held the mysterious charm in my hands, was a smooth, dark, flint-like disc, about 1.5 inches in diameter, and perhaps half an inch in thickness. Whatever the stone might have done for its former owners, or might do for me at some other time, it certainly had no errand to perform that night. It was just a plain dark stone, and no matter how long I looked at it, or in what position, it did not change its appearance. Finally, half provoked with myself at my thoughts, I put the stone into a little cabinet in which were the other curious souvenirs of my travels in the islands, and forgot it. 2 years after that, it became necessary for me to go to Europe. I had taken passage on one of the regular steamers from Manila to Hong Kong, and was to re-ship from there. As I expected to return in a few months, I did not give up my lodgings, but before I started I packed away much of my stuff for safekeeping. As I was busy at the office during the day, I did most of this packing in the evenings. In the course of this work, I came to the little cabinet of which I have spoken, and threw it open in order to stuff it with cotton, so that the contents would not rattle around when moved. The man who was telling the story stopped at this point so long that we who sat there in the smoking room of the club listening to him were afraid he was not going to continue. At last he said, "This is the part of the story which I do not like to tell." On the black velvet lining of the cabinet, surrounded by the jumble of curios among which it had been tossed, lay old Perico's stone. Not the plain dark stone which I had put there, but a faintly glowing circle of lustrous light. I shut the lid of the cabinet down, locked the box, and put the key in my pocket. But I did no more packing that night. I came down here to the club, and stayed as long as I could get anybody to stay with me, and talked of everything under the sun, except the one thing which I was all the time thinking about. The next day I told myself I was a fool, and crazy into the bargain, and that my eyes had deceived me. And then, in spite of all this, when I went home at night I could hardly wait for dusk to come that I might open the cabinet. The stone lay on the velvet, just as the night before, as if it were a thing on fire. I said to myself that I would have some common sense, and would exercise my willpower, and went on with my packing with furious energy. But I did not put the cabinet where I could not get at it. The boat for Hong Kong, on which I had taken passage, was to sail the next night. I finished my work, said good-bye to my acquaintances, and went on board. 15 minutes before the steamer sailed, I had my luggage tumbled from her deck back onto the wharf, and came ashore, swearing at myself for a fool, and knowing that I would be well laughed at and quizzed for my fickleness by everyone who knew me. The man stopped again. After a little, one of the men who had been listening to him said, in a voice which sounded strangely softened, "I remember. That was the—" calling the name of a steamer which brought to us all the recollection of one of the most awful sea tragedies of those terrible tropic waters, where sometimes sea and wind seem to be in league to buffet and destroy. Yes, said the man who had told the story, no person who sailed on board of her that night was ever seen again, and only bits of wreckage on one of the northern reefs gave any hint of her fate. End of Told at the Club by Sergeant Kame. Recording by James Christopher. jxchristopher@yahoo.com.
What She Wore by Edna Ferber. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Bologna Times. What She Wore by Edna Ferber. Somewhere in your story, you must pause to describe your heroine's costume. It is a ticklish task. The average reader likes his heroine well dressed. He is not satisfied with knowing that she looked like a tall, fair lily. He wants to be told that her gown was of green crepe with lace ruffles that swirled at her feet. Writers used to go so far as to name the dressmaker, and it was a poor kind of heroine who didn't wear a red velvet by Worth. But that has been largely abandoned in these days of commissions. Still, when the heroine goes out on the terrace to spoon after dinner, a quaint old English custom, for the origin of which see any novel by The Duchess, page 179, the average reader wants to know what sort of a filmy wrap she snatches on the way out. He demands a description with as many illustrations as the publisher will stand for, of what she wore from the bedroom to the street, with full stops for the ribbons on her robe de nuit and the buckles on her ballroom slippers. Half the poor creatures one sees flattening their noses against the shop windows are authors getting a line on the advanced fashions. Suppose a careless writer were to dress his heroine in a full-plaited skirt, only to find, when his story is published 4 months later, that full-plaited skirts have been relegated to the dim past. I started to read a story once. It was a good one. There was in it not a single allusion to brandy and soda, or divorce, or the stock market. The dialogue crackled. The hero talked like a live man. It was a shipboard story, and the heroine was charming so long as she wore her heavy ulster. But along toward evening she blossomed forth in a yellow gown, with a scarlet poinsettia at her throat. I quit her cold. Nobody ever wore a scarlet poinsettia. Or if they did, they couldn't wear it on a yellow gown. Or if they did wear it with a yellow gown, they didn't wear it at the throat. Scarlet poinsettias aren't worn, anyhow. To this day, I don't know whether the heroine married the hero or jumped overboard. You see, one can't be too careful about clothing one's heroine. I hesitate to describe Sophie Epstein's dress. You won't like it. In the first place, it was cut too low, front and back, for a shoe clerk in a downtown loft. It was a black dress, nearly princess in style, very tight as to fit, very short as to skirt, very sleazy as to material. It showed all the delicate curves of Sophie's underfed, girlish body, and Sophie didn't care a bit. Its most objectionable feature was at the throat. Collarless gowns were in vogue. Sophie's daring shears had gone a snip or two farther. They had cut a startlingly generous V. To say that the dress was elbow-sleeved is superfluous. I have said that Sophie clerked in a downtown loft. Sophie sold sample shoes at $2.50 a pair, and from where you were standing you thought they looked just like the shoes that were sold in the regular shops for $6. When Sophie sat on one of the low benches at the feet of some customer, tugging away at a refractory shoe for a would-be small foot, her shameless little gown exposed more than it should have. But few of Sophie's customers were shocked. They were mainly chorus girls and ladies of doubtful complexion in search of cheap and ultra footgear, and, to use a health term, hardened by exposure. Have I told you how pretty she was? She was so pretty that you immediately forgave her the indecency of her pitiful little gown. She was pretty in a daringly demure fashion, like a wicked little Puritan, or a poverty-stricken Cleo de Merode, with her smooth brown hair parted in the middle and drawn severely down over her ears, framing the lovely oval of her face and ending in a simple coil at the neck. Some serpent's wisdom had told Sophie to eschew puffs, but I think her prettiness could have triumphed even over those. If Sophie's boss had been any other sort of man, he would have informed Sophie, sternly, that black princess effects, cut low, were not au fait in the shoe clerk world. But Sophie's boss had a rhombic nose and no instep, and the tail of his name had been amputated. He didn't care how Sophie wore her dresses so long as she sold shoes. Once the boss had kissed Sophie, not on the mouth, but just where her shabby gown formed its charming but immodest V. Sophie had slapped him, of course, but the slap had not set the thing right in her mind. She could not forget it. It had made her uncomfortable, in much the same way as we are all wildly ill at ease when we dream of walking naked in a crowded street. At odd moments during the day, Sophie had found herself rubbing the spot furiously with her unlovely handkerchief and shivering a little. She had never told the other girls about that kiss. So, there you have Sophie in her costume. You may take her or leave her. I purposely placed these defects in costuming right at the beginning of the story, so that there should be no false pretenses. One more detail. About Sophie's throat was a slender, near-gold chain from which was suspended a cheap and glittering lavalier. Sophie had not intended it as a sop to the conventions. It was an offering on the shrine of fashion, and represented many lunchless days. At 11 o'clock one August morning, Louis came to Chicago from Oskaloosa, Iowa. There was no hay in his hair. The comic papers have long insisted that the country boy on his first visit to the city is known by his greased boots and his high-water pants. Don't you believe them. The small-town boy is as fastidious about the height of his heels and the stripe of his shift and the roll of his hat brim as are his city brothers. He peruses the slangily worded ads of the classy clothes tailors, and when scarlet cravats are worn the small-town boy is not more than 2 weeks late in acquiring one that glows like a headlight. Louis found a rooming house, shoved his suitcase under the bed, changed his collar, washed his hands in the gritty water of the washbowl, and started out to look for a job. Louis was 21. For the last 4 years he had been employed in the best shoe store at home, and he knew shoe leather from the factory to the ash barrel. It was almost a religion with him. Curiosity, which plays leads in so many life dramas, led Louis to the rotunda of the tallest building. It was built on the hollow center plan, with a sheer drop from the 20-somethingth to the main floor. Louis stationed himself in the center of the mosaic floor, took off his hat, bent backward almost double, and gazed, his mouth wide open. When he brought his muscles slowly back into normal position, he tried hard not to look impressed. He glanced about, sheepishly, to see if anyone was laughing at him, and his eye encountered the electric-lighted glass display case of the shoe company upstairs. The case was filled with pink satin slippers and cunning velvet boots, and the newest thing in bronze street shoes. Louis took the next elevator up. The shoe display had made him feel as though someone from home had slapped him on the back. The god of jobless was with him. The boss had fired 2 boys the day before. "Oskaloosa?" grinned the boss derisively. "Do they wear shoes there? What do you know about shoes, huh, boy?" Louis told him. The boss shuffled the papers on his desk, and chewed his cigar, and tried not to show his surprise. Louis, quite innocently, was teaching the boss things about the shoe business. When Louis had finished, "Well, I try you anyhow," the boss grunted, grudgingly. "I give you so-and-so much." He named a wage that would have been ridiculous if it had not been so pathetic. "All right, sir," answered Louis, promptly, like the boys in the Alger series. The cost of living problem had never bothered Louis in Oskaloosa. The boss hid a pleased smile. "Miss Epstein," he bellowed, "step this way. Miss Epstein, kindly show this here young man so he gets a line on the stock. He is from Oskaloosa, Iowa. Look out you don't sell you a gold brick, Louis." But Louis was not listening. He was gazing at the V in Sophie Epstein's dress with all his scandalized Oskaloosa, Iowa eyes. Louis was no mollycoddle, but he had been in great demand as usher at the Young Men's Sunday Evening Club service at the Congregational Church, and in his town there had been no Sophie Epsteins in too tight princess dresses cut into a careless V. But Sophie was city product. I was about to say pure and simple, but I will not. Wise, bold, young, old, underfed, overworked, and triumphantly pretty. "How do?" cooed Sophie in her best baby tones. Louis's disapproving eyes jumped from the objectionable V in Sophie's dress to the lure of Sophie's face, and their expression underwent a lightning change. There was no disapproving Sophie's face, no matter how long one had dwelt in Oskaloosa. "I won't bite you," said Sophie. "I'm never vicious on Tuesdays. We'll start here with the missus and children's, and work over to the other side." Whereupon Louis was introduced into the intricacies of the sample shoe business. He kept his eyes resolutely away from the V, and learned many things. He learned how shoes that look like $6 values may be sold for $2.50. He looked on in wide-eyed horror while Sophie fitted a No. 5C shoe on a 6B foot and assured the wearer that it looked like a made-to-order boot. He picked up a pair of dull kid shoes and looked at them. His leather-wise eyes saw much, and I think he would have taken his hat off the hook and his offended business principles out of the shop forever if Sophie had not completed her purchase and strolled over to him at the psychological moment. She smiled up at him impudently. "Well, Pink Cheeks," she said, "how do you like a little settlement by the lake, huh?" "Those shoes aren't worth $2.50, said Louis, indignation in his voice. "Well, sure," replied Sophie. "I know it. What do you think this is? A charity bazaar?" "But back home," began Louis hotly. "Forget it, kid," said Sophie. "This is a big town, but it ain't got no room for back homers. Don't sour on one job till you got another nailed. You'll find yourself cuddling down on a park bench if you do. Say, are you honestly from Oskaloosa?" "I certainly am," answered Louis with pride. "My goodness!" ejaculated Sophie. "I never believed there was no such place. Don't brag about it to the other fellows." "What time do you go out for lunch?" asked Louis. "What's it to you?" with the accent on the "to." "When I want to know a thing, I generally ask," explained Louis gently. Sophie looked at him, a long, keen, knowing look. "You'll learn," she observed thoughtfully. Louis did learn. He learned so much in that first week that when Sunday came it seemed as though eons had passed over his head. He learned that the crime of murder was as nothing compared to the crime of allowing a customer to depart shoeless. He learned that the lunch hour was invented for the purpose of making dates, that no one had ever heard of Oskaloosa, Iowa, that $7 a week does not leave much margin for laundry and general recklessness, that a Madonna face above a V-cut gown is apt to distract one's attention from shoes, that $100 nest egg is as effective in Chicago as a pine stick would be in propping up a stone wall, and that all the other men clerks called Sophie sweetheart. Some of his newly acquired knowledge brought pain, as knowledge is apt to do. He saw that State Street was crowded with Sophies during the noon hour, girls with lovely faces under pitifully absurd hats, girls who aped the fashions of the dazzling creatures they saw stepping from limousines, girls who starved body and soul in order to possess a set of false curls or a pair of black satin shoes with mother-of-pearl buttons, girls whose minds were bounded on the north by the nickel theaters, on the east by "I says to him," on the south by the gorgeous shop windows, and on the west by "he says to me." Oh, I can't tell you how much Louis learned in that first week while his eyes were getting accustomed to the shifting, jostling, pushing, giggling, walking, talking throng. The city is justly famed as a hothouse of forced knowledge. One thing Louis could not learn. He could not bring himself to accept the V in Sophie's dress. Louis's mother had been one of the old-fashioned kind who wore a blue and white checked gingham apron from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m., when she took it off to go downtown and help the ladies of the church at the cake sale in the empty window of the gas company's office, only to don it again when she fried the potatoes for supper. Among other things, she had taught Louis to wipe his feet before coming in, to respect and help women, and to change his socks often. After a month of Chicago, Louis forgot the first lesson, had more difficulty than I can tell you in reverencing a woman who only said, "Ah, don't get fresh now," when the other men put their arms about her, and adhered to the third only after a struggle, in which he had to do a small private washing in his own wash-bowl in the evening. Sophie called him a stiff. His gravely courteous treatment of her made her vaguely uncomfortable. She was past mistress in the art of parrying insults and banter, but she had no reply ready for Louis's boyish air of deference. It angered her for some unreasonable woman reason. There came a day when the V-cut dress brought them to open battle. I think Sophie had appeared that morning minus the chain and lavalier. Frail and cheap as it was, it had been the only barrier that had separated Sophie from frank shamelessness. Louis's outraged sense of propriety asserted itself. "Sophie," he stammered during a quiet half-hour, "I'll call for you and take you to the nickel show tonight if you promise not to wear that dress. What makes you wear that kind of get-up anyway?" "Dress? Dress?" queried Sophie, looking down at the shiny front breadth of her frock. "Why? Don't you like it?" "Like it? No!" blurted Louis. "Don't you really? Dear me, dear me! If I'd only knew that this morning. As a general thing I wear white duck complete down to work, but I'm saving my last 2 clean suits for golf." Louis ran an uncomfortable finger around the edge of his collar, but he stood his ground. It shows your neck so," he objected miserably. Sophie opened her great eyes wide. "Well, supposing it does?" she inquired coolly. "It's a perfectly good neck, ain't it?" Louis, his face very red, took the plunge. "I don't know. I guess so. But Sophie, it looks so. You know what I mean. I hate to see the way the fellows rubber at you. Why don't you wear one of those plain shirtwaist things with high collars, like my mother wears back home?" Sophie's teeth came together with a click. She laughed a short, cruel little laugh. "Say, Pig Cheeks, did you ever do a washing from 7 to 12 after you got home from work in the evening? It's great, especially when you're living in a 6x10 room with all the modern inconveniences, including no water except on the 3rd floor down. Simple. Say, a child could work it. All you gotta do when you get home so tired your back teeth ache is to haul your water and soak your clothes and then rub 'em till your hands peel and rinse 'em and boil 'em and blue 'em and starch 'em. See? Just like that. Nothing to it, kid. Nothing to it." Louis had been twisting his fingers nervously. Now his hands shut themselves into fists. He looked straight into Sophie's angry eyes. "I do know what it is," he said, quite simply. "There's been a lot written and said about women's struggle with clothes. I wonder why they've never said anything about the way a man has to fight to keep up the thing they call appearances. God knows it's pathetic enough to think of a girl like you bending over a tub full of clothes, but when a man has to do it, it's tragedy." "That's so," agreed Sophie. When a girl gets shabby, and her clothes begin to look tacky, she can take a gore out or so of her skirt, where it's the most wore, and catch it in at the bottom and call it a hobble. And when her waist gets too soiled, she can cover up the front of it with a jabot, and if her face is pretty enough, she can carry it off that way. But when a man is seedy, he's seedy. He can't sew no ruffles on his pants. I ran short last week, continued Louis. That is, shorter than usual. I hadn't the 50 cents to give to the woman. You ought to see her. A little gray-faced thing with wisps of hair and no chest to speak of, and one of those mashed-looking black hats. Nobody could have the nerve to ask her to wait for her money, so I did my own washing. I haven't learned to wear soiled clothes yet. I laughed fit to bust while I was doing it, but I'll bet my mother dreamed of me that night, the way they do, you know, when something's gone wrong. Sophie, perched on the third rung of the sliding ladder, was gazing at him. Her lips were parted slightly. Her cheeks were very pink. On her face was a new, strange look, as of something half forgotten. It was as though the spirit of Sophie as she might have been were inhabiting her soul for a brief moment. At Louis's next words, the look was gone. Can't you sew something, a lace yoke, or whatever you call them, into that dress? He persisted. Ah, fade! When a girl's only got one dress, it's got to have some tong to it. Maybe this gown would cause a wave of indignation in Oskaloosa, Iowa, but it don't even make a ripple on State Street. It takes more than an aggravated Dutch neck to make a fellow look at a girl these days. In a town like this, a girl's got to make a showing some way. I'm my own stage manager. They look at my dress first and grin. See? And then they look at my face. I'm like the girl in the story. My face is my fortune. It's earned me many a square meal. And let me tell you, pink cheeks, eating square meals is one of my favorite pastimes. Say, look-a-here, bellowed the boss wrathfully. Just cut out this here Romeo and Juliet act, will ya? That there ladder ain't for no balcony scene, understand? Here, you, Louis, shinny up there, and get down a pair of them brown satin pumps, small size. Sophie continued to wear the black dress. The V-cut neck seemed more flaunting than ever. It was 2 weeks later that Louis came in from lunch, his face radiant. He was 15 minutes late, but he listened to the boss's ravings with a smile. You grin like somebody handed you a 10-case note, commented Sophie with a woman's curiosity. I guess you must have met some rube from home when you was out to lunch. Better than that. Who do you think I bumped right into in the elevator, going down? Well, Brother Bones, mimicked Sophie, who did you meet in the elevator going down? I met a man named Ames. He used to travel for a big Boston shoe house, and he made our town every few months. We got to be good friends. I took him home for Sunday dinner once, and he said it was the best dinner he'd had in months. You know how tired those traveling men get out of hotel grub. Cut out the description and get down to the action, snapped Sophie. Well, he knew me right away. He made me go out to lunch with him. A real lunch, starting with soup. Gee, it went big. He asked me what I was doing. I told him I was working here, and he opened his eyes, and then he laughed and said, How did you get into that joint? Then he took me down to a swell little shoe shop on State Street, and it turned out that he owns it. He introduced me all around, and I'm going there to work next week. And wages! Why, say, it's almost a salary. A fellow can hold his head up in a place like that. "When you leavin'?" asked Sophie, slowly. "Monday. Gee, it seems a year away." Sophie was late Saturday morning. When she came in, hurriedly, her cheeks were scarlet and her eyes glowed. She took off her hat and coat and fell to straightening boxes and putting out stock without looking up. She took no part in the talk and jest that was going on among the other clerks. One of the men, in search of the missing mate to the shoe in his hand, came over to her, greeting her carelessly. Then he stared. "Well, what do you know about this?" he called out to the others, and laughed coarsely. "Look, stop, listen. Little Sophie Bright-Eyes here has pulled down the shades." Louis turned quickly. The immodest V of Sophie's gown was filled with a black lace yoke that came up to the very lobes of her little pink ears. She had got some scraps of lace from— where do they get those bits of rusty black? From some basement bargain counter, perhaps, raked over during the lunch hour. There were 9 pieces in the front and 7 in the back. She had sat up half the night putting them together so that when completed they looked like one, if you didn't come too close. There is a certain strain of Indian patience and ingenuity in women that no man has ever been able to understand. Louis looked up and saw. His eyes met Sophie's. In his there crept a certain exultant gleam, as of one who had fought for something great and won. Sophie saw the look. The shy questioning in her eyes was replaced by a spark of defiance. She tossed her head and turned to the man who had called attention to her costume. "Who's loony now?" she jeered. "I always put in a yoke when it gets along toward fall. My lungs is delicate. And anyway, I see by the papers yesterday that collarless gowns is slightly passé for winter." End of What She Wore,